guys, we're here tonight at the Versus Gameplay Arcade again for the Battleborn Online Qualifier. Unfortunately, it seems like we did drop out one person, so we are going to have to pick that person back up as we do kind of go. We saw a great game one, very close, went basically to 4 overtimes if you really want to consider that. You know, they started at version 2.0, finished at version 6.0, and now they're going to the it went to game 2, Meltdown on Incursion. Not Meltdown, Incursion. Incursion Monuments. And was like, nobody had any advantage for like a good 20 minutes. Well, really, I guess 20, 16, 18 minutes. And then it immediately went into like one whole side, all the way down to 50. And it's like, oh man, that's it. That's game over for Make Solo. Make Solo's won this. Lost Heroes brings it back. Gets an advantage. In less than 2 minutes, Make Solo picks it back up, gets the advantage back on favor for them, and then closes it out 50-50 by winning the overdrive of it.
Yeah.
So
the thing that makes me sad is that my games don't go like that. Like I get pump stomped, and I'm like, oh, my game is over in 2 minutes. I guess I'll queue up again. But like the fact that these games are going the distance, they're also being very competitive. So they're close games, right? Now, I'm not saying that, there aren't definitely some opportunities in each team member, but the fact that, hey, we've actually got a long game going here, which is amazing.
Not even to mention the fact that each game we cast on stream has went the distance.
Yeah.
Game 3. How often do you get that, That's really the big difference there. It seems like one team takes game, Meltdown, the other team takes Incursion. The other team takes Meltdown, the other team takes Incursion. This one, I will have to say, it seems to be a lot more close matched up than what it seems to be on game number 1. But that's it. So we're going to currently just kind of wait until we get one of the team members from Lost Heroes back into the squad or a lot back into the game. It's going to be really interesting to see. Actually, no, that super Make Solo is great again, so it's going to be interesting to see. As currently our names on top are reflecting the opposite teams. But we're going to see exactly what exactly happened, but Meltdown Incursion. You have Monuments Incursion. You have to pick some game number 1. They banned Boulder, they banned Caldarius, and they banned, what was that?
Ernest.
Ernest, yeah. They picked Thorn. Well, who they pick, based upon what you have written down?
So Lost Heroes picked Orendi, who got to level 10, was probably their superstar. They picked Thorn, they picked Kid Ultra, they picked Galt, and they picked Marquise. And the opportunity in this particular stream or this particular game was the Marquise. He couldn't convert, he couldn't be a contributing member. So not only is he not able to contribute and actually push, he was getting picked off pretty easily. Alani and Shane on Make Solace Great Again did really, really well. Phoebe was also poking around doing the good stuff. So it was a good game, too. We went to a tiebreaker, essentially, in that game.
Yeah, it really was a big tiebreaker there, going into that. So it's that was weird. That just did basically the same thing it did before. But either way, still weighing on, I believe it was don't know who it was, but about to try and figure it out what exactly is happening here with the player.
So let's talk about what's going on right now. So today, beautiful February 11th in Plano, Texas, we're actually at the Versus Gameplay Arcade. We're in the Collin Creek Mall in Plano, Texas. We're on the second floor. Come out and say hi. Literally, you could just walk right here and be like, "What's up, guys?" Bunch of beautiful, handsome gentlemen right here.
It's also funny. Next game, it's going to be Winners Finals, and we'll actually have a special guest on for you during that game. So it'll be interesting to see how that really pans out. Something that a lot of people in the chat have been requesting, So we'll make that happen. We see you guys out there. We respect that. So it's gonna be interesting to see. But going into game number 3, Cold Snap Meltdown. And it seems like every single Meltdown game has. That last Meltdown game was amazing. Just the fact that it went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Something that we necessarily don't see that often. So it's going to be good to see.
Definitely. And so what map are we going to this time around?
It's going to be Cold Snap. Cold Snap we have, I think we've seen once before. The ones that we have not seen is actually really funny because actually my favorite ones to play on is Outskirts and Overgrowth. Overgrowth for Incursion, Outskirts for Meltdown. So it's going to be interesting to see if another team will pick that. But it's going to be Meltdown, Cold Snap. And we've seen a lot of Paradise. Paradise probably opting to be one of the curious ones. But I think Cold Snap was actually, no, it was Paradise the one that went distance to version 6.0.
Definitely. So we'll have a different map this time around. Going into Cold Snap, you've got a lot of, I guess it feels like it's a lot more hilly. There's also if I remember correctly, there's also a midpoint in the map where there's a shard that spawns. So it seems like there's a lot of opportunities for movement. So in the last game, you talked about how like a mobile hero like is advantageous. This time around, you might be able to actually get the Pendles, the Dianas to be able to actually gank people in this particular time around. So because of the map choice, we might see a different character selection.
Yep. Currently, how I messed up. I need to go to spectator. That was my fault there, guys. But
we really want to compete,
right? We really want to compete and try and win this tournament where we get fully funded out to the Choctaw Festival game March 3rd through 5th. Why would you not want to participate in this tournament, you know?
Dude, it's airfare and staying at the resort. And guys, like check out the Choctaw Resort on like Google or YouTube's and the internets and stuff. It's a fantastic site. Like we actually spent I used to live in Oklahoma, so definitely am very familiar with it, but I know that a lot of our versus gameplay staff have actually been out there. I think we actually have a video on a YouTube channel to talk about that, so definitely check it out. We'll see you guys in a little bit as we get into this ban phase and our best of 3 on our third game between Lost Heroes and Make Solace Great Again. So they have consistently been banning, it looks like, Kelvin and Galilea. So we'll see if those get opened up or get picked this time around. And I'd be interested to see if that's something that they decided to go with. I know that Kelvin's been shut down a lot. I wonder if they're going to release him. Having that stun and that wall, being able to actually have that happen. Ernest is not really, I mean, can be a decent pick, but, Ernest is going to be probably one of a duo in a particular lane. So in terms of what Lost Heroes is going to be doing. And it looks like they're going to ban Boulder for this particular pick, and that's pretty consistent. This will be the third time it's been banned, and Galilea as well.
Galilea being banned all 3 times, so it's interesting to see how they do not like those two champions being used. So it's really interesting. We do see Hermit hover over the Kelvin, but Hermit's been playing without feelings. Remember the first game, he hovered over that Pendles, he hovered over El Dragoon. It's like, man. So it's interesting to see how Kelvin could be utilized better, but I don't think Kelvin will be utilized the best as what they could do on Meltdown. I don't think Kelvin would be the best pick on Meltdown, only because of the fact he's really good for stun-wise, but besides from that, it kind of varies. So Kelvin being banned as well, so I guess no Kelvin for him. Actually the team itself bans it, so.
Absolutely, and Thorn actually being banned from this particular pick, which makes sense because on both times, Lost Heroes has actually picked Thorn. And it's an interesting pick because even though, at least for most of the game, Thorn didn't have a good contribution in terms of damage done. Maybe at the very end of the game, she did, but they Make Solace Great Again thought you know what, this character is harassing enough. Let's go ahead and ban her, that way we don't have to worry about it.
And it's actually funny because I think we have yet to see Boulder not being banned in one game. But actually on the off-stream game that we have going on right now, we actually see Boulder being played on Overgrowth Incursion. As you can see his shield, and he actually has an axe he tosses as well. So Avindy being reserved from Lost Heroes. So Lost Heroes taking that. Avindy's been a very big pick, and that's going to be very interesting to see how how can Make Solace Great Again really combat that Avindy, because Avindy seems to be a pick that is a lot of high damage, high risk, high reward type of damage. Supernova answers back with Phoebe being picked, Caldarius being picked, Caldarius, we didn't see him game number 1, but we have seen him meltdowns this today, and Caldarius has been a very big crucial play in meltdown. So.
And I want to make sure that I'm getting my stuff right, but Orendi was picked for all of Lost Heroes so far. So the Orendi player feels very strongly that, hey, if you put this character in my hands, we're going to do well. So very good trending that we can see here as it relates to that. We got about 15 seconds for another ban. I wish there was maybe a time bank, so that maybe if they have time that's left over, then they can be like, ooh, I really want to pick who's going to be our last pick. But that's just me wishing for things. And
right.
They wish for Alani.
Alani is a character that we've seen probably the most this week, today. And that's the fact that she's a versatile healer. We actually haven't seen as much Miko, which honestly, if you look at most of the compositions when you're playing regular draft, you see a lot of Mikos compared to anybody else. So seeing a lot of Lani's is actually a little bit different, and kind of like that pick.
So Caldarius and Phoebe are really mobile heroes. So if they do end up going with the Miko as a healer, I don't think it's going to be heavily paired with each of those, because Phoebe will dive in and dive out based on her passive. Caldarius is very just mobile, just naturally. So Miko would have to go with maybe not a Shane, but there's a Shane pick. But maybe a Montana or something like that.
I could see them going into Reyna for Solus or Umbra. You don't really want to go with the Miko on Meltdown because of the sole fact that Miko is more healing based instead of damage based. And as you see last Meltdown game, it went the distance, 6-4. So I don't think that you'll see I don't think you'll see Miko come out.
I agree with that. So, and based on their game style, it's not, hey, I'm just going to be a pocket healer and keep someone up. They each contribute, they each do their own type of thing.
Yeah, so I probably believe, Beatrix, maybe Kid Ultra. Kid Ultra would be a good pick. Toby, obviously, really great pick anyway, especially in Meltdown with the arc mines he has. And still, I'd expect to maybe see Arena, possibly Umbra. So it's going to be interesting to see how this really pans out.
And this will be the back-to-back pick for Make Solace Great Again. They picked Toby the last game as well, and I think they did okay. I can't recall anything that was amazing, but played a decent Toby. We have a Galt being reserved for Make Solace Great Again as well.
It's funny because Lost Hero, they picked Galt before, and that was actually a big play from Galt, managing to keep him lasting longer in that game by using his hooks right as soon as they were about to, hit the last end of it.
Was that the only hook that we've seen? I mean,
we've seen other hooks from him, especially in the incursion game as well as earlier in Meltdown. But the most crucial hook he had was that one hook to stop the game, keep it going. But he did it multiple times. So
Lost Heroes, they're
hovering over Ernest. Ernest actually got through this ban, so Ernest could be a good character.
There we go.
Ernest.
And that was a pick that they've done in the first game as well, so makes sense. Very, very comfortable with that particular hero. So we're going to the last pick for... no, we're not going to the last pick. We're going to the last pick for Lost Heroes. So most of their repeat picks have either been banned or already picked up. So Kid Ultra would not be a decent decision. I think just another, someone that can control, or not even control area, just a DPS, just someone that can kill stuff.
That's the Andy maybe, because she has the area effect on the ground. Montana would be the tank.
Interesting. Okay.
You have a lot of DPS there anyway. You have the Shadow Fire Pillar, the Nullify from Arendi. You have the grenades from Ernest. Shayna Arx has a stun. You have the Wave Clear from Alani. Montana is just that extra solidified damage that allows for that extra push. It's going to be interesting to see how you can answer back as Make Solace Great Again, as I think the team composition right now favors Lost Heroes because of the sole fact that you have to kind of choose a healer. And the only healer you really have to choose is Umbra or you choose Reyna. And that puts you at a bind because if you choose another DPS or something to kind of combat their DPS that they have, it puts you at a bind because you have no healer now. That means you have to go back to base. You have to use those supply stations. You have to, use everything. And they do choose Beatrix. I know Beatrix is recognized as a healer, but I don't know what type of healing capability that she truly has. You know,
She doesn't heal. Like that's the thing. She's classified as a support class, but she doesn't really heal directly.
so it's gonna be interesting to see how this really pans out as we have both teams ready, preparing for battle. Guys, if you're just tuning in, this is the Choctaw Online Qualifier for Battleborn. The top 2 teams of this tournament does make it and will get sponsored from Gearbox out to the Choctaw Festival game that's placed March 3rd through 5th. So after this will be winners finals, and the team that wins that game
Is guaranteed top 2, right?
is guaranteed top 2, which means they're guaranteed flight out to and flight and hotel out to.
Sick. What airlines do you think Gearbox uses?
I don't know. It's a good question. Virgin America, maybe. Possibly American Airlines.
There we go. I don't know. Just want to have a humor there.
Right.
I don't think they do Delta.
Probably not.
I don't know where I'm going from there. But we're just going to rotate from there. And we're going to jump right into this Meltdown map on Cold Snap. A little chilly over here.
It does have the, in the middle, it does have that one shard. I believe it's right here, actually. It's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be interesting to see how this really pans out.
So I think the doors are about to come down. 3, 2, 1, and let's get right into it. So we're going to look to see how they actually set up their particular lanes. So that's something that's always very interesting to me because, you know, in some games it's like you might do a 2-1-2 or you might do a 3-2 or something else like that. But it looks like Montana's taken the lead on the left-hand side for Lost Heroes. And we see the other 2 DPS kind of bring it up, but it looks like Alani is posturing with Ernest, and Montana looks like he's going over there as well. I'm not sure how I kind of feel about that. Like, Ernest, I feel like, does pretty decently on his own, especially in the early game.
Yeah, especially in the early game. We do see Caldarius, Galt, and Beatrix pushing up right now, and they actually managed to get the hook on Shane Arx. Fortunately for him, he does have that overshield being popped, but that Arendi is getting damaged as well, and that is forcing Lost Heroes back off this point, and this should be some points in favor of Make Solos Great again. Maybe they be able to get 1, and they will be able to get 1, but that it correlates to 5 points. Now they're 5 points ahead on the board. Hopping over to the lane number 2, we actually see Montana getting up in that Galt again, causing ruckus in the middle. Gets hit off there with the bull charge, and just him, and that's going to be Toby on this lane, so...
I think if Ernest can control the high ground in the middle and just kind of pan back and forth, but we can kind of see Phoebe in the mini-map, not necessarily on the actual game screen, but we can see Phoebe actually controlling that area. Alani jumping on down, going to push Galt back quite a bit there.
Galt actually down to half health now, so he will be taking damage. Also, Toby has low shield now. This is actually really good push Montana and Ernest on this side because of the sole fact that... Oh, nope.
Was that a double hook?
He hooked him, but he missed the hook, and Montana just decided to charge him. With the kill being done in favor now, Toby's actually taking low damage, but still 1 point in favor. But Lost Heroes actually has more points on the board at 18-5. Rotating over to lane number 1, we're going to see exactly how, and we actually have a elite bot on the side here, and still you have 4 people guarded up on this side, and that's really a lot compared to just a lone Montana on the lane 2 side.
I think Make Solos Great Again has to get wind of that because we see Phoebe and we also see, I think, Beatrix pushing that. Montana is great with support, but if Montana's by himself, he has that shoulder charge, and that's about it. So, especially for people that are maybe just, you know, new to the game, Montana is definitely one of those players that, hey, you might seem like you're unstoppable with a huge machine gun, but you can be punished pretty easily if you're not careful. But we see 3 people on the side for Lost Heroes, and we see Toby just shelling that area.
Yep. And looking at the fact, you know, he's only uses barrier, and that amplifies the damage coming from his particle beam cannon, or yeah, the railgun, I guess you want to say. So really good damage that he put on. But going on board here with the Shane and Arx pushing around, trying to get this one shard. Alani's going to be there to take it, so the shard will respawn back up at about 24 minutes, 45 seconds. But pushing this lane number 1, it's going to be interesting to see as they pull up the overhead minimap. We do see Montana and Ernest engaging on the right-hand side, but it's just lonesome over there. Probably going to switch to this Montana to figure out exactly how well he's doing against this Ernest. Does have a elite bot over here, so he does have to manage to take care of him, but he does have Caldarius here.
Decides to purchase the supply station. That allows him to be a little bit more resilient, you know, being able to get in a little bit, tank a little bit of damage, run back, get healed up just a little bit without having to teleport back, having to, having to rely on any type of other healing. But that's the only healing that's going to be available for him. But I think it was a good decision to purchase that supply station and kind of go from there. And Galt actually getting the kill on Shane for Lost Heroes. So, again, pretty close in terms of the match so far. Makes Souls great again. Just up a little bit by, 13 points. Don't ever do math live on stream. I almost just looked very silly and been like, he's up by like 50 points. And there's just no way to look cool after that.
But we do have, you're right about the 13 points though. So that is fine. But we do have the right-hand shard over here that just spawned up. So we probably will see somebody try and go for that. I would probably like to see Phoebe or Ernest go for it. Pulling up the gear list right now, you do have pretty even, but you do have Make Souls Great Again, have a lot of common gear. So they're going for that. You know, with taking common gear, you don't necessarily get, like, if you want faster reload speed, you have to negate something. So, like, it may be like, you get faster reload speed, but you lose 5% sprint charge, or, you know, you lose 5% damage or something like that. So it's like one of those, like, you get something, but you have to give up something. So, like, which one do you not want more? Montana is low on his shield, though, but going over to lane number 1, we'll have to see exactly what can happen here between them, as we do see Galt manage to KO Shane and Arx. That is going to be Phoebe having to fall back there, and they're actually making Alani and Arendi fall back. So this map is actually pulling out very good for Make Souls Great Again at the moment.
So you talked about gear a little bit. So, gear has a lot of different, just based on what you want to use. You can increase attack damage, attack rate. You can, increase or decrease crowd control time. You can decrease damage taken. So in terms of every single hero is not going to have the same thing. And I think that's one thing that you quickly learn whenever you're playing Battleborn is that, gear is not one size fits all. Some gear is going to be a little bit more efficient for others. Some gear is going to be a little bit different. So with that in mind, Montana has a turret and he has a couple abilities with that. So what do you think are some good gear selections for Montana?
Really, maybe cooldown reduction, since he is a tank. You could possibly, reload speed doesn't really matter with him because it's just how fast his gun warms up, how fast his gun cools down. Whereas to more so probably his cooldown reduction on his abilities, as well as more shield and more health, and possibly even damage reduction. Because he has an ability that he actually does a damage reduction with his ultimate that he takes for 10 seconds he takes reduced damage. So probably seeing some damage reduction ones, or even amplified damage might be something that you see
Definitely.
a lot with him.
Definitely. I mean, he can put down a lot of suppressing fire if he's able to get away with it. So lots of good stuff there.
And if you even look at his right now, he has basically kind of like the shield, kind of like more so the defense ones compared to the attacking ones.
Yep.
So
he's trying to be tanky. So you're going to have a couple different loadouts whenever you play Battleborn. So hey, if I'm playing a tanky hero, I'm going to reduce my damage taken. Also, not in our tournament, but in the actual game, you can actually get legendary gear. And it's expensive to use, but it can do crazy things like completely negate a crowd controlling effect or just a lot of other cool things like that.
Yep. And the gear set, there will be a dedicated gear set for the Choctaw Festival game created by Team at Gearbox. But back to the online qualify action, this is a low-scoring game. 8 minutes into it, and we're already 21 to 42.
Yep.
So something that's we necessarily have not seen in the past Meltdown games. It's always been about 70 to 80 at this point in time. And honestly, all it takes is a wave of minions to make that number go up. And that's what I'm currently waiting for. I thought I switched off of Alani there, but unfortunately I didn't. But even looking back, Phoebe managed to take that Stinger turret, building it for her team, but has to go back away, as we do see a lot. They're 4 deep on the left-hand lane here. And we do see that is going to be Caldarius trying to get away. Still no kill coming out. But Galt stuck between a rock and a hard place with that Ernest there as well as a Montana. That's going to be a kill for Montana as he does manage to get that. But Alani using the wave clear as that was Montana that was done there. Does a shoulder charge. Managed to get some damage on Caldarius, but he has to fall back. Unfortunately, he gets taken out by Caldarius himself. So 1-for-1 trade. And right now, it seems like Los Heroes had that team fight won, but Make Souls Great Again managed to pull it out, and actually got some points in that matter too. You know, it was like 42-21 at one point. Now it's 45-24.
Definitely. So Montana just, I guess he charged in the wrong direction or made a slight mistake. And you guys can see on the minimap, there are actually 3 shards that have appeared. So the fact that there was a small power play there, like, we need to take advantage of capturing those shards to be able to get your gear faster, be able to upgrade the buildables that are on the map, be able to get those elite bots to push from there. So again, just like Shadow actually commented a little bit earlier, we need to see people take those particular shards, and they just haven't taken them yet on that side.
Yeah, and you know, we actually had a 4-shard up, but Shane actually managed to take it. But again, Galt almost down, but that is going to be Toby blocking the grenades from Ernest to prevent that. Ernest using his ult there, so puts down a minefield, and that's going to be Galt kind of taking the grenades. Not necessarily too sure, but then again, you know, if you know how much damage you can take, that's going to be fine.
I'm pretty sure he's got a supply station just like right there too, so he's just like, I'm just going to step at them.
Yeah, now, he does have a supply station right there, so he's getting held and losing at the same time.
Yeah, don't step in grenades, kids, unless you've got a supply station.
Right. Phoebe level 6, so basically everybody on Make Souls Great Again is level 5, whereas to level 4, Montana, Beatrix actually managing to take out Shane Arx, and Arendi at level 4. Switching on board here over on lane number 1, Arendi actually has to fall back, and now 79-24, so we do see Make Souls Great Again kind of pull off. So it's going to be interesting to see how, you know, can they keep this lead up, or will they, you know, what will happen, you know?
We see Toby getting a kill on Montana. A very quick respawn for him to get back into the game. We see a little bit of a skirmish actually going on over here. Ernest getting pulled in right there. That shotgun actually takes him out. Phoebe's actually able to get the last stabber here. Galt chasing Arendi, shooting that shotgun. Arendi doing the serpentine, actually running into Caldarius. Is he going to be able to get away? Looks like that. Galt actually disengages, but Caldarius was able to convert for that. So Makes Souls Great Again is actually able to have a 2-man lead at this point with for just a brief moment. And with that brief moment, they're able to convert some additional means of being able to get in, taking a lead of 105-24.
Yep, Toby trying to get some damage on Shane and Arx right now. So, you know, doing really well. But the thing that I was mentioning about on the, you know, Make Souls Great Again side, I didn't really think that they would be able to, I didn't really think that they would be able to do as well as what they're doing right now with the team composition they had, but you know, they've proven me wrong considering the fact that it's 108-24, and this also comes down to the fact that, you know, most teams that when they play incursion, so people that know how to play Meltdown, that may be the fact that they know how to play Meltdown better than other teams. So
definitely, we see Galt taking out Montana again at this particular point, and again, just the lead just ticking just a little bit in favor of Make Souls Great Again. We see Toby kind of just, you know, utilizing that shield, charging up his railgun, getting some pot shots on Shane right there. Not able to really fully convert a kill right there, but it looks like Shane is going to be okay in getting out. Now Phoebe actually gets a poke on Alani, being able to take her down as well. And now we see Toby actually taking the middle shard over here, and the Team 2's grinders have adjusted. So now Lost Heroes, they have a little bit more room to work with in terms of defending, because their grinders they have to defend have been moved back. So Make Souls Great Again has a little bit more room to go, and we'll see if that allows Lost Heroes to recap, and Montana able to get some suppressing fire down and take out Galt right there.
yeah, but the big thing right now is the fact that Make Souls Great won Game 2. They barely lost Game 1. They went into overtime. And basically, well, they went into the, you know, the Ultra Minions, and it went 4 waves of the Ultra Minions deep before they finally lost game number 1. So it's interesting to see how, you know, how much they came back on this game, where they've actually made it a lot more of a landslide in favor of them. You know, 151-27. This is actually kind of like a repeat of, you know, the first game we had on Meltdown. Well, it was 300-37. So.
And Make Souls Great Again, looking strong. I mean, they're all really healthy with the exception of Phoebe. everyone in Lost Heroes is pretty much either shieldless or about to die, essentially. So Make Souls Great Again has a really good opportunity to be able to push here. As we're looking at Ernest, he's trying to do some shelling on Keldaris. Not able to fully convert there, throwing down some grenades, but if he's not particularly careful, he's going to have quite a few members of Make Solace Great Again and an elite bot actually being able to siege on him and give him a really, really bad day.
Yep, Ernest trying to get rid of the supply station here.
Yep.
Wasted a lot of time by not going for the optimized fully reload, just going for a short reload here. But Randy now, level 5, almost level 6, has to take out this this elite bot here in order for them to actually finally level to level 6. Now we will see Randy level 6, so she did get a little bit more powerful. She does have the option to choose for Shadowfire Pillars and enhanced damage, or activating Nullify will enable Shadowfire Pillar to be casted again. So it's going to be interesting to see how she actually picks that skill tree, because she also offered unlocked a mutation, which mutations are, the way this game works is you get 2 different skill trees like a helix, a double helix, and you choose one side of the skill tree, but each level you could choose whichever side you want, right? So the fact of that there is mutations on some levels, we pick actually a 3rd tree, offers a bigger cousin field for this. So
definitely, and so as we've been seeing in the screen or whenever we're toggling to it, in order to unlock that 3rd helix, you have to play it or compete enough with the hero in order to unlock it typically. So, so it's being very, very strong and very, 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 very comfortable with a particular hero, because you want to be able to unlock those additional helixes so you can have just that little slight edge, or that little differentiator depending on the match.
Yep, as we do see a team fight going down here on the right side of the map, as still 154 to 30, so game's really going long here. So this is some good Battleborn, guys. I will have to say that. So,
and I mean, a lot of times too, there's times where matches will go pretty quick. I was kind of joking a little bit earlier about like being pup stomped, being like, man, I lost in like 2 minutes. What happened? But the fact that both teams are playing exceptionally well. Toby getting a kill on Ernest there. Both teams are playing exceptionally well, even though the scoreboard doesn't look like it. The fact that it's not over yet is pretty doable. And again, like we've seen in some of the games, like it could just be one team wipe, or it could be just one team really coordinating together to actually just result in a surprising change of events.
Yep. As it's still 160 to 30. That's 2 people down now, 4 lost heroes. As Phoebe that takes out Arendi, Beatrix takes out Montana, and the Thunder Turret got down. So 166 to 6, and Galt may actually be trying to take down here, and he will be taken down. But Phoebe answers back with a kill on Alani. So even though Ernest got double kill on Caldarius, and Galt has a 2-for-3 trade, and Toby you still are pushing up on the left-hand side. And another thing, you still see the 3 shards open on the left-hand side of the map.
Yep, Strolling Ranger able to get a double kill right there at the very end, which is pretty sick. Ernest on Lost Heroes, a Deferous Hermit, was able to get a couple different kills in there before they got taken out by Beatrix, which is being played by Evil Shadow. So, again, Make Souls Great Again, just kind of chipping away at the scoreboard. I mean, for every couple points they get, Lost Heroes just gets 1. So, it's not going to be too much longer before Make Solace just gets a 300 and we go into the finale here.
Yep. As we are on here, it's going to be interesting to see. So if the time runs out, does it still go to finale, or does it go to whoever wins?
I'm not sure, to be perfectly honest. Maybe we'll find out together. I would be a betting man. It'd be probably the finale.
I would think so.
Not that I bet or condone any kind of betting like that for the Choctaw qualifiers, but in my very humble opinion, it'll probably be it'll probably just go straight to the finale. But we'll learn together. We will find out together.
Yep. As that is going to be Galt that takes out Montana there. So even looking at the scoreboard real quick, after Lonnie goes down by Phoebe, so
Phoebe's going ham right there, and she's disengaging, working on the elite bot that's right there. It looks like Shane just trying to shake up, trying to reposition there. Phoebe actually taking down Alani right there, but down to about 33% health. Looks like that now's the time to disengage, trying to move back and figure out where they're going to go from there. Galt actually gets a kill on Arendi as well, so lots of good exchanges there. in terms of in favor for Make Solace great again. So pretty solid and pretty stable play going on with Make Solace great right now.
Yeah, and Galt even took down, Rindy, so that's going to be a big play there. Lonnie causing a lot of damage on Toby, just trying to defend their base right now, as they do have that super elite minion pushing back, but she gets stunned, and that is going to be instant death almost. But she does have a Caldera's behind her and an elite minion. I don't expect her to last that long, but she does have the 21 health per second. Unfortunately, it didn't really do much. Phoebe, level 9 already. If you look at the levels, the level difference just between Lost Heroes and Make Souls Great Again counts for a lot. And she opts to use the ultimate there and actually takes out Rindy as well, so takes out the damage dealer from Lost Heroes. And like I said, I feel like this is all she wrote for Lost Heroes. I don't feel like they can come back. Unfortunately, they had a good game, but I just don't see them coming back as much as what Make Solace did. Potentially during the Ultra Minion part, they could, but with the way that they've been being ran over right now, basically, I don't see it happening.
Sick hook from Galt. Phoebe just poked him to death, but Galt looks like is able to get the killing blow on Montana, being able to kind of do that. An additional kill from Calderas on Ernest, and it's just being poked to death. Like,
it's not even
pretty terrible.
Look at the levels.
Yep.
Level 10 from Phoebe, level 10 from Beatrix, level 10 from Toby. Level 9 is your max on Lost Heroes, and that's Ernest. Level 8 is everybody else at level 7. So it's about 3 levels or 2 levels down. So now it comes to a point of how do you combat that, So
I think Lost Heroes is going to need, for Make Solace Great Again's controllers to be unplugged in order to be able to actually look for a potential comeback from here.
Yeah, but it's 39 to 273 to 39, so we'll exactly see what happens, as it will be one more elite minion, but unfortunately into regulation. Interesting.
So I think I won, right? Yeah. Eventually, if they don't hit the score limit, it's, hey, whatever you got. We got 10 minutes of the finale of the game, and it looks like Make Solace Great Again is going to get that version 4.0 of the Ultra Bot to push against Lost Heroes.
It'll be interesting to see how this really pans out as we look at the Ultra Bots coming in here. MX Ultra Bots following this one around. We're going to see exactly where it might pan on going. As going over to the right-hand side, we see 3 members from
Shane just get wrecked right there.
Yep. Shane just got wrecked from Phoebe, and that's something I want to interesting to see. Galt getting taken out by Rindy though, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Phoebe turn around. But Phoebe's actually chasing after Ernest, and that's that was Ernest, and Calderas takes Ernest out. And if you look at the scoreboard, 0-5, 0-6 from Alani and Orendi. Orendi is somebody you would not expect to be 0-6, but 9-1 coming out from Phoebe. So Phoebe has been the player of the game right now, getting a lot. And this actually is all she said and wrote as Make Solace Great Again takes game 3 here at the Versus Gameplay Arcade, and they move on to winners finals. To face against Dunk Squad.
That sounds like an awesome game. Strolling Ranger's Phoebe right there at the end of the game was pretty exemplary. She was able to get in, do a significant amount of damage, and was supported really well by her teammates. We saw Galt get a nice hook, be able to keep poking her. So, like you said, Phoebe being the MVP in this particular game is definitely an indicator of definitely the key performance indicator of what happened in this particular game.
Yep. But, guys, game number 3 here, as you look at the scoreboard, 28-8. The kill spread was way too much between there.
Yep.
And unfortunately, Make Souls Great Again. Well, not unfortunately, but Make Souls Great Again. They advance on the winners finals. Guaranteed top 3. One more win will make sure that you make it out to Choctaw Festival Gaming. But guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break as we set up winners finals between Dunk Squad and Make Souls Great Again.
See you guys in a bit.
Welcome, guys. We're back again at the Versus Gameplay Arcade. I got a special guest on the mic right now. How's it going, Scott?
How you doing, man?
Pretty good, man. Lead programmer on Battleborn, so got a developer in the house here. So today we have Dunk Squad versus Make Solus Great Again in the winners finals. The winner of this match is guaranteed sponsorship out to the Choctaw Festival Gaming by Gearbox.
That's right. Yep.
So I know that you know at least some of the players on this team. Do you what's your background on some of these players? I know that Dunk Squad, they came from PC and they're playing with controllers, and both their matches have been 2-0s from what I've seen. Unfortunately, they haven't played on stream yet, but this is our first game on stream. So do you know anything about these two teams? Do you think it's going to be the Dunk Squad's on Dunk on Make Solus Great Again, or do you think it'll be kind of more of an even match?
Honestly, I think it's going to be a pretty good match. I have a lot of nightmares about playing Dunk Squad. I don't see Ho-Ho here, but those guys, I played a lot of matches against them on PC and just got destroyed. I have played some games against Supernova. They were a really strong team also. I'm really hoping for a good match,
That's good.
Yeah.
So we're going to hop right into the ban and draft system of game number 1, Cold Snap Meltdown. We do use a striking system here, which means the top seeded team, they'll strike the first map. So if the map is Meltdown, you have a pick between Cold Snap. Man, I forgot the other two.
Cold Snap, Paradise, and Outskirts.
Yeah, so you have a choice between those two. So I don't want to play Outskirts. Then Team 2 will choose, I don't want to play Paradise, which leads up to Cold Snap, and then you pick sides because as much as what people may not say that's true, sides do matter. Some people play better on one side compared to the other side, so having that side advantage is really good against the team. We do see Toby being banned right now, so that's going to be really interesting to see, as the fact that when playing against these two teams and watching them, I know that you watch a lot of Battleborn online. Have you seen anything that they would necessarily pick or ban more than what they would the other? I know that we've seen a lot of Boulder and Galileo being banned today. We've seen a lot of Alani being picked, which, when we play online, we usually see Miko instead of Alani.
Yeah.
Usually it's one of the, I forgot his name again. I'm brain dead today already, man. Casting Battleborn all day long eventually gets you brain dead eventually just by casting. Galileo being picked as banned as well, but what is this?
But yeah, you were asking about Dunk Squad. The thing that's scary about them is they can play a lot of characters really good. So, actually, I forget what Supernova was, what their main is. But some of these teams, if you play with them enough, you know what their main is.
Yeah.
And it's pretty easy to counterpick them. But Dunk Squad, what's scary about them, they get into the nitty-gritty of the numbers. They're min-maxers, and as a dev, when I jump on, they love to get in a match with a dev and prove a point to us, whether it's like, look, check out the CC meta. Look how we can destroy your first sentry in 2 minutes. These guys are good. But again, I'm not dissing Supernova's team. They're a really strong team as well. I just haven't quite played them as much as I have Dunk Squad.
It's going to be interesting to see. Would you say Dunk Squad is either the top or one of the top PC teams out there?
Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. They seem to be a fan favorite, too, earlier when I was just, reading the chat and stuff.
Yeah, I know that they were requesting a lot of people, to have Dunk Squad versus Draconic on stream. We tried to push that match back so we could have it on stream after the last match, but unfortunately, due to time restraints, we weren't able to do that. Yeah. Coincidentally, all two of the games that we had on stream have gone to a game 3. So
yeah, that's really amazing.
Yeah,
I was really curious to see how that panned out too, and it's good to see not only the game 3s but also Meltdown going to multiple
Ultra Minions.
Yeah,
and then
exactly. Yeah.
Also the fact of, that one incursion map that it was 100 to 100 until 10 minutes left in the game. Then it went down to 50 to 100. Then it went down to 50 to 52, and then it went back to 50 all in under a minute. And it's dang, how fast that was, so fast paced. And it's just really amazing, especially on how the one team that they were at 35 and managed to come back all the way from 35 and ended up winning. That was on it was Echelon incursion, I believe.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish you play online public sometimes, and maybe it's new players or whatever. But I wish more people could see this, because a lot of time people will die, they'll lose a couple teammates, and they instantly want to surrender. And it's you actually don't need to surrender. You can come back in this game.
No, yeah, you really can. It's all about the level side, and you see Kelvin, Alani, you see Thorn being picked. A lot of characters that have been picked today, by far more so than the others, and you see Galt and Phoebe being picked as well. with the meta of the game, it seems like there has been a direct meta of the game. It's what you would see in other esports titles, where more champions or characters are picked more so than the other ones. Like we haven't seen anything by El Dragoon besides the one hover over by the got his name, a Hermit from last game.
Yeah, they were doing a little reserve
Yeah.
toggle. Yeah.
Arendi being picked, obviously one of the biggest DPS range characters there is in this game. We haven't seen any, like, we've seen Whiskey Foxtrot, but we haven't seen Oscar Mike. So it's like, that kind of, like, why, with the meta of the game that y'all see, like, when y'all going on the character balance and stuff like that, how do y'all determine, like, with the meta of the game, do y'all try and make it a more well-rounded part of it, or?
In what sense?
Like, if you look at more, like, I'm assuming there's a list of who's picked more than the other, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So, is there, like, have y'all really dove in depth as to, like, why is this character picked more than any other character? Like, is this character just overpowered in a way, or is it just the skill that champion, what that character has to offer? Like, for instance, Arendi, it's a lot of burst damage DPS, where especially you can do Shadow Fire Pillar twice in a row, then you can use Nullify, which resets Shadow Fire Pillar, which allows you to do it again. And if you do it properly, hit every single attack, that's 1,000 damage just in a matter of 5 seconds.
Right.
So it's like a lot of burst damage, but on the opposite side of her, she don't have a lot of health. So going into that, we see Wrath and Deandy. Wrath actually is the first pick that we had today. We haven't seen Wrath at all during any of the games we had on stream. Benedict we have seen, but it's going to be interesting to see how can Supernova and Solus kind of roll around this team. They don't have a healer, so maybe see Umbra. I know that we saw Beatrix last time, or maybe even Arena. They picked Ernest, so they opt not to go for the healer. They just go straight for the wave clear.
Interesting, yeah.
And honestly, it's really good because of the sole fact that they do have Ernest, they have Bandit, they have the optimized AoE wave clear, especially with the Arendi as well. So they have the wave clear more than what somebody else would have it, for instance. A lot more than what Dunk Squad, I believe, would have. But Dunk Squad, doesn't mean nothing, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I assume they're going to rely on, the healing stations and back into base and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So,
interesting.
opt to go for the all black, besides on Deandy, which has black and red. Which also I've seen a lot, too, is like, do you think that's also like a meta type of this game, is to picking the darker characters because of the map skin tones, or?
Yeah, I think some players do that. I don't know if they're actually thinking that, you get an advantage or not, but I think in some maps, I think it does help to blend in a little bit, with the level geometry and the art.
Yeah, I will say that out of most games I have seen that it's not really that big of a factor in Battleborn compared to what I've seen in most games, but I do think it did have a play in it.
Yeah.
But again, I wonder if it's also, I will say the black skins to me look the coolest out of all of them. So,
absolutely. Yep.
It's pretty cool, especially the Kelvin one that he's just all black all the way around. I like the Rindy one also really well as well. So, but hopping into game number 1 between Make Solos Great Again and Dunk Squad, winner is guaranteed sponsorship out to the Gearbox Choctaw Festival Gaming Battleborn event by Gearbox, and also gets a tour of Gearbox Studios. That would be really cool to see, especially getting a tour of Gearbox. It's an awesome building to be in, located in Frisco. And I feel like that would be a very big gift for these teams, especially get some time with the developers, especially during the event. Playing the game they love to compete at,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're looking forward to just meeting some of these people, too, that we've chatted online with so much. We've watched their streams so much. We're looking forward to it as much as they probably are as well.
Yep. Hopping on board here with the Dunk Squad first, and want to kind of hover over them. I have to exactly see how this Dunk Squad is. Will they completely dunk on Make Solus Great Again, or will Solus and his team make Solus great again by winning this game and competing again? We do see that Alani has low shields. Ice Wagon does manage to get the overshield coming out. They do take over the Shepherd in middle. That's going to be Kelvin. Have Benedict and Ernest pushing up the right-hand lane here. Optimizing for the wave clear. That's actually a really good combo because it has a wave clear ability, but it's also bad because of the sole fact that if you have a lot of damage being dealt, you don't have a healer. But I think that Make Solus Great Again maybe has a lot of a confidence boost because of the sole fact that they don't necessarily have a I feel like the team comp on Dunk Squad is more so for incursion.
Okay, here we go. We got a stun by Kelvin.
Kelvin has a stun. They are completely over on Galt, and they actually have a Rendy in that too, so that may actually be a kill. That does pick up a kill on Rendy, and that is on the Kelvin being taken out. Galt picks up one, and Wrath picks up the kill on a Rendy. So that's already 2 down and 6-0, and that's one good thing I've seen that a lot of teams haven't really been good on utilizing, has been the fact of swarming each other. And you see Dunk Squad all chasing 5 deep on this Benedict, and they do pick up the Benedict, leaving Thorn all the way to a Lonesome. So sorry, 4 deep on that one. But that was a big play, and considering the fact that it's still up 9-0, but if you look at the kill feed, 3-0 already in favor of Dunk Squad.
Yeah, that was interesting too because, you know, we had Kelvin and Alani over here in the right lane. And poor Kelvin, that was not a good matchup because he was going up against Benedict and Ernest, and they're just lobbing grenades and rockets. But Kelvin rotated over to the left, initiated, and then boom, you know, took down 2 people over there.
Thorn managing to pick up D'Andy, or sorry, Phoebe. No, wait, what? No, Thorn picked up Phoebe, so that was another kill in favor of Dunk Squad. I was looking somewhere weird. Alani on board here with Alani though, so Alani the healer for team spots 1. Kind of does go for the snapshot play here, so very interesting. So takes out Ernest though.
Get out of there.
On board here with Thorn, having to see what Thorn does. I personally am a player that cannot really play a Thorn just because of her ability. So seeing a high-level player such as Ice Wagon play with her will be very interesting to see how can he, utilize it. 15-0 already in favor of Dunk Squad. So will Dunk Squad? So far, Dunk Squad is dunking on Make Soul is great, but that is always early in the game. Not even 3 minutes into it. There's still plenty of time to come back. We've seen a lot more comebacks later. And Thorn has a Rendy right by his side, but coincidentally, not even bothering about the Rendy, which usually most players would probably run away from her, knowing that she can burst you down so quick. And she's stuck in between rock and a hard place here. Does manage to try and get out. Does have Wrath there for support, but Wrath is really low on health. So Wrath has to fall back as well as they both push back, and that should be 20 points in favor of Make Soul is great. Now, I know that the elite minions elite bots were worth 25 before the patch. Did y'all make them go down to 20 to reflect the score going from 500 to 300? Or
That's a really good question. I honestly don't know. Grant or our other designer Ian would know for sure, but unfortunately, I don't know the answer.
Yeah, Thorn manages to snipe down Galt there, so picks up the 1 kill on her on him. But yeah, that was something I've noticed at least going today, because I know that whenever I played more Incursion while I do Meltdown, so I don't necessarily don't notice it in the actual gameplay. But going back on board here, we're going to hop on board to the right lane. Kelvin's actually really low on health right now. We're going to hop on board here with him real quick, as he does have this elite bot trying to take him out, and I believe he will, as he does go for the bite there. So interesting to see.
It's always worth it too. I mean, for people who haven't played Meltdown, those bots are worth a lot of points. They're actually worth more than you, so
yeah,
a lot of times it's actually better to just stay in there. Even if you die, just get as many of those bots killed as you can.
Well, I know like a small bot is 5 points, so it's very interesting to see. And we go for Kelvin. Kelvin just trying to get out of there, as he does take low health, does manage to bite one, and it does seem like he opted for a shield regen or negate on shield, so he actually has negative 20.0 shield health. I'm assuming that has to do with his gear that he has.
No, that's actually his default.
His default is negative 20.
Yeah, so basically when he chomps, he gets temporary shield and it drains down. But there is a build where you can actually build extra shield recharge and bring that into the positive.
I've never played Kelvin, so
that's one mechanic you can go. Looks like they're not going that mechanic this route, but yeah, it's an interesting thing about Kelvin.
And you mentioned Red saying that he was going to opt for no gear, and it's interesting to see that he actually does have some gear. He actually has a rare, and it seems to be, what's the green one again?
That's attack damage. Yeah. Attack damage, attack speed, and looks like sprint speed.
So he does have some gear, more than the others. So it's interesting to see, as we do have Kelvin using his shield to get out of dodge. 75 to 55. So Make Soul is great again has actually came back, and unfortunately we have not seen any extra kills come down. As it's 10-0 right now. Dunk Squad is dunking in the kills, but unfortunately not in the points. Not where it matters entirely, but they do actually have, they're all level 4, about level 5, so they should be able to get enough but the way they're moving, though, that's really interesting.
We got a little trade right there, it looks like.
So, on board here with D'Andy. D'Andy's trying to get some points off. Managing to take out one. Does have a Benedict in front. Opting to use a jump, so it's going to be interesting to see. That's funny, but I will mention that later. Slow. What is the red bars that go down? Is that just her invisibility?
Yeah. So basically, I don't know if all the characters have it, but quite a few characters will give you a little bit of feedback about a skill that can last a certain amount of time. So that's kind of what that was.
Yeah. Ernest opting to use his egg here, so he's trying to get some more wave clear. He goes for the damage reduction part of it. Still has one person underneath him. That was probably Wrath, I believe.
Oh, Wrath is level 5. Okay, he's already doing spin to win.
Does have Wrath below him. Trying to go on board here with this Ernest. Like he's trying to just run away, but Wrath managing to get a kill, and that is actually Alani picking up the kill as well. So on board here with D'Andy now. D'Andy taking out this elite bot. Does have Galt above her, but she don't care, as they are actually going after the Galt now that she has Thorn on her side. Wrath actually takes out Arindy, so that's a big play there from her. And I still don't think that they finally do have 1 kill or 2 kills, that is. But still, compared to a lot, D'Andy actually takes out Galt, so it's interesting to see how this actually has been. But wow. But going into this, still 110 to 66. Dunk Squad has picked up some, but besides from that, we are going on board. They actually do get the supply station down. But looking at the overview of the map again, just looking at it, they are pushing up, but we have, that's Phoebe pushing back because she is low on health. Kelvin managing to stun Ernest, and they're actually going for Ernest right now. Ernest may be able to get out of there, but he does have Kelvin chasing him. Also, Galt is low health, so now they both have to run back. But Thorn managing to pick up Ernest, and Galt actually, I think, has about like 20% health, if even that. Arindy also low on health, so Arindy goes down. Wrath goes down as well, so that's going to be really interesting to see. 161 to 66, and Benedict low health as well. They're all trying to get out of dodge, and right now Dunk Squad is dunking on Make Souls Great again. So that's very interesting to see, as I don't even think Dunk Squad won their last PC tournament that they played in. Because we based seeding off of placings in the past tournaments that you had. That was since the winter update.
Oh, okay.
And Dunk Squad was not first seed because they placed second in a PC mat game. And I did the first seed was Make Souls Great again because they placed second in a PS4 tournament.
Okay.
So it's interesting to see if Dunk Squad didn't win that game, who won that game if Dunk Squad is doing this well, you know? Going on board here with the right-hand lane, they do have an Elite Bot spawned up. Elite Bot is taking full damage from all four members of Dunk Squad as they are pushing up. They do have Arindy and Galt there, and also D'Andy's above, so now D'Andy has to do something, but D'Andy's actually taking out that Thumper turret. Kelvin's low shield, but he's using his bite, and he has actually had 3 people cover on him. He's forced to retreat, but even then, still 164 to 66 damage still being done. They have to focus on the next base, as Wrath is just completely dominating each other, or dominating them at the moment. Hobby aboard here with him, trying to see exactly what he's doing, as he does have a sword throw ability that he's been using in order to do really well. But
can you bring up the scoreboard real quick? I'm curious how those super minions are just being pumped out. Okay, so we have some wrench gear, which is basically reducing the cost of buildables, and when you combine that with like a shard generator, that explains why these super bots just keep coming out. Super minions.
yeah, the ult comes out, but it seems like Wrath was pulled out of his ult there, possibly from Galt with the hook area. Wrath actually managing it taken out there, so I think that was the first time Wrath actually has died this match. Oh, sorry, second time. Still 4 kills to 18. Ernest picking up that kill. Each person basically besides Benedict has a kill on their team. And now Galt. D'Andy takes out Galt, and Ernest still on cooldown, but Ernest is about to get taken out as well, as D'Andy just completely going ham mode right now, also going against Arindy. And Arindy may actually be taken out, but unfortunately not. She is running away, as now she's putting her focus back on Ernest, and unfortunately cannot opt to use her ult. Has a small cooldown effect because she did not use it, but we'll get that back in about 10 seconds. And I would not be surprised if she doesn't use it again. And she's also getting a lot of shards from killing minions. So that's interesting how that was a good play there. And that comes out to knowing, you know, what your character can and can't do. And a lot of people wouldn't necessarily think of that through, you know, Dandy, but unfortunately, you know, that's what you have high-level play, you know. In any sort of title or game, you have high-level play that most people wouldn't know, you know. So 170 to 72. Dandy still wrecking havoc here. And honestly, they have two elite bots on the side of Make Souls Great Again here. Sorry, no, it wasn't elite bots, it was Shepherds. And finally one's taken out. They do have the Stinger turret, but that is going to be a bot that's trying to get through. But I think they will. Nope, they will let it get through. 80 to 170, but still 90-point lead. Something that they can do.
That's still a really tough lane to win, though. I mean, poor Kelvin and Alani over there. That's a tough matchup.
It's a tough matchup, but when you're Dunk Squad, I don't necessarily think there is any tough matchups, you know. As we do see Kelvin push back, and he actually almost takes out Arendi there. Benedict managing to take out Alani, so that was a big play coming out from Make Souls Great. But finally, Kelvin gets taken out. I think right now the worst thing that Dunk Squad needs to do is they don't need to get very arrogant, because so fact the game isn't over. We've seen a lot of game threes this day, and it ain't over until it's over for sure. And so the one thing they don't need to do is go in, because you know the thing that really satisfied them before was the fact that they were running around as a team. So pushing up, you know, for the first 3 or 4 kills they got, they were 4 deep. So they don't need to go all overextending and, you know, making Kelvin go all the way into a group of 3 people. Yeah, you're doing really well. You know, you are at 21 to 7 right now, but at any point in time, kills don't matter in this game mode here. What matters is getting your minions to the opposite base. We've seen teams that are 18 to 4, but they have the same sort of minions as what the other team has, or the same score they have. So the play like they have like with Rathen right now is that's a good play. Unfortunately, Ernest, you know, was able to get back in the base, and now they have 2 versus 3, and this is all going to be up to Wrath. And unfortunately, I think Wrath is going to have to back up here, as he actually does have support coming out. Dandy opts to use her ult, I believe, but unfortunately it's taken out by Benedict. Wrath gets KO. Wrath KOs Benedict. Kelvin takes out Phoebe. Thorn takes out Mindy. So it's a 3-for-1 trade there. Really good trade for Dunk Squad. Now they can actually push up with about 15 seconds timer. Unfortunately, Wrath gets taken out by Minion as well, so he's set on a 10-second timer. But another thing is too, people aren't these teams aren't necessarily getting all the shards on the map. You know, take it, they do respawn every 2 minutes. I would think that they would get the big shards just to make it respawn, just so you have shards in your pocket to build more buildables. But we haven't seen many teams get them, especially on the left-hand side. We've seen a lot of teams where they actually just kind of let them go. I wish I could see more of that, but again, you know, you necessarily don't think of it in the heat of the moment, that is.
Yeah, I think they're mostly just relying on their shard generator gear.
Yep. They do have the elite bot spawned up, though. Wrath, Kelvin, and Alani are there trying to take that out. Shouldn't be long, but they also have Arendi in the back, as well as that's going to be Benedict. Arendi gets taken out by Wrath. Now it's going to be up to Benedict to kind of run around.
Rockets, yeah.
They do have the homing rockets coming in. Unfortunately, though, that's going to be up to Wrath, and now Wrath still...
He doesn't want to give up. Look at that. Man.
And this is what I'm talking about, where it's like you got to...
Thirsty Wrath.
Yeah, you got to know when you kind of need to back up, especially considering the fact that you are low health and you don't necessarily have a healer besides Alani on your team, and your healer is actually in lane 1. You know, they do actually manage to knock the Phoebe up here, but Thorns goes down, so he can't really engage on that. But we see Dandy pushing up here, trying to get the Stevie. So unfortunately, I think that she's just going to back up as well, for the sole fact that there was a Benedict there as well. I think she kind of realized that there was probably another person there. Yep, and she does not want to challenge at Benedict. Wrath coming back to the battle, kind of almost full health. Unfortunately not, though. Thorn still trying to regenerate some health. He loses his shield, though. Knocks the Shepherd up in the air as well as a minion. And finally, Dandy pushing back up. Does have Benedict here. Opts to use the ult. Takes out the overshield. Takes out his full shield. He's down to half health. This Benedict possibly is gone. Unfortunately, uses his height ability, but he runs straight into another Tiandi. So,
Uh-oh. Oh.
and he gets taken out as well by Wrath. So just like that. And now we have a Randy popping through, and Wrath opts to use his ultimate, and that's it.
Yep.
Wrath got to double kill. And just looking at the kill feed right now, 28-9. Wrath is 10-3. Thorn is 6-1. 3-2 is Alani.
Look
2-3 is
7-0.
yep. Yep. Deandy 7-0 and 239-137. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets ended here soon. Probably about 3 or 4 more wave pushes I would expect. But honestly, at this point in time, I think Dunk Squad just going more so for kills than what they are going for the minions. Because it seems like they're focusing more on getting the kills instead of pushing the minions up. So I think that's just kind of them showing their dominance about how well they can do the game just by getting kills and letting, killing the minions when they need to.
Yeah, if you're dead, you can't kill their minions. So.
Yeah. But on that aspect, I would think that they would push more on this side of the wall, and they do take out the Thumper Turret. The Thumper Turret still isn't here, so as long as you have somewhat pushed up, like this Ernest, for instance, he's already low shield, and he's just facing against the minion waves right now. So,
yeah, those Shepherds are a pain, too. Once they get that overshield,
oh yes, by all means. And it takes Galt. Alani's finally back over there, but we go back over to the action here on the right-hand side, and we see that that is going to be Phoebe that got stunned. Unfortunately, there's nobody by her, but Deandy gets taken out by Benedict. Wrath opts uses ult, but uses it more as a disengage. Thorn is chasing after this Benedict, actually managing to hit him once. I have to see that, because that is excellent Thorn play there. So that's really interesting. As pops one, unfortunately misses. Actually managing to hit the Galt. Hits him, no, he misses him again. Tries to keep going for the kill on Galt there. 245 to 130. 140. Still anybody's game, but I don't think that. I still think this is Dunk Squad's game right now. I would like to see it more in Incursion, and that's what I would like to see. Maybe make Souls great again and somehow bounce back. Honestly, I felt like they had a better team comp than what Dunk Squad did for this, but who knows? As we see Thorn going after this Benedict here, so just trying to get any kill. They do have the Thumper Turret installed there, so but they do have to manage to take out the Thumper Turret in order to at least get them easier into that lane, into the grinder there. But it'll be interesting to see as we hop on board here with Alani. Alani has her teammates there. That's going to be Kelvin and Wrath, as she's just currently just going after the Shepherd area here. Has the Elite Bot. Opts to use a wave clear. Already level 9. Another look at the levels here. You got level 10 from Wrath, level 8 from Deandy, level 8 from Kelvin, 9 and 9 from Thorn and Alani. Whereas level 9 is the highest on Make Souls Great Again. That's Benedict. Level 7 is Phoebe, level 7 is Galt, and then level 8 is Arindy and Ernest. So the level play has a big difference there too, and we actually may see Alani take out Galt, which as a support champion you wouldn't necessarily, or a support character, you wouldn't necessarily see her do a lot of damage against Galt, which is more of an attacker. So, and we might have her take out the Ernest gets taken out as well, and Wrath gets a triple kill there. So 279 to 140. Honestly, would not be surprised if this wave right here clears it. Or the next wave coming up, because you have a Shepherd as well as an Elite Bot coming in. Checking on the other side, you have a Phoebe that's really low health, has to back up. They're not really pushing the right-hand side though, so they're pushing more so on the left-hand side, and this is probably going to be the push that ends it. You have Wrath probably immediately going to take out. You have Wrath taking out Rendy over here, also with Alani, so they're trying to do whatever they can, but during this late allows 5, and as long as one more minion goes through, it's going to send it into, wow, okay, into regulation. So we actually did manage to go into regulation, and that is going to be Dunk Squad taken for the finale. And they should have about a version 4 bot, I would think, just by version 3, close.
Yeah, it's basically 30 points per level.
30 points per level, that's how you guys did it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's actually really interesting to know. So it's 30 points per level if you want to know what you need to get at. Did not know that. That is great knowledge to understand. As we have the Ultra Minion spawn from each side of the base. And now it's kind of going. Now, I will have to say, compared to a version 3 to a version 4, it seems like there's a big power difference in between those two versions. More so than what I've seen from like a version 1 to version 2, and that may basically be in the health-wise. That's just from, looking at the last game that we had on Meltdown that lasted 4 different rounds of the Ultra Bots. But unfortunately, I don't think this is going to last after 1 round, considering the fact that they have 3 people on this side here, and nobody's able to even stop this bot. And this will be easy walkthrough for Dunk Squad, as Galt's the only one there, and unfortunately he doesn't make it there in time in order for his hook to hook him out. And that will be Dunk Squad taking game 1 here at the Versus Gameplay Arcade.
GG.
1 game away from being your first team that's qualified for a Choctaw Festival of Gaming. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, that was a good match.
It was really good. But looking at the scoreboard, that scoreboard was just completely dominated by Dunk Squad. Dunk Squad had that game from the bag, like from the get-go.
They did, and they clearly went CC heavy. I mean, they had knockups, they had stuns with Kelvin, whereas Make Solus great again. They did not for that. They did not for a healer. It's interesting decision.
Yeah, but 297 to 140. Also, that Team 1 win had complete dominance going into that, Ultra Bot coming out. But guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break as we set up for game number 2 here at the Versus Gameplay Arcade for the Choctaw qualifier. Welcome back, guys. We're here at the Versus Gameplay Arcade in the winners finals of the Choctaw Battleborn online qualifier, and between Dunk Squad and Make Solos Great Again. Dunk Squad dunked on Make Solos Great Again. I hate to say that, but it's true. Last game, they dominated in the kills, and honestly, when it went down to the Ultra Minion coming through the map, there was no contention whatsoever out of the left-hand lane coming from Make Solos Great Again. That's because they had Wrath, they had man, who was it? They had Wrath, Ilani,
yeah.
and I forgot the other person's name. I forgot. It's been a long day.
But you're right. Yeah, they totally just choked them out. They couldn't even make it to the lane. So
yeah,
that's brutal.
You couldn't do nothing to get that, and then finally Galt comes in, but he comes in at the last minute and is unable to grab that hook on the Ultraman to kind of make it longer.
Which is cool because that happened in some of the other matches where Galt did extend that time.
Yeah,
would rotate and then take it down.
That was a game where we had four waves of Ultra Minions come through. He extended it out twice in order to save them time in order to go into this. But we're going to go into game number 2, Overgrowth Incursion between Dunk Squad and Make Solos Great Again. If Dunk Squad wins this game, they are guaranteed sponsorship to the Choctaw Festival of Gaming March 3rd through 5th in Durant, Oklahoma. And they also are guaranteed a tour of Gearbox Studios. But hopping right into the ban and draft system here, we saw Boulder getting banned last time. We saw Galilea getting banned. Arendi was a big problem. Well, not even. Arendi's been a big problem this whole tournament. But unfortunately for Dunk Squad, they made Arendi look like a weakling in a way.
Yeah, it's all that CC again. Like, are they going to do it again? Make Solus great? Are they going to try to steal some of those CC picks? Just never know. Never know.
That is very true. And one thing I do like, I would want to kind of see if they're going to go for like a Montana Miko type of combination. Will we see a Pendles? Pendles seems to kind of prosper on Overgrowth. Will we see the Wrath come back out and play? It was Wrath that was actually there. It was Wrath, Ilani, and there. So that was one thing that we actually saw. Wrath ham mode, like 9-1 at one point in the game. It was 10-0 at one point. Kelvin being banned, so Make Solus Great Again. It's like, no, we're not having you use Kelvin again. Y'all kind of, stomped on us last time, not having that happen. Arendi getting banned by Dunk Squad. So again, Arendi I can understand being a big nuisance, especially with the burst damage she has in Incursion, with it being a single lane. Galilea being banned as well. Galilea has been one of the bans that has happened really all games. 90% of the time she's been banned. And that's what we're kind of going on last meta is how is the what's the ban percentage? Like, why do they ban a certain character more than what they do ban the others? Same with Boulder. Like, in your opinion, why would they ban Boulder more than what they ban another character?
Boulder's amazing. I mean, he is very hard to kill, which is weird. It doesn't seem like it, but he's got escapes. He's got helix choices where he can get an overshield. When he dashes. You'll see him out on the field and he has maybe 200 health. So you're like, I'm gonna go focus down Boulder, but he doesn't die. He
has a shield, don't he?
He can bring up his shield, but he also can get over shield and all that. But I mean, he can secure some kills as well. So
Isaac and Galt being brought out here from Dunk Squad on Galt, and then Isaac from Make Solus Great Again. Shane and RX being brought out also on Dunk Squad. So a stun and then the hook. That can also lead to a stun. That's going to be interesting to see how that really plays. Dunk Squad really seems to be really good with these wombo combos. Especially, first kill of the game, they went 4 deep onto. I think it was Rendy where they went 4 deep on, and there was nothing they could do. It's like, I'm just dead. Off stream we do have the High Society playing their match, And we do actually see Miko being picked, which I think this is the second time Miko's been picked. But we also have Toby picked on ours. But back to our game. Toby picked on ours. Isaac and Toby on the Make Solos Great Again side. I don't know about that combination. Maybe.
Well, to me, that's scary because, again, on Incursion, you have that backdoor element.
Mm-hmm.
Isaac's a great backdoor. He can teleport up. He can go around the back. Toby, of course, can snipe you from afar. I have nightmares from Dunk Squad showing me how fast they can take down a sentry. I forget what their record was, but I think it's like 2 minutes, 30 seconds. I mean, it's insanely fast.
Now, how do you think this team has looked at Dunk Squad in the past? Like, looked at any of their gameplay, possibly just from the HGL tournaments they played in?
I would think so. I mean, I certainly would, right? I mean, if there's some film out there, why wouldn't you study your opponents? But
that is true.
Yeah.
Thorn being brought out again, I expect probably Ice Wagon to use Thorn again. Ice Wagon doing some excellent plays with Thorn on the last game.
Definitely.
Beatrix being brought out by Make Solos Great Again. We've seen Beatrix a lot this weekend as well. Kind of optimized as a healer, but yet she doesn't really heal.
Yeah, and she's got that level 1, 3-second silence too. Just she can knock you out of your ultimate. She can silence you. She's tough,
Now this will be interesting. When we've seen Marquis played, it hasn't really been at a real combination between a team. I think we've seen him played twice, and one time the team just got destroyed, and then the second time was more of a where he was more of a viable character. I wonder how Dunk Squad's gonna use him. I know you mentioned something about it. Dunk Squad has a lot of versatile characters, and from what it seems like right now is it's more of a burst damage from them. They're going to use Galt and Shane in order to stun him or hook him in, and then they're going to use Thorn and Marquis to just go for that snipe and just get that quick, burst damage on him.
Yeah.
I expect the last one to either be a tank or a healer from Dunk Squad.
Well, the Marquis pick, you were talking about Marquis a second ago. Just looking at both teams right now, the Marquis pick probably is to counter Toby and somewhat to counter Isaac. Isaac's eventually, when he gets to level 5, he's going to ult, and you're going to want to knock him out of that. Marquis can't necessarily do that. But Marquis is a great counter pick for Toby, who's also going to be trying to snipe, and he's going to be trying to establish the shield, shooting through the shield to do more damage. And so
you have a clown skin of Shane and Oryx.
Yep.
I did not know that. That looked like it for a second.
That actually, it freaks a lot of people out. That we've heard, people that are actually afraid of clowns are like, oh my God, somebody picked the clown skin. But it's great too because our audio engineers went in there and she makes these custom footstep sounds where it sounds like balloons, like kind of like
That's really cool.
It's a nice touch.
It's really cool how well you've actually Gearbox has really dove in depth into that game. Adding that extra feature and where it changes a balloon. Balloon like it sounds like steps. So.
Yep, that's something we really love with all games. Not to start talking about Gearbox and about to start the match, but we love our character-based games. We love to just dive into that and really make you feel like you're that character, whether it's dialogue or sound effects or whatever.
No, I know. Especially that's how you guys got the following, especially in the Borderlands series. Dunk Squad opting to go for basically the same skins here.
Yep.
So interesting to see as we are just overviewing the map right now. Incursion Overgrowth between Dunk Squad, which is going to be the orange team, and then Make Solos Great Again, which is going to be the blue team. If you guys are just now tuning in, Incursion is more so a single lane game where there's 2 sentries on each side. The sentries do attack and defend, and you have to destroy the sentries in order to win the game. Each sentry has health that brings you down to about 50. And in which case, once you hit 0, you will win the game. But we're going to go straight into the middle of the map here, as the middle map will be the first choke point from both teams here. And we'll kind of see how this kind of pans out, especially with Marquis being up on this little perch area here. He'll get first dibs, and they actually go for the optimized Stinger Tournament first. Why do you think that the Stinger Tournament Stinger Turret is one of the first or more so power weapons on this map?
It's positioned right there in the middle, and it's not a single target attack. It'll spread out almost like a lightning bolt does, So it can do a lot of damage if you don't take that down. So definitely got to keep an eye on that.
Yeah. On board here with Toby real quick. He's actually going for this outside wall. Trying to get as many shots as he can, but unfortunately his teammate has already gotten them all. But just like that, Dunk Squad basically pushed Make Souls Great again back. And, you know, this is where I want to see how fast can they actually take this incursion. You know, when they were playing Meltdown, it seemed more so that they were just playing for kills and letting their kills, their minions do all the work, especially when it came down to the, you know, ultra minion part. But other than that, you know, in a kill-based game where kills allow you to push up, I wonder how they're going to be, especially in the early levels compared to the later levels. You know, especially since you said that, you know, they said they can take down a team in 2 minutes on incursion. Well, if you play against a team of equal caliber or somewhat equal caliber, how fast can you take them down? You know, is it still 2 minutes, or does it turn into a 15-minute game or a 20-minute game?
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, you know, us devs, we're not the best players of our game. It's you know, the actual players. You know, them getting 2 or 3 minutes on us, it's still a huge accomplishment. But man, we're nowhere near as good as these guys.
No, yeah. You know, you'll have people that are, but it takes a lot of grinding on your game, and there's stuff that, you know, you're in the game that you may not necessarily know as a developer that's
Absolutely.
necessarily in it, or all the nitty-gritty stuff that just because of a feature that y'all added, because, you know, y'all worked in the game for, you know, probably the past 5, you know, years or something, and it's just not something you guys would necessarily think of. But for a competitive player that wants to grind every single aspect of this game, they're the ones who thinks of this type of stuff, you know.
Absolutely. Yep.
Leveling up that turret, also leveling up himself, opting to go for the skill tree. Does the support drones no longer follow allies, and they actually raise for the healing, but still have not gave up middle control, and that was actually a good prediction there, where he pre-fired that spot thinking that somebody was going to jump up there. Same thing again, unfortunately not hitting nothing there, but great awareness out of them, out of the Kid Ultra Red X, for recognizing that there may actually be somebody up there eventually. So
yeah, that sniper perch is it's a valuable spot, and you know, make Solus great again. They have 2 people who really need to be up there, if possible, until they can push out. But you know, Dunk Squad's doing a good job of just not even let them. You know, they can't even establish a spot up there.
yeah, Cade Pony actually choosing to go with the Thorn this time, so won't see Ice Dragon again. But Ice Dragon actually managing to draw first blood with the Galt. That was going to be on Toby, I believe, and that is going to be very interesting, as we do have the boomerangs coming out from Shane and Oryx. So another big thing, but again, Ice Dragon try and go for this, and now they finally doing some damage onto the Sentry. Again, I just want to see how can Make Solus kind of bring it back, you know, especially against a team that's being so heavily aggressive, where they really attacked you and put you against the wall. How can a team gain composure back and not kind of fold? And unfortunately, we see that too often in really any competitive game, is the team that lacks the experience is what a pro team would have, or as a seasoned team would have, would be that once you apply that pressure, that constant pressure, the team eventually folds because they aren't used to that constant pressure, so they get really void, or they start to play more defensive. And in a game like Incursion, where you have a single lane, you can't necessarily play that defensive, because it comes down to the fact of whoever gets that initial move, you may lose a sentry because of that, you know. And also for the sole fact that you lost those double shards in the middle now, so now you're giving up at least a good 800 shards to the enemy team because you're stuck in your base. So it's going to be interesting to see how can Solus kind of combat that. You know, you mentioned that they aren't playing, Dunk Squad ain't playing with Ho-Ho or something. So is that one of the active members, or is that just like a sub they play with? Because I know that you said that they have like a few members on that team or something.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, honestly. You know, I wish I would have asked Toho if he was playing in this event or not, but
well, they did. I do recall Dunk Squad had like 2 subs on the team. And the unfortunate part though is, since you know, if Dunk Squad does win this, they have to choose only 5 people that can be flown out.
That's right. Yeah.
So that's where it kind of comes down to play. So I believe Dunk Squad is playing with a sub right now. I believe it may be Ice Dragon, but I could be wrong about that. But I do know that Dunk Squad is playing with a team right now. Sub right now. So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, how that's going to control with Dunk Squad. You know, how are they going to talk about that to their members? Because it's not necessarily who wins who wins this game is going to be who's flown out. It's at the captain's discretion. Who does the captain send us the list? So, but enough about that. Talk about more Battleborn action. We have more this straight down in the middle of the left hand side of the map here. Is that's going to be finally the sentry getting taking some damage again, but still kind of standstill. 6-7 minutes into it. So it's going to be interesting where we actually have Shane and RX pushing up here. Galt pushing up as well. Galt trying to get some damage into, that's going to be Isaac. As Isaac actually taking some damage, and now he gets pulled, and finally Shane RX goes for that, but Isaac's shield comes out in play here. Arc Mine comes out from Toby there, as they're trying to deflect him off the sniper perch. Sentry almost still down, about halfway shields. Isaac down, gets pulled again, and this is going to be really bad now for Make Souls Great Again, as they have to worry about this, and not to mention they do have the elite bot coming in, so Make Souls Great Again has yet to make it past this initial curve since the beginning of the game. They lost middle control and they had to push back into their base, and the sentry's already halfway down shield. Finally the sentry's gaining some shield link, but Galt comes in, stops the shield from being regenerated, puts it down to about an 8th shield now, and shield is almost totally down. Shield is now down for the 7th sentry, so now any point of damage it takes will be given damage, and that's going to be Kid Ultra. Galt pushing on it. Isaac trying to stop it any way he can with Toby there, also with Phoebe, but unfortunately not able to do nothing. And Lonnie trying to stop this wave, and they actually did manage to push Dunk Squad off back into far middle again. Finally this sentry's shield is coming back to life, but not before taking 2 points of damage. So still really good right now, but still it's still going to be in favor of Dunk Squad, as Dunk Squad still attacking the shield. Shield is now down again. We do have Galt again back on the sniper perch, just rolling away at the sentry on this against Ice. That's going to be Ice Wagon doing that. Shane comes in. They do have Phoebe there. Shane does manage to pull. That's going to be Phoebe in. Galt pulls her as well. Shane's backing off as Shane is low health. Shane may actually go down here. Fortunately, does not for Dunk Squad. Elite Bot comes in. Does have to take him out as Ice Wagon's focusing on the kill on that. Does have Isaac behind him though. Will push some shots into Isaac, but unfortunately just falls off the sniper perch. Still has team 92%. They do actually manage to wrap Beatrix. Beatrix goes down though. So does Toby, as Galt gets a double kill there. And now it's a 3v5 situation where we're going to be all up to all up to Kid Ultra, Thorn, and Marquis. No, sorry, I messed up again. It's all good, guys. Ice Wagon putting some shots into it. 77% now on the Sentry life. So all four kind of gained up on the sniper perch here. They need to do something against Galt. Galt is low health. Galt will go down here. Galt does get killed by Phoebe though. So now Phoebe gets a KO. That is 2 assists in favor of Make Souls Great Again, as Dunk Squad has to back up now as they are fighting a 4v5. Unfortunately, that's Kid Ultra that brings down Phoebe. So now it's tied up 4v4. But no shields on really anybody from Make Souls Great Again, as Dunk Squad just keeps applying the pressure. As the Sentry is now down to 64%. And they are regaining shields back, but it's very slow regaining the shields. Kid Ultra still kind of trying to be a nuisance as we hop on board here with Thorn going to first-person view. Shooting Thorn as she does manage to take the elite bot. Going after it. Does have Isaac on the sniper perch here. Trying to get him off of it though. Puts some shots out. Managing to take down the elite bot though. Has Lonnie pushing forward here as the shield force field from Toby goes down. And now they're pushing into the little crevice area here. Beatrix gets pulled. Beatrix will get taken down by Marquis. And now they are pushing back up to the Sentry level here. And they are pushing Galt back up. Welcome back. But we will actually see the Sentry is down to 64%. Kills are basically being traded back and forth, but it's 5-1. Only kill being taken place is whenever Phoebe killed Galt at one time.
Okay.
They've really been destroying based upon the sniper perch here. And it is going to be Phoebe that gets taken down.
Oh, she actually teleported out. Okay.
As that's going to be Shayna RX going down now. So she's really low on health. backing up, trying to get some health back again. As
Yeah, see, this is going to be a problem for Toby. You know, I mentioned the counter pick. You know, Marquis a great counter pick for Toby. Toby's huge. His collision size is humongous. He is the player that you want to play against when you're Marquis. It's like big fat target. That's going to be hard for Toby to find a good spot that works for him.
yeah, as we are on board here, Shane and Arcs, Thorn being pushing back on the sniper perch here. Really surprised that Dunk Squad has yet to take out the Sentry, you know. Coming from a team that basically dominated, you know, the past couple of games they played on Incursion. To see him not even being able to get the Sentry right now is really interesting as we are going in third person again.
That speaks a lot, you know, to me that speaks a lot to who they're playing. You know, make Solus great again. They're no pushovers, so they're going to make you earn this win, you know.
Yeah, and that's something I wonder if Dunk Squad thought coming into this tournament. You know, would they actually face somebody that would push them to the limit? But, you know, even looking at the Meltdown game they just got done playing, you wouldn't necessarily think that, you know?
Yeah.
You would think that this would be an easy win. And take it, you know, look at the scoreboard, it's 164, but again, you know, that doesn't mean nothing. We saw last game, or the last Incursion map, it was about the same score, and it came back down, and, you know, it ended in a tie, and Make Solus Great Again won, but unfortunately, it wasn't right. And Thorn actually managing to get this double thrall, so this will actually help push us up here, and that should be able to simplify this Sentry being taken down. But it'll be interesting to see how this will pan up, because they have to push up again. But unfortunately, Make Solus Great Again has yet to be able to be pushing out of this initial crevice area they have here on their base. They have not pushed out in the middle map since the beginning of the game, and double thralls pushing out, and that's one that looks like, yep, one is taken down. Double one might be taken down, and double will be taken out, so that didn't last long. Sentry still at half health though, or half shield level. Isaac being hit by the Galt coming out. Slow uses his shield, but
yeah, we have Marquis over here in the bunker. He's, you know, look at his angle. He's over here trying to whittle that shield down. He's doing a great job of that too. And the other thing you want to do as a Marquis when you're over here in the bunker is take down that turret. You want to help your minions stay alive as much as possible. So you'll see him probably every now and again look up there and take down that turret.
Taking down the Thumper turret that's up above. 58% though, about 3 or 4 more shots will actually put him in, but finally they do realize Marquis in here. So that's going to be Isaac and Beatrix pushing in, as they do manage to push him out though. I don't agree with the play that Marquis is doing about trying to push in, but then again, Shannon Arcs takes down Toby, so there will be Sentry going down now. Sentry is destroyed. Dunk Squad takes the first Sentry as they are going back on board. The Thumper turret is down though, and they do have Phoebe pushing back up. Kid Ultra managing to take out Alani though. So right now it's still 7-1. Kills are really in favor of Dunk Squad. That just shows the prowess of how well Dunk Squad knows these characters. And it's just the fact that Dunk Squad knows the characters better than what Solus knows them. They know what the characters can do and what they can't do. And coming from a PC that you're able to do that on, it's a lot, you know, it's a lot different than actually having it, you know, on a PS4 where you may not play like that competitively on it, or you have that ability to know. But Toby being taken down low, and that was Marquitas kind of getting out of dodge there.
Well, and Toby actually survived. You know, he threw out that stun grenade and bought himself some time, and it looks like he made it back to base. Wow,
that's interesting. As we do have Shane Arcs in the base there. Shane Arcs actually managing to get out of dodge. I'm back on board here with the Marquis.
Another stun.
Shane just going after this, trying to get as much damage as they can. Sentry going down, already low shield, and this actually may be all she's said and done here. That's what's so fact the Sentry's down, and honestly I don't see that how they're going to back up again, considering the fact that they pushed them past this far, and with the Sentries coming in, you also lose your ability to get the thrall, and now you have Galt using his ult. As he uses ult, it looks like he's going to take down Toby.
That hurts bad.
And one shot left will do Toby, and that also takes down Phoebe and Thorn as well. So you have 2 people down now. Phoebe comes back up, and now Marquis is focused on Isaac, but if you have one person focused on the other, you also have Shane and Kid Ultra down here just racking away at the Sentry, and you have Beatrix that died and Alani that died. And honestly, this may be all she said and wrote, and we may actually have the first team that is attending the Choctaw qualifier sponsored by Gearbox here in about a couple of seconds, man. As about 10 people left, or 8 left, and that's it.
That's it.
As Dunk Squad takes game number 2 at the Choctaw online qualifier at the Versus Gameplay Arcade. They're your first team that is going to be sponsored to the Choctaw Festival of Gaming. We'll see you in March at Durant, Oklahoma at Choctaw Casinos and Resorts. Congratulations, Dunk Squad, on getting sponsored, winning basically sponsorship. You still have grand finals to play for the money. You're guaranteed some money now.
Yep.
Make Souls great again. You still have a chance in losers finals. You are guaranteed top 3. One more win will guarantee you a spot as well, as there is still one more spot up for grabs. But guys, that was a great game there. That actually, it was a close game for about 10 minutes, and then Dunk Squad just kind of snowballed over them.
They did, yeah. They kept pushing, and they couldn't get out of it.
Yep. But guys, look at the scoreboard real quick. We're going to take a quick commercial break as we are waiting for the next game. Congratulations, Dunk Squad, as you guys have won sponsorship to the Choctaw Festival of Gaming. And we'll see you guys later. We'll see you guys here in a few.
He's real fine. 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 My boy. He's real fine. 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 My boy.
Welcome back, everybody. We're in the quarterfinals of losers of the Choctaw Online Qualifier here at the Versus Gameplay Arcade. I'm sitting beside another member of Gearbox, another team member of Gearbox, Jonathan. You're a member of the Balance team there.
Yep.
So you're actually one of the two people that created the list for the actual tournament we're going to be used at the Choctaw Festival of Gaming.
Yeah, the gear set of
Yeah.
40 pieces down from 800 something that we have in the game currently.
How long did it take y'all to actually negate that? Did y'all kind of have go-tos of y'all figured y'all were going to do, or was it just kind of doing it from scratch and figuring it out real quick?
I mean, it went from scratch, but we definitely had some ideas that we wanted to go with as far as things that were useful for the widest range of characters that we could think of. And it was, not an easy process, especially once we got down to 80 pieces or so. It was quite difficult to make some of those decisions.
So why did y'all choose just 40 instead of 60 or 70? 'Cause I believe that you have a pack of 70 that you can use on the character, or
well,
I may be wrong
a bank
about
page
that.
is 40, so that's what we
Okay.
were going for, is to try and stick with one bank page.
Yeah.
So that was the goal, and I think we got a pretty good list together, but I'm sure we'll get a good bit of feedback about that.
No, yeah, there's still plenty of time before the online or the actual Choctaw Festival of Gaming. We already have one team won. I know that you joined us about at the game one of last game.
Yep.
Between Dunk Squad and Make Solus Great Again.
Right.
It's been a long day, man. at
Yeah, I
Battleborn.
bet.
We just got to fix one team name here. Draconic Esports actually spelled Esports instead of Esports, as I tell my producer real quick. Hey, change
Sprouts?
Esports.
Sprouts?
Yeah, but we're going straight into the ban and draft system here. Now, this is a really good system I like. It adds a little
Cool.
bit more in depth
Got
into
Kelvin
the.
band one.
Yeah,
Right on.
Kelvin, Boulder, and Galileo have been the couple that we've seen banned every single time.
Yeah.
Galt's another one that we haven't seen
Yeah,
necessarily
definitely.
banned, but common though still.
Yeah, definitely. He's really strong right now. He's in I think a pretty good spot.
Yeah. When similar to how I asked Scott is whenever you guys are doing the balancing, for instance, on Meltdown, we won't necessarily see a lot of El Dragoon, for instance. I just put him out there because that's one of the guys' names I know that I haven't been seeing that much.
Yeah.
Why do you think as a team that's playing Draconic with Lost Heroes, why would they not pick El Dragoon instead of somebody else?
I mean, I think the traditional logic there is that El Dragon's just not in a spot where people think he is better than other characters you could use to fill a similar role. Honestly, though, I wouldn't be surprised to see Dr. Ho-Ho Cassis best out some El Dragon later on in the tournament. I don't know. Maybe we'll see a surprise later on.
Maybe. That'll be very interesting. If Indy gets finalized ban as well as the Andy, both two common bans here. We do see that Milka and Reyna are highlighted by Luck Mod and Hermit.
Yep.
Hermit has highlighted a
Switching
lot
it
of.
up on you, going to Caldarius.
He's done that a lot this whole game. He actually had El Dragon highlighted, and I was like, oh man, I want to see that pick. I want to see it.
Yep.
And then he chose Miko or somebody. I was like, oh man, come on.
Thorn is got to fill the role your team needs.
That is true. Thorn is another character that we've seen a lot this event, and actually, like I was telling Scott again and telling Project earlier, I personally cannot use Thorn online. I myself don't have the capacity to use Thorn properly, but I've seen that people that use her can use her really well.
If you can get aim with her and get used to the way her arrow travels and everything, that's something that can be a big advantage for your team. She's super versatile, and that's kind of what she excels at, is she can kind of be a sort of a jack of all trades.
That's pretty good. As well as, we see Caldarius being brought out on Leviathan's team, which is Draconic. Usually we see Yugito being the person that's a captain. Alani is actually another one that's, honestly, out of all healers, we've seen Alani in almost every single game, if not every game so far.
Yeah, she's her burst heal is awesome, and she provides a lot of utility through the different stuff that she can augment her wave into. So.
Oh yeah, and that's one thing that we were kind of going on earlier is the fact that she has a wave clear. She has a lot of versatility with that, more so than a Reyna or a Miko, where it's only a single heal. Miko's good in Incursion, but how well is Miko in Meltdown, considering it's a two-lane game where you have to escort the minions back?
Yeah, so, Miko has better sustain than Alani does, but, Alani is great for those rescue heals, for the big burst heals when you need them. So, not surprised that she is a favorite.
Yeah, and Melka's finally being picked. That's the first time we've
We'll
seen
see,
Melka
yeah.
play this whole tournament. So that's an interesting thing too.
Yeah, he's laying down the gauntlet there. He hasn't backed off of that reservation that he's got.
No, he has not. So
Yep.
it'll be interesting to see what the other picks might be. I was trying to think about the team composition. We have yet to see a tank on each team. We've seen, based upon what we've seen in the past, it's been Shane and Oryx, even an Ernest. That would be two. Yep, Ernest right there, wave clear wise.
Exactly.
So
Shane provides, similarly, she provides a lot of utility to your team with, if you want to keep it with the pull or go with the stun augment, either way, it's, never a bad pick, especially with the shield and the damage reduction that she has. Interesting that the shield tank didn't get blocked there, so we actually end up with a boulder in game. I'm sure Dwarf Furious will be happy about that one.
And that's actually the first time that's the first time boulders has not been banned but been picked while on stream. I've seen him picked off stream, but he hasn't been picked while on stream, so that's another thing. And also the sword fighter, Phoebe's been picked more so than Wrath or Galilea, but then again, Galilea has been banned almost every single game, as well as we've seen Wrath picked once, and that was by Dunk Squad, and he dunked on them. I'll put it that way. He dunked on them on cold snap. So
yeah, that was impressive.
Galileo being picked up by Lost Heroes. So we see both teams picking up
one
a
of
sword
the
character.
shield tanks. Yeah, it's interesting. Like I said, I was sort of surprised not to see one or both of those get banned. So it's cool. We'll see how it shakes out for him here.
Yeah, we've seen Toby. We see the Miko come out. So I think it puts Lost Heroes at a disadvantage because Miko is more so, like you said, sustain. Doesn't have as much of utility as what the Draconic Ilani has or Draconic has. I feel like they could either pick Arena or even possibly a Kid Ultra. Kid Ultra to offer still the same healing, but all that has the drones, but also have the wave clear with the rockets. Risky Foxtrot finishing out the pick here. That's going to be on Leviathan. We've seen him really utilize Risky Foxtrot in the past few games.
Yeah,
so.
it's interesting. You got to wonder if that whiskey pick was for his wound. Now that they realize the enemy team's going to have a Miko, we'll kind of see how this shakes out here.
Now, I got this too. Like, he actually knew Dunk Squad and he knew the Solus team. Do you know anybody on these teams per se, just by
not
playing?
Personally, but yeah, I've watched a lot of streams, and we have very avid members of the community and members of Reddit that we pay attention to and we watch. And like I said, we watch streams and videos all the time, and so we kind of pick up on trends from that kind of stuff.
What would if you would say you know more of each, because the Draconic Esports is actually an esports organization that actually decided to pick up a Battleborn team, which honestly has not been the biggest point with most esports organizations, but so them taking a leap into Battleborn, it shows good worth because of the sole fact that since Battleborn does have like a $10,000 tournament now, it does put Battleborn on the map, saying, hey, we are a competitive game, we are esports, like we want to build this title, which is awesome because it's a great game. A lot of people just haven't given it a chance because
definitely.
reason.
I mean, I think having guys like Versus involved now, like you said, offering up a pot with some real money on the line is definitely an incentive for some more organizations to get involved and for some teams to really start to solidify and exert their dominance. I mean, that's one thing that's really cool about Dunk Squad moving over. They moved from PC over to PS4 specifically to participate in these tournaments. So it's really cool to see that, and I hope we see more.
Yeah, and not to mention, they showed the dominance, like complete dominance against the team. But there was a PS4 team that has placed second in a tournament before but they give them a run for their money. So it's interesting to see how well a PC team can go and play on controllers and especially be that well. But looking at lane number 1 here, we're on board here with just looking over Galilea. Galilea is going after this boulder, but she does have Phoebe behind her. But Melka's still adding some. Yeah, Melka's still adding some, and we have Ilani as well. So Miko opting for the heal on Galilea. That's going to be very hard for them to actually target that down. Luckma does draw first blood. That's going to be with Melka there. So Ilani's left alive, and it seems like Boulder will be chased down. Actually, Boulder gets taken out of will, so that's 2 down now. Galilea, I believe, picked up both of those kills. No, sorry, Galilea picked up one, Melka picked up the other. Now Ilani's left alive. 31-0, Lost Heroes currently in the lead, which honestly, I don't know if that was this lane or the next lane over here where we have the Thorn and the Ernest that actually managed to get some points on the board.
Yeah, it seemed like they're kind of bullying that Whiskey out of lane. We'll see if he can come up with some wave clear here. He's got Boulder helping him now too, so that should increase his chances a bit.
I feel like that would be a better pick to have Boulder against this lane because of the sole fact that Ernest has wave clear, so it kind of helps with Boulder managing to do the wave clear himself as well. Also having the shield, he can kind of negate some things from Ernest with the direct impact on the grenades. The one just kind of adding a prick into the side there. 54-0 so far. Lost Heroes currently running away with this game.
Their Lonnie is down again too.
Oh yeah, that was a big play there. And Thorn takes out Boulder, and Galileo takes out Phoebe there. So that was a big play. And he will have a super minion or elite bot go through. That's gonna be 85 now, already in favor. And now we see the shard spawn. First shard gets taken away from Melka, and then second shard gets taken away from Thorn. So, and it seems like Galileo taking those shards, so they're not allowing any shards being played, and we should see shards respawn around 25 minutes, 45 seconds left in it. Yep. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe both shards are up in the back, but no, Melka just immediately gets the one in the back. But I'm going to hop back on lane 2 here as we have Ernest just has his power egg down. That's
defensive, which is kind of interesting, but I guess that makes sense for trying to keep his minions alive here real quick against the onslaught of Caldarius and Whiskey that are coming at him.
I believe that's a really good play from him because he did have 3 people there. He had the Whiskey, he had the Caldarius, and I believe he did have the Phoebe before Phoebe got taken away from Galileo. Galileo's been on a tear here just for the sole fact that Galileo actually has killed Phoebe twice now. And she's currently sitting at 4-0, so a really big play coming out from Galileo. I want to hop on board here with her real quick, just see how well they're doing. Melka takes out Alani though, so
again, yeah, that's huge. They've been really beaten up on that Alani.
Yeah, this is something I would not expect to see out of Draconic Esports, considering the fact that they did so well, and I'm not necessarily too sure if they play Lost Heroes and Winners or who they play against. I think they play against High Society, but I don't know if this is a rematch of the game in Winners. So I believe it might be, but I could be wrong. No, they play against Dunk Squad, so it was wrong. But Miko's finally getting taken down from Galileo, but has to.
Phoebe. Galileo with the rescue.
Miko managing to get the kill on the Phoebe there. And right now we're on board here with Galileo. Caldarius gets taken out as well from Galileo. So that's 5-0 now in favor of Gal team. And actually it's 10-0 in favor of Lost Heroes itself from Draconic Esports. And what really is funny, or not necessarily funny, but something really amazing is out of the whole team here, I would expect to see Ernest maybe having the most kills because of the wave clear with his eggs. But unfortunately, he doesn't have anything. 0 kills.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's something, Galileo is obviously really strong with all the control that she brings to the table, and especially he's got his Dangerous to Go alone working for him already here, so he's been able to secure a couple of those, and honestly, that Melka, if you could pop up the scoreboard again, she's put up a pretty strong showing so far, 3-0, 5 assists, 11,000 damage, not bad.
Nope, not bad at all. And we actually did see that Ernest gets taken down from Phoebe there, so finally some life showing out from Draconic Esports, trying to take down this one Stinger turret here. Finally gets it down. They finally have some points on the board also, but right now it's Phoebe versus.
Yeah, that's gonna be rough.
Phoebe's trying to do what she can, but unfortunately they just have to back up because of the sole fact that it's just too much overpowering right now.
Yep.
Looking at the level difference, you have about a 2 level difference on Lost Heroes and what you do have on Draconic Esports.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's something you have to take into account there.
Galileo's already got her ult up and running. So we'll see. Wow, looks like they're kind of pushing heavy into this lane here.
They're relying a lot on this left side. They do have the elite bot pushing out. They have the Shepherd on their side, so now the Power Eggs in the defensive mode, so they will take 10% less damage, which is pretty big. Boulder's shield is getting hit, but we'll see what happens as we hop on board here with Boulder himself. See what he can do. Does have the overshield up, so it's going to be a little bit of a...
Yeah, and they got the elite bot. Snuck around the outside there and might make a push towards the grinder. We'll see if they get that in. Get some much needed points here.
Fortunately, I think with Galileo, that won't allow that to happen. We do have Melka pushing up on... that's going to be... Actually, Melka takes out Phoebe there, so that was a big play coming out. Hop on board here with Melka real quick. Melka's actually just decided to back... Sorry, that was Phoebe. Melka actually deciding to go back to base as well, so interesting enough to see. Hopping on board here with Ernest. Ernest spots one, goes for the explosive charge. Fortunately, does not hit anything. Teammates calling out that there's a person in middle. Shard's up in middle, and that should be Galilea maybe taking that out, but nope. Galilea just chooses not to, but right now 184 to 33, and they do have a elite bot pushing up as well as the Shepherds, and the Shepherd finally gets taken down from the Draconic Esports side, so this may actually be another 20 to 30 points in favor of Lost Heroes here, depending upon how Ernest and Thorn can really push us back. They do have Boulder here, but opting to go for that Thumper turret just to, you know, suppress the fire coming from the minions there, which I believe is really smart coming from them. Come on board here, Melka though, she does have Caldeus in the sight, hits him with the poison grenade, opts for the claw charge, and uses her ult.
Misses almost all 3 shots there.
That was very surprising, but she does manage to get that shard though, which means the shard won't be up for another 2 minutes. So it'll be back up around 21 minutes. Does have the Shepherd right there. Tries to get it before it hits Overshield. Unfortunately, it does hit Overshield, but try to take it down as fast as you can because you don't want that thing to hit Overshield twice. That's just a nuisance then. And has Caldarius back, but
they are in control here.
yeah, unfortunately, I don't see this getting any better for Draconic Esports. I feel like this is just a repeat of game number 1 we had first on stream when it was 300 to 37. I wonder if it's going to be like a repeat of the Dunk Squad game, though, where they basically let the minions do everything, but Draconic Esports kept them out, and it was just the Ultra Minion was able to bypass the base without having no contention whatsoever. I'm going to hop back on board here with lane number 2 here because we do see Boulder going down. Boulder has a shield, has Thorn pushing up on him, so this could be a potential kill coming out from Thorn here. Doesn't have nobody behind her, but she does have Ernest to his side, but he's getting taken shots from Alani and Caldarius there. Thumper turret is up, but he finally takes out the Thumper turret. So the elite bot will get knocked up by Alani though, gets taken down, but still up, still has some health left, but has Caldarius there. I highly doubt that this will actually get through it, but nope, finally gets taken down. But as I say that is Galilea taking out Phoebe on the right-hand side, and this elite bot still up and has Whiskey Foxtrot, but again, he gets taken down, but still 240 to 33. The damage has been done, and I don't see the damage getting any slighter for Draconic Esports.
Yeah, that Thorn and Ernest combo has really been able to hold their own over on this left side for Luck and his squad, and it's crazy. I mean, they've been fighting 2-on-3 half this game, and they've been able to hold their own.
And that's one thing that we saw at Dunk Squad was Dunk Squad did really well in team fights. The first 3 kills they got was they all 4 swarmed on each player individually. They caught one player out, and they all 4 swarmed on him. Right now we see Thorn getting shot from Whiskey Foxtrot. He tries to opt in on her. Going hop on board here with Thorn as she's trying just to run away from Whiskey Foxtrot. He decides just to give up on her. The shield is down though, so Elka has to revert back. So 283 to 33 right now. And Alani still low on health, has Thorn by her side. Thorn is really being a thorn on somebody's side right now as we have Phoebe pushing up behind. But even then still, you know, with Ernest back, he hops the explosive, actually pops his minefield, and that may actually be death for Alani there as she has Melka there as well as Phoebe, and this, I highly doubt Phoebe will get out of this. But no, she does, pops her invincibility, but she gets taken out by Melka before anything happens. But 289 to 33, focus on the right-hand lane here. He does have an elite bot pushing up Miko and Galilea, and that Miko-Galilea combo has been a real big nuisance on the...
That's been a nuisance for people ever since the game launched.
Hey man, Miko Montana I think is worse on Incursion, man. That you get Montana down and then boom, nothing happens. But score limit gets reached, 300 to 33. I believe this is gonna be a 6.0 or 5.0 elite bot, because Scott mentioned that y'all base it off a 30-point system.
It actually just got switched to be 50 now, but it used to be 30. Started out as 30, but yeah, so we got a 5-point advantage here. Yeah. 5-level advantage, rather, for the elite bot.
So, guys, for people who don't know at home, if you are playing Meltdown, for every 50 points you have higher on the opposing team, you will have a 1.0 advantage. So this team was 300 to 33, which means they had a 250-point advantage.
Big team fight here at the health regen station.
Yeah, at the supply station here, and this is going to be Ernest taking down Phoebe. And this is what I was talking about right now. This is the same thing that we kind of see on Dunk Squad, where they just, the amount of pressure they put just pushes Draconic Esports back, and there's nobody to contest these ultra minions coming through. And crazy. The only thing that can contest them is going to be the Thumper turret, but this one right here, able to get in, and that's Team 1 scored. Lost Hero takes game number 1 here in the quarter of losers finals at the Choctaw Battleborn online qualifier. That was pure dominance in favor of Lost Heroes. Draconic Esports really didn't have an answer for it, and once we pull up the scoreboard here after the Team 1 victory, I honestly think that Draconic Esports maybe got 4 kills max.
Wow.
And per se, like how Scott mentioned, kills don't necessarily matter, but the kills do make time that you can't kill the enemy minions.
And kills get you 3 points each, so they're not nothing, but I mean they're not as important as minions, but they are important.
Yeah, but even looking at the kill feed, 20-2, complete dominance, and the only person that got kills on Draconic Esports was Silver, and that was 2 kills, but everybody else, 0.
Yeah, that's nuts. And I mean, they're not even that far behind when when you look at the damage totals, but that's crazy.
They were just able to, they focused the team fights more and they got them pushed out. They applied more pressure where it mattered the most. Because even though the damage wasn't that far apart, look at the damage taken, and that's where you see the big difference at 53,000 compared to 92,000. And the brunt of that was because of the engagement on the enemy team. But guys, we'll be right back with map number 2 here between Lost Heroes and Draconic Esports. Stay tuned as we're going into Incursion. Just give us a momentary break as we set up game number 2. welcome back, guys. We had an awesome game number 1. Lost Heroes showed dominance on on Cold Snap. Now we're going to an Overgrowth Incursion. Do you think you're going to see something else, or do you think Lost Heroes will show dominance against Draconic as well? Because honestly, the way Draconic's played today from what I've seen, that doesn't feel like them. Lost Heroes lost early, and they had to fight through the losers bracket. Draconic lost in like losers round 2, losers round 2 or losers round 3. Sorry, winners round 2 or winners round 3. So I don't feel like that was really their showing. But then again, fatigue has been taking on you.
Yeah,
we've been playing since like
definitely
1:30, and it's already almost 9 o'clock right now. So playing for 7 hours, 8 hours a day, if you're not a seasoned team or a team that's played a lot or has been in competition a lot, it can wear on you because it's been you wait a while, you play a game for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and then you wait a while, then you play a game for 20 minutes, 30 minutes. But it's a lot of waiting and just really barely any play time compared to that.
It seemed like they were going to try to rely on their Alani a lot, and that Galilea just ate her up. So, we'll see if they can find an answer for that in this game or if she gets banned here with their first pick.
Yeah, we're going straight into Overgrowth and Incursion, ban and draft system now. We see Miko being banned, Arendi being banned, so Draconic's not allowing them to have Miko again, as Miko gave them
first time.
Miko gave them a really big trouble. Arendi's out, and so is Ernest. So Ernest and Miko, 2 people that gave Draconic a hard time, that's out now. And this was one of the things I really like about the ban and draft system that was implemented, is because of the fact that if you do have like these best of 3s, you realize that team 1, okay, I really got hurt by Ernest and Miko. Well, now we're going to game 2. What teams do I not want to play against? Like what teams do I not want to go against? Like what teams will, or what's another meta? Kelvin being banned as well. So
right. So we got Miko, Ernest, Arendi, and Kelvin all getting the bans. We'll see what pick 1 is here for Leviathan.
And honestly, I think that's really good because Ernest allows for that wave clear, as well as for the fact that Miko is that really big sustain person, and that cutting those out is really good.
Yeah, Ernest and Arendi both, really strong wave clears. So it's interesting to see them both get banned early on. A lot of people would say that Ernest is much stronger than Incursion than he is in other maps. Let's see what this next pick here is. Yep. Taking a while. Seem to be really contemplating this next pick here. Thinking about it. It's interesting with Deonde already picked here. They've got some strong control set up. All right, and there it is. They've got Alani. So they're going after Alani again here.
With the Alani pick there, that was actually really... we've seen it a lot. I honestly have not seen Alani in any sort of non-game. I've seen it in every single game that we played so far, which honestly, in one point, it's like, why would you pick it so much? But then again, it's like, it's one of the most versatile characters, so why would you not pick it? So
yeah, her ability to dish out damage while having that huge burst heal is a big help for your team, and especially since Miko has already been banned here, so you lock down probably the best healer available to you.
And honestly, you think that they would get rid of that Galilea because that Galilea gave them so much trouble game number 1. Why would you let Lost Heroes have it again?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they think that their problem was really the Miko more than anything else. That they chose to ban her. We got a Beatrix pick here. That's interesting. So we got Deonde Beatrix and Alani Galilea.
I agree with that. With the Miko being banned, on Incursion, that allows for a lot of different strategies because then, like I said, you could pick a Montana and just have that sustain that's obviously on Overgrowth or really Incursion in general. That's really hard to get past because you got to basically take out the Miko first, and then that's when you could push. You can't push without taking out that Miko first because then they'll just fall back and get healed, and then you come back up, and you may still be at the same health. So that's a really good ban coming out from Draconic Esports. Picking up the Kid Ultra, that's really good. Having that sustain, also the wave clear from him.
Yep.
Probably see a Shane Arx, maybe a Toby, possibly a Montana. Caldarius is being brought out as well, something that we've seen a lot more of. No tanks really at the moment besides Galilea. That's the shield tank. Boulder not being banned, so it's going to be interesting to see, does Draconic pick out Boulder?
Or do they risk letting them have both the shield tanks on one team?
Yeah. Thorn being picked up again. Now we've seen Thorn last game. That really gave him troubles too. So
Yeah, they chose to grab it themselves this time first, which is probably a good idea on Incursion.
that is true. This is gonna be very interesting to see how can the final 2 picks, and this really goes with your team. Now, if you were a team plan, would you rather have the first pick or the last pick?
I don't know. It's rough. It probably depends on who you're going against. If there's a team that that really likes one character, a particular set of characters, then I think you'd probably want the first pick so that you can change that up immediately. But if you're not sure what they're going to do, then I might lean towards being able to counter pick with that last one.
Yeah. For me, it goes either way. I would say second pick or last pick, just because of the fact that with the way the draft system goes, you get the first 2 picks. So necessarily, if Miko Montana aren't banned, you could go for that Miko Montana combo, which is like a guarantee. Now they have to deal with that first. In which case, you can spend your other 3 picks either countering what they have or amplifying what you have. They have the Melka, which Melka. Honestly, I've not seen that much this tournament. I've only seen the past 2 games, and Melka destroyed last game. They finished it out with Isaac, which we have seen Isaac once. And that was a big nuisance, too.
I thought that was interesting. I wasn't sure we were going to see a whole ton of Isaac, so it's cool to see him featured here alongside a Galt, Deonde, and with Kid Ultra. They got a ton of control on that team, so we'll see how it goes.
That is interesting, though, so that is something that we necessarily would not have seen.
Lost Heroes, they've got Galilea, but other than that, well, and then, Alani's bubble. But other than that, there's really not a whole lot of control that they have going into this game. So it looks like they're going for, more high damage on their side of it. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
I think Draconic has the best chance here, if they had any chance, and that's because they have the Kid Ultra for the healing. They have the Dandy. They have the Caldarius. Dandy can do the burst damage. Galt can initiate. Isaac, I'm not really too sure on Isaac's abilities. That's the one character I'm not necessarily the least familiar with. So, and Beatrix as well. Beatrix being the newest character added to Battleborn.
Right.
I'm not really too familiar with her abilities, but I expect those 3 combos to be really well. But also on the other side, you don't necessarily have a really big initiator that can really draw them in besides using Galilea's shield. But Caldarius, Melka, they have the damage.
Yeah, they got a lot of harassment there with Caldarius
Yeah.
and Melka. That's going to be interesting to see because they've got a lot of harassment. Some small characters that are going to be tough to hit as they move around, and then here on the flip side, Draconic's got a lot of characters that have ranged weapons. So it's really going to come down, I think, a lot to how well they can aim their different abilities and their important shots. See if they can hit the charge shots when they need to, grab the pulls, and see if they can really capitalize on some of the control they have.
Yeah, and for guys, if you just now are tuning in, Dunk Squad has already secured their sponsorship for the Choctaw Festival Gaming. They're sitting in grand finals. This is quarters of loser finals for 4th place. Winner of this will play against Make Solus Great Again, and the winner of that match will be guaranteed sponsorship into the Choctaw Festival Gaming by Gearbox. We do see Galt getting taken down immediately from Galilea. So first blood in about 45 seconds. That was a very fast first blood. And this is what we're talking about here.
They're being real aggressive. They're pushing them back up to that first choke point, and they're holding them here. That's really interesting to see from a team that has more of a harassment, squishier build. So interesting.
But and that was one thing I was talking to Scott about too, was when you add a team that necessarily they like Dunk Squad, for instance, just using them, they know they're good and they know the character, so they can add a lot of harassment and add constant pressure. And for a team that's not necessarily as confident with the characters or necessarily confident as a team, like a new team or a team that's just formed, which could potentially be a lot of teams for this event, they don't necessarily know how to deal with pressure that well, at least constant pressure. Like they can deal with some pressure, but dealing with constant pressure can be very hard, as we do see that was Dandy picking up the kill on Galilea, but Thorn trading the kill with him, so that was a 1-for-1 trade. So adding constant pressure onto a team is a good thing, but also a bad thing because it's like a high-risk, high-reward type of deal.
Yeah, definitely.
You can easily get taken out, in which case it puts you down essentially. But then again, if a team's constantly defending and you keep them at that choke point the whole game, like how we saw Dunk Squad kept them at this point basically for about 10 minutes. And then after that 10 minutes, that's when they were able to get a quick burst down, and they were able to take that sentry over.
Right.
And that's something that you kind of risk into fact of here. As we do see the 3 shards go over the middle and they immediately get taken down, they'll spawn back up at 25-45. That's another thing Lost Heroes is really good with. They take down the shards as immediately they respawn, and they go to them as soon as they're about to respawn. And from what it seems like is the shards respawn around 28 minutes.
Yeah, 28 minutes is the first spawn, and then 2 minutes after each one is destroyed. So, if they get destroyed later, then it's going to take a little bit longer for them to respawn. But that's the big thing about, getting that initial push that they got and, holding the enemy up at this choke point is that then you have mid control. You've got the first shard spawn, and you can get that shock turret up in mid, pretty early, which they've done. So that's going to be a big help for them. As they look to kind of keep, like you said, some constant pressure and some constant damage on these guys. They've been doing a good job of their Alani's just been floating around in the back, keeping everybody alive as they dash in and dash out with all these, very mobile, smaller characters.
Yeah, we do see the sentry taking some damage, as we did see the exclamation point there. Melko's in the very far back here, so this is actually very interesting to see how that's actually playing out, as I think she's just harassing the thumper turret from the back end.
I don't know if she went up through the back door or if she came around the ledge and then ran away off of the back door ledge, but
she might have used her spike because she does have the ability to kind of get up on those ledges by using the claw spike as well as
claw lunge. Yeah.
So it could have been that. But she just harassed that thumper turret, which is actually really big down there. For so fact, right now we see Caldarius pushing up. Caldarius getting a little bit ballsy.
Right, and he can't do that when there's the slow out there from the thumper turret, because then he can't use his double jump. So that is a big thing to do, to have somebody else draw aggro for that and let him kind of go in there and disrupt a little bit.
Yeah, as well as the fact that, by doing that, you actually put yourself at disadvantage, because now you have the thumper turret hitting you, as well as you have the sentry targeting you, as well as you had 2 people there. Now we finally see some push out from Draconic. Now they finally get out of their base, pushing back up in the middle lane. They do have that shock turret there. Still, they have to take that out. But they are at least in the middle of the map, which is a lot better than what they have been in the past. But they do have Caldarius back on the sniper's ledge. But that may be in for Caldarius if he can actually get fit with his kill. Caldarius is really low. And that was a really excellent stun. But Isaac is going to get taken down, and Caldarius lives to see another day. But Galilea is still getting poked on by Beatrix here. Beatrix opts for the reload of his gun there. So Elite Bot is up. So finally they get pushed back, and unfortunately they're pushed back to the same place they've been at all game long.
Yeah, that'll happen a little bit, especially here on Overgrowth. Happens a lot on Echelon as well. As you end up just fighting over those choke points right up in front of your first sentry for a good portion of the game, especially with a more even matchup. I'm just astonished they've been able to keep these squishy characters up, for as long as they have, and to maintain the kind of pressure that they have been able to.
Yeah, and we see that the Isaac is actually getting the Thrall back in the back. So y'all do have mercenary camps basically for hire that you actually have to kill them in order for them to spawn, but only on incursion though.
Right.
Sentry is low, no shield right now, at 99% health, so technically they would win, but still anybody's game. The Sentry will start regaining health, but it's actually keeping damage somehow. Somebody keeps hitting it somewhere. I'm not too sure if that's just the Melka adding up.
Yeah, it's Melka and Caldarius. I think they've both been dashing in there a little bit, just keeping dots on it just to keep that shield down from what I can tell.
And that's a smart play there, is because the sole fact that the shield regenerates and then it's like you're all the way back to square one. Caldarius and Galilea pushing up now, so they're going after this Beatrix. They may actually manage to take her out, but one of them actually may get taken out as well. Unfortunately, nope, they actually did not. But Caldarius going really balls deep here, and he has
got his dash off.
He has to get back to the base.
Oh, he's been slowed, so he can't use that double jump, but he still manages to just eke out there just long enough for Alani to pop a heal on him.
The Thrall will be taken down here momentarily as Galilea and the other Thrall, or the Thrall on the side of Lost Heroes, is taking this down. But Thrall's a really good ability to push up some. Doesn't have really say a lot of health, but he can really destroy a sentry very quickly, especially the double Thralls.
Right, so the back Thrall, or your Thrall as it were, the single Thralls, they do better against minion waves. Their smash attack will kill an entire minion wave, and the double Thralls have their anti-sentry grenades. So they kind of, they're specialized a little bit there. And so what we saw there was the Bone Crusher Thrall, the single Thralls pushing up against one another.
Yeah, and also the double Thrall, if I'm not mistaken, they have guns instead of using the...
Right, yeah, the Brutes have their sentry grenades, and then they also shoot with their weapons and have the shields rather than the 2 maces.
Yeah, hopping on board here with the Beatrix now. This is going to be very interesting to see as DeAndy's pushing back, trying to get this shard in back to the base. Should be able to get it. Caldera's pushing up against the Galt. Has him low health, but not trying to do anything. The Alani managing to do some wave clear there, as the Sentry still has no shield right now, but Caldera's gets taken out, going a little bit too deep.
Yeah,
Isaac managed to get him.
Got a little aggressive there, tried to save his dash until the last second, ended up getting busted on it.
Yeah. That was Galilea taking out Beatrix, though, so it was an even 1-for-1 trade. It's still anybody's game, but they have that. I'm really surprised on how fast they keep that, how far they've kept that Sentry down. That Sentry's been down with no shields for the past like 3 or 4 minutes, and that's one thing I've really been surprised about is the fact that they have been keeping the dots on it, whether that be Melka or whether that be just Caldea shooting it once.
Right.
And we see them again in the sniper coach area here, and that's going to be Thorn. Has the Beatrix there. We do see that the Kid Ultra has put the drone on.
Drones on Beatrix, for sure. Yeah, and that's, like you mentioned, that is a really interesting shift. Oftentimes you'll see, when the Sentry shield gets dropped, you'll see teams dive in and try to burst down a Sentry and get as much, health damage on it as possible. They've been content to just, sit there and kind of peck at it and, just keep the dots on and let it kind of wear down. So it's a really interesting strategy that they've got going on here.
Yeah, and Galt did manage to hook in Thorn, but unfortunately wasn't able to really get much out of it. Going from there, though, still 84%. Does have, that's going to be Melka, though. Melka just adding damage to it, and she doesn't even seem like she cares about there was a Beatrix there. She's I just want to hit the game. I just want to hit the Sentry, and that's it.
She's got Alani on her back. She'll be all right.
And that's one thing. I've seen some Melka players move really well, just for the sole fact that you do have the spike that puts you up, as well as the claw lunge adds into another factor. And it seems like somebody's trying to backdoor here.
Yep.
The Sentry's low on health as well.
That's why you take that Isaac pick right there. And so it's good that they were able to finally, go in and utilize that. And they actually got, 4 points of damage on there. Really not bad. That's something that Isaac excels at probably maybe, more than any other Battleborn, is his ability to go in there and get some solid damage on a Sentry just by himself.
And the one good thing about them doing that is they actually forced Lost Heroes to rotate back, and now they lost their map control. So now they have to focus back on getting the map control. And just by doing that, look at the Sentry. The Sentry finally has some health now, or at least some shield strength. So now they have to focus all their strength just to get the Sentry back down. They're still up, but that was a good play from Draconic there, trying to get some pressure off them. Really surprised because that Isaac did have that backdoor pick like how you mentioned earlier. What makes Isaac such a good backdoor champion?
It's a combination of things. Obviously, the thing that really allows you to do, any backdooring at all is, having some ability. So his dash allowing him to get up is, the critical part of that. But then the thing that makes him so good against the Sentry himself is, having the physical shield as well as being, more of a tanky character with some more health. And then obviously if you get, reflective wards going, especially once he gets his ult, he can really start to do some damage against Sentries.
Yep. We do see them targeting the Sentry again. They still haven't pushed up where they were. Just looking at the gear list right now, we see that most of the gear from Lost Heroes is actually activated. If not, actually all of the gear from Lost Heroes. We still see 3 pieces of gear from Draconic that aren't activated. That's 2 on Isaac and then 1 on Kid Ultra. So that's another big pick there.
Yeah. That's a big part of that is that they've given up mid control. So they're giving up those shards, which makes it harder to get your gear online. Also, it looks like Lost Heroes went for maybe a bit more inexpensive loadouts all across the board than Draconic did. Draconic has a lot of epics featured in those loadouts, and they haven't been able to get, like as you mentioned, 3 of those online yet. And we're 13 minutes almost into the game. 11 something into the game. Math is hard.
Yeah, and we actually had Isaac try to do another backdoor. Hopping on board here, I just want to see, did he actually manage to get the Sentry shield down? He did get it down a little bit, but not enough to where it actually added damage onto it. Looking back at the Sentry shield here, the Sentry slowly regaining it, but Velka's there to actually negate it down.
Yep.
And we have Galt picking back up, and this was actually something I was told from another Gearbox employee, was Dante, I believe. He told me that Galt should always be getting the thrall because it's a really good. Galt can always solo it, so he should always be getting the thrall. But we actually see the Sentry get destroyed right there.
That was a big push. That's something that, Luck was doing a great job. It's interesting to see that Melka. It's not something you see a whole lot, so it was neat to see, the way they were able to, like, as you mentioned, to keep that shield down the whole time. And so then when the opportunity arose, their Isaac got a little aggressive trying to backdoor, ends up getting picked off by Melka, and then their team was able to push in and drop that sentry.
Yep. She does actually have an ultimate right now, so that's going to be really good. Kid Ultra has no shield. Does have the drone on Beatrix, but Beatrix itself is about to get taken down. Does have the ability to get the shield strength there, but that seems like all 4 people from...
Yeah, they're just rolling around like a hit squad right now. It's crazy.
Yeah, but, when you have the Sentry... Actually, I think the Sentry's taking lower health, too, so they had an Elite Bot there, and they just now trying to focus on the wave clear, and Super Sentry, its shield is down, so this could potentially be game, and Lost Heroes could potentially take this now. This will be very bad and very hard now for Draconic to take back here, because they have to really focus on one team fight, because otherwise it's just going to harass the Sentry that much. But they focus on one team fight. Unfortunately, though, Thorn takes out Beatrix, and really, honestly, that's been the play of the game. Is Beatrix still has level 3. Everybody on Lost Heroes is level 5 or level 6. So that's a big play. Isaac doesn't even have his ult at the moment, so that's another big play. But going on more here, still looking at this is...
Yeah, I mean, like you said, they've just kept that damage with the 2 different harassing characters that they have, and then Thorn peeking out every now and then and dropping a blight here and there, maybe tapping it with her bow. But it's really been a lot of Caldarius and a lot of Melka just dropping, using their skills and using their ability to come in and just, dash real quick, get some dots on the sentry and then get back out, get healed up by Alani, and then do the whole thing over again and letting their minions push in the meantime.
Yep, and that's going to be Lost Heroes taking it 2-0 now. Yeah, they took Incursion 96-0.
It's a dominant performance.
Yeah, they honestly did dominate both games there. Draconic, the only time they pushed out of their base was whenever Isaac went for that backdoor push, and that the first time it caught Lost Heroes off guard and they all rotated back to get Isaac. The other time they knew it was coming, or they had an idea. If you did it once, you want to try it again eventually, if that's the only thing that was working. So they rotated back there and caught it before it happened, and they still managed to get map control. But guys, we're going to hop for a quick commercial break. You see the scoreboard in front of your face, 15-2 in favor of Lost Heroes in kill feed, 36 assists. That's really what mattered. They all did work there. Damage dealt, 284,000. 80,000 damage separates those 2 teams. But if you look at the damage taken is about the same.
Yep.
So that just shows you how much more healing that they did compared to what Draconic took.
Right.
But nonetheless, guys, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for actually showing up to the tournament. We're going to take a quick commercial break as we hop into game number 3. The winner of the next game is going to be Lost Heroes versus Make Solos Great Again. The winner of that will be guaranteed sponsorship to the Choctaw Festival of Gaming, and we'll meet Dunk Squad in grand finals. But guys, we're taking a quick commercial break. Thank you. back, guys. We're here at the Versus Gameplay Arcade. We're in the losers finals of the Choctaw Festival Gaming Online Qualifier for Battleborn. I'm sitting alongside Scott Velasquez. How's it going, man?
It's going good.
Yep. You casted previous games. I don't know if you actually casted Make Souls Great Again versus Dunk Squad.
Yeah.
The winner of that was guaranteed sponsorship. Same thing on the line here. Make Souls Great Again has a second shot at being guaranteed sponsorship out to the Choctaw Festival Gaming. Lost Heroes has fought their way through the losers bracket, though. Can they take over this game and make sure that they cement themselves in the Choctaw Festival Gaming, sponsored by Gearbox? Or will Make Souls Great Again do what they do and then be sponsored out? That'll be a big question, but we're going straight into the ban and draft system. You know, we've seen a lot of common bans. We've seen like Boulder, you know, Galileo, Miko. We've seen we have not seen Alani yet.
Kelvin.
Yeah, Kelvin, Galt. It seems to be there is a meta now that, you know, these teams have had. Now, Make Souls Great Again got kind of destroyed on Meltdown against Dunk Squad. Lost Heroes just kind of, unfortunately, did the same thing against Draconic Esports. I wonder how that's going to play, because Make Souls Great Again is a really good team, but how will that take into account against Lost Heroes? That's going to be a big question. We see Phoebe being banned and Thorn being banned. Two characters we haven't seen been banned yet, but they've been utilized on both teams so far. So I'm really honestly not surprised that they have been banned. I would have actually expected them to be banned in the earlier games, but then again, you know, teams just don't choose to ban them. What do you think will be banned next, or what? Like, do you have any comments about what do you think might be banned besides Kelvin, obviously?
Yeah,
now?
I was gonna say we got to see a support or a tank ban, but you know they're probably banning Kelvin for CC.
Yeah, I honestly, with Galileo being banned, that was actually a big nuisance from Lost Heroes last game. Make Souls Great Again, I'm assuming they've been watching that, so they know what they use. So they removed Thorn, they removed the Galileo, because that's what Lost Heroes just wrecked Draconic Esports with. And the thing, though, is Lost Heroes lost against Make Souls Great Again in winners bracket. Make Souls Great Again won 2-1. That was one of the games that we had on stream. That was the second game we had on stream there.
And now they meet again. So
Yeah.
that's kind of cool. Yeah.
So now they meet again in losers finals here. It's pretty interesting to see that we had two teams that were on stream before, back on stream but in a losers bracket, already getting picked before. So these teams have played against each other. It was a very close game. I remember that game. It was very close. I think that was a game that it was basically the 4 waves of the Ultra Minions.
Oh yeah.
And then it was the 56 to 100, and then it was 52 to 56, and then it was 50, and then it was 50 to 50, and then you know, and then went to Meltdown again, and then it was like everything went out the window. It was kind of like a dominating victory. It's like the fatigue played in. So Make Souls Great Again. The great thing about them is they've had time to rest. They haven't played for the past 2 games, you know, past hour, 2 hours. So they had time to kind of rethink their strategy, rewire themselves. But the opposite side of that, Lost Heroes has just got done playing 3 straight games.
Yeah.
Or 2 straight games, and actually, no, honestly, 3 straight games, and now they're looking on the brink of, this is do or die time. This is, do we get sponsored out there, or do we have to pay for ourselves? So I think they're going to come with a vengeance here. I think they have something to prove to Make Souls Great Again, because it's like, look, you brought us down on winners, but this is where it matters right now. This is for all the marbles.
That's right.
We see Arendi, we see Alani being picked out from Lost Heroes. We see Boulder, and we see Caldarius being picked out from Make Souls Great Again. Maybe a Wrath, possibly. We see Ernest being hovered over by Hermit, so maybe he's giving us a little bit of a what might they pick, or telling his captain what to pick. I wouldn't be surprised if I actually do see Ernest play here, due to the fact that it is wave clear, and honestly, I'm surprised he's not banned, because that is that wave clear. Ernest is picked.
Yeah, you called it. Yeah.
Probably see a Kid Ultra, or maybe even a Reyna picked out on Make Souls Great Again. But then again, I don't think that they chose to. One team did not choose to have any sort of utility, any sort of support character to do the heals in one game of Meltdown.
That didn't go so well.
I don't think it did.
Yeah.
I think it was actually Make Souls Great Again, and they played against Dunk Squad, and Dunk Squad dunked on them. But
now, you mentioned Reyna. Have we seen Reyna picked?
we have.
Okay.
We have seen Reyna picked at least once. She was picked on over Meltdown. I don't think the team that picked her won, but I think it was close. But she does heal, but she's not that great of a healer, so it's one way or another. Toby and Galt, that was actually a good combo. Galt actually being great because of the sole fact that when it comes down to those ultra minion moments, he can pull the minion away and buy a little bit more time. I think that's actually exactly, we actually saw that in the game, but I'm not too sure if it was Make Solus doing it or Lost Heroes doing it. And that was during the game that they had went to 4 Ultra Minions, where it was like version 6 versus version 4.0. So it'll be interesting to see how this actually pans out. But
Lost Heroes, they're going to need somebody to counter that Toby too. I'm not sure who they're going to.
Who would you pick to counter the Toby if you are playing right now?
Probably similar to last game, somebody with range, either Marquis or I don't know.
They picked the Melka again. They dominated the Melka last Meltdown and last Incursion. Melka has not been picked this whole tournament besides the last 2 games, and now last 3 if you want to say. So adding that into play as well as Deandy. Deandy is another one, but this is the thing I worry about. There's no tanks on the side of Lost Heroes. And again, no healing coming out from the Make Souls Great Again side. They opt for the no healing. So...
But they do have Beatrix, which is going to nullify Alani's healing capability. So
it will nullify it, but it won't negate it. So you still have the healing capability. So
and she's got the wave pushback. She's got the bubble.
Yeah. So there's a lot of utility there being used. You have a lot of wave clear on the side of Lost Heroes compared to what you do on the Make Souls Great Again side. Does that mean anything? No. But again, it allows for potentially if you do start to snowball. You can see exactly what what Dunk Squad did was basically let the minions do everything. You clear out the minions whatever they do, and at that point you just have to escort your minions in. I think that's what Lost Heroes did last time was they applied so much pressure, killing everything beforehand. There was nobody even going against the one minion that was going to the Ultra Minion going to the base on the right side.
That's right.
Was because they kept everything that it was like clear way into it. It was actually on both sides, but the one on the right side made it first. So how can you negate that? Make Souls Great Again will have a hard time doing it, but it's going to be interesting to see how this really pans out. Just giving a quick overview of the map. So out of all your Meltdown maps, what do you think would be the best? What's your favorite Meltdown map there is?
I'd have to say this one. I love that. I like that this map's a little bit bigger. The lanes are a little more separated, which kind of gives you sort of have to commit. Whichever lane you're in. If you decide you want to rotate, it's not going to be a very quick rotate. So it's going to take time to get there, and you may go at the wrong time, and you may get caught on that, and you're going to pay for it.
Now, why do you think teams have chosen Cold Snap more? Because honestly, out of this whole event, I've seen more Cold Snap, and I've seen more Paradise than what I've seen the Outskirts.
I think a lot of people like Outskirts, at least the beginning of the match. But when you go to the back grinders, they're not quite balanced. They sort of favor the defensive team a little bit too much, probably. So yeah, I think most players they prefer these 2 maps. Probably Paradise the most, and then this one the second.
And it's also going into Incursion. We've seen more picks from Incursion being the Overgrowth map than what we have seen being Monuments and or Echelon. Why do you think people would choose more so Monuments or Overgrowth over the Echelon or Monuments?
Echelon, it has a couple of issues. Most people that play it a lot, they talk about the stairs. They talk about sort of the choke points that are really hard to get out of when you're on the defensive side of that. It's a little too easy, I think, to camp teams in Echelon. So people tend to avoid that.
Yeah, so I feel like Overgrowth is one of the most popular ones from what I've seen. Whenever me and you play online, we see that game more. We see that map more than what we do any other map. Yeah. Monuments being a close second there. But yeah, it seems like teams have their favorites, and that's kind of like how you said. It favors whatever side you pick, as well as some sides are better than the other sides. We do see Boulder KOing. That's going to be DeAndy there. So first blood comes out on Make Souls Great Again side. Now, is there any benefit you get from getting a first blood? We see Melka taking out Galt, so 1 for 1, but first blood, is there any benefit?
I mean, the real benefit is it comes down to a tie, and for some reason the stats also tie. The next tie-breaking thing is first blood. If for some reason there's not first blood, then it's just a coin flip. You don't want to get to the coin flip. So.
You guys kind of thought everything about if this happens and this happens, and you know, which is good because you got to think about it, because you will run into that one situation that happens once in a blue moon, and that generally, you know, happens.
Yep. You got to put your edge case hat on. That's what we talk about at Gearbox. So.
Yeah. Which is good to think about. That's you know, smart thinking. We are going on board here with the Toby, though. Toby's just currently just decimating this Shepherd minion here. Also trying to get this Boulder. 38-13 right now, so still a close game, still anybody's game. Nobody's really jumping in a big lead. But Lost Heroes still up in the lead, but like I said, doesn't mean nothing when it's this early, because one wave push can put you back at 50. But as I say that, 43-13 now, so they've gotten their lead to at least a 30-point. But as I say that, we actually do see that's going to be Ernest over here, very low on health, but Boulder being chased by DeAndy.
We got super minions already too.
That is true.
Charging down.
That's one thing I've seen more so, you know, playing against, you know, watching these teams, is I see them opt to use more of the super minions than what they. I've seen more play of the super minions. Like every single time they could get a super minion, they choose to go for the super minion. Now, do you think there's any benefit to that or not, or like why they choose to do that?
Well, early game, it's all about power. You know, all the players are level 1, and at level 1, it takes a lot more work to get those super minions down. So, if you have the money, you know, if you're running shard generators or you've communicated to your team like, hey, give me all the shards, I'm gonna go this route. It could definitely help early on, especially.
Yeah, and that's a really big thing too. You know, speaking of this high-level play, when you get high-level play of any game, you tend to develop these sort of metas that necessarily normal people may not think about. Like I wouldn't think about going for the, you know, super minions every, you know, close. I would expect to go for my gear first.
Yeah,
but,
exactly. Yep.
You know, even looking at this, look at Mike Souls Great Again. They opted to go for the gear. Look at all their gear they got, but they also all went for common. So it's like, I know that with the common gear, it's like you get this percent reload time, but you have to take this sort of decrease as well. So it's like you have to give. You basically get something, but you have to give something else. So it's like, what's the greater evil there? And we also again see, you know, on the right-hand side of the map, all shards are still up, and I would expect to see that somebody would have got that. But now we see Ernest level 4, first person level 4 in the game. So he's going to get a big power boost here, because I believe he was able to get actually 2 grenades there, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, he was able to get 2 grenades.
He was just giving Toby a hard time. I guess that's the counter right there for Toby is Ernest, looks like.
That is very good. He does have the mutation that grants a damage reduction bonus against area effect damage, so he gets 35% damage reduction, and that's actually pretty big considering the fact that, you know, you do have Toby that does area effect, as well as I wonder if you would consider Galt area effect since it is a shotgun bullet. So
I don't think those would count, but yeah.
It'd be curious to see how that's, you know, in the system wise. But we see Melka get taken down as well. Ernest gets taken out by Toby though. Melka is backing up to try and get some health back. I mean, we're here with Lonnie. She does tag Caldarius here. I don't agree with her falling down there though, because of the sole fact that it puts her in a really big disadvantage, as they do have Overshield activated with that Shepherd there. So it's going to be very hard for them to actually kind of get anything here, but that DeAndy's causing a lot of ruckus. So I was like Caldarius there, and it's really interesting to see how that they have not focused anything on the DeAndy right now. I expected them to focus somewhat on the DeAndy, but then again, we just see her kind of running wild here. Now we have Ernest back in the ground, and this is where it can be really bad for Make Souls Great Again, because now you're at 64-16. We'll go on the free camera real quick, as we do have a gun fight going over here. That's Boulder chasing after
Good old Boulder.
Randy,
Yeah.
and that's actually something. That's actually something I wouldn't necessarily think that would happen, because with the Shadowfire Pillar coming out from Randy, I thought that she would be able to negate the kill on Boulder. But we also see Alani come in now. Alani's jumping into a very dangerous position there with Caldarius, Beatrix, and Boulder there. So she's jumping into a fire pit. I don't agree with that play, but We do have a shard up in middle now. Shard's up on the left-hand side. It seems like all shards are gone on the right-hand side. 84 to 19. Does have Galt really low health, and Bolden now over here with half health. Toby's really low too, so we may actually see a big push coming out from Lost Heroes side. It does seem to be that they are getting some of the grinder minions, 89 to 19 now. But I wouldn't expect to see that Melka and or Toby and Melka, Ernest, and Deandy come over here and try and burst them down. As we do see Toby go down from Melka, we will see Boulder go down as well. Galt's still low health, and we have Melka chasing after her. This may actually be a kill, but they need to take away the supply station first. In which case, Deandy's going to do that right now. And then we will see potentially a kill on Galt as he does get hit. Has 3 people here, and that is going to be it, as that is Ernest that takes the kill there. 118 to 19 now. They have ability to clear out the wave, and there's really nobody here that can stop them. This is going to be another 15, 20, 30 points, given the fact they do have the Shepherd as well as the 4 minions by him. So I know the minions are 5 apiece. Is the Shepherd 10 or is it 20 as well?
You know, I'm not too sure. I need John over here. He's the numbers
it
guy.
Seems to be the Shepherd was 10 from what it calculated as.
It's definitely more.
There. But even then still, you know, that was a free 30 points there coming out because they won that one team fight. They won the 3 down. Toby did manage to pick up the Ernest there, though, so it's interesting to see how this really pans out as we see Alani picking up, trying to get this elite bot here, but she has Boulder and Toby behind her, and this actually may be a I don't know why that elite bot has chosen so much, but this will actually be 20 points on the board here. So really good 20 points on the board, but they did manage to give up this left-hand lane.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a bit bad play because now they have to retake this lane, and now you have Caldarius, Boulder, and Galt pushed up. So they have to come up with something because they have 4 people on this lane, but they only have Beatrix on the left-hand lane. Caldarius finally rotates over. Ooh. So now it could be really good, but again, you have to deal somehow with that right-hand lane. And you only got Alani over here, and Alani is about to go down. She actually does get taken down. Boulder takes down Ernest as well. So this actually maybe where Make Souls Great Again takes us back, because now Lost Heroes is just making a lot of simple mistakes, in which case they shouldn't necessarily make. And that, unfortunately, that is the case. But what can you do, right? 148 to 69. And right now, Make Souls Great Again has full control of both of the grinders. Hopping on board here with the right-hand lane. We will see that Melka does get taken down by Toby. We're going to hop on board here with the Toby, see how well he's doing. Just for the sole fact that I have to actually see what exactly is he doing differently. He does have a Randy by him, pulling up the scoreboard. He does go for the shock turret though. Going on the scoreboard here, 6 to 9, 9 to 6. So kills in favor of Make Souls Great Again, which is really different to see because you have more damage on more minion kills and more damage taken on the Lost Hero side. Level 7 coming out from Toby, though, first level 7 in the game, when actually Ernest was a first level 5. So that's actually really surprising to see that Ernest was a first level 5, and then you have Toby now being level 7. That's just such a power trade there. Doesn't even opt to go for that middle shard, which is very surprising. But we do have Team 1 grinders move, so even though that they did have the 60, 50 minion push, they still have their grinders back. But this is actually where Make Souls Great Again can actually come back real quick, is because of the sole fact that the grinders are pushed back, but so Lost Heroes has to cover more ground, whereas to Make Souls Great Again, they're not that far behind, but they can still come back and tie it up, if not even win the game. He does have the Deandy by him though. Does have something down the ground. He does find the Ernest power egg. Doesn't even opt to go for it. I would figure that actually uses his ult, so he's just trying to wave clear at the moment with his ult. Does have Galt by him though with a teammate, but he's trying to go after Deandy, but just hits the clone, so throws out the Arc Mine. Still has the supply station up and has the elite minion now, so this could be a push that we've been watching for. So just watching it, but there is elite minion coming back on flavor here, and this is a bad point right now, is because your elite minion is pushed up, and you're pushed up so far that you can't really do nothing besides push up with it. And if you had Deandy, you had Ernest over there, you don't really want to push up too much. But going on board here with Galt has his ult, and he's just currently whacking away at the Ernest, and actually really surprised that he's not getting that kill. Getting that kill. That was a really good play there from that Ernest. Managing to stay alive in that. Switching on board here with him, has finally got the supply station up, going for the shard, just trying to get it down. should respawn at about 16 minutes, 25 seconds. But hopping back on the Galt, Melka does manage to take out Beatrix, so 160 to 80. So it's kind of an even game, but we'll figure it out. As they do have the Mega Elite Bot pushing up, as well as a Shepherd now, so they have to manage to take care of that. But Rendy is by him as well, and I believe the Rendy, we'll have to look at the Rendy skill tree because I'm really curious to see what she actually took. So she took the Shadow Fire's Pillar as extra damage. So she didn't actually take for the activating Shadow Fire Pillar for Nullify, and she also didn't activate for the dealing with Shadow Fire damage, but she actually did to where it takes more damage over time. So going for the, if she hits it, it's going to do a lot of damage all at once. So she could necessarily burst you down just in one attack instead of doing burst damage all the way around. Does have Ernest go down again by Caldarius, so
yeah, that's putting down their wave clear. So you know, again, more opportunity to sort of come back if possible.
Yep. More opportunity to come back, but also we have Boulder flexing against
totally
Deandy.
Dodged that. That was cool.
And I don't even think Deandy noticed that the Boulder was there. She opts to go invisible, pulls out her clone, which is really smart, but unfortunately
here we go. Here's
does the ult. But it's like, that's going to kill the Boulder. But makes Toby actually move back, so they are actually potentially could stop the elite bot go through. Finally, the elite bot focuses on Deandy, so
Nice
really
hill.
smart play, but they do have the overshield activated, as they do have the Shepherd still. Finally takes down the Shepherd as well. So we're going to hop on board with the Ernest real quick, as he does actually have the Caldarius pushing right to the right side. Chooses to go for his Mind Grid there, and does have the Caldarius on the backhand side. Caldarius should get taken down. Does get taken down by Melka, though.
That's slow. That's slow as killing.
Yeah. Pulling up the scoreboard, though, 12 to 12 right now, so even kills, they were down 6 to 9, but, came back with 6 to 3 deaths. But still, 166 to 96. Still a 70-point game. Not really doubling score, even though it was doubled at one point in time, but, still got to do something. And unfortunately, I don't necessarily think that Solus has still time, but it's going to get down to the wire. But with only 7 minutes left, I don't necessarily see them potentially getting unless they make a couple big push, because around 9 minutes 50 seconds, that's when it says time is expended, and it goes into the overtime, quote unquote, with the finale, and the team that's leading gets the most shards. So we might actually, right now, we will see a version 1.0, which Jonathan mentioned that it was actually, they changed it recently where it's every 50 points instead of 30 points.
Yeah, we're always looking at the data, and that was one of the things they thought would help balance the finale a little bit.
Yeah, and I agree. That's actually a really smart thing there, because if you're at 270 to 30, that's version 8.0, version 9.0, mega, ultra minions there. So right now it's at the point where Solus just needs to basically get as many as they can, because you necessarily can't win at this point. It's too late in the game that you are going to get 300. But at least go for the closest mega, ultra minions. And my question is, though, if you're within 10 to 20 points, is it just version 0 versus version 0, or?
I believe that's what would happen, yeah. Yep.
That'll be interesting to see. I really kind of want Make Solus to get that ability. And guys, also, if you're just now tuning in,
there's
remember,
another Deandy ult.
Oh, that was actually against Bolden. Unfortunately, does not kill anybody, but Caldarius still low. And they need to focus on Caldarius, because Caldarius is behind him, but they could have potentially got the Caldarius, but they chose not to. Caldarius was able to get out of there and actually got the Ernest there, so that was a big play coming out. Not a really good heads-up play from Lost Heroes, noticing that there was Caldarius in their base. Toby takes out Melka as well, so
Toby's
that's
almost
2
level
down. 10. Yeah, that's almost full level there when everybody else is level 7. I'm going to hop on board here with Toby real quick, as I just want to see how close he is to level 10. So he's about quarter of the way there. But still, that's one minion wave. But we have 3 people go down now. Toby gets taken out by Alani, but that was 3 people down for the Lost Hero side. So going back on now, Alani's trying to get the shard in the backhand side. Going back to the action, that's going to be on the right-hand side. And right now, really nothing's happening. They're just kind of all spread apart here. Galt's trying to do what he can against this elite minion. 175 to 149 now with 13 minutes left. And Make Souls Great Again came back. So this is actually really good right now. Really have a game. And guys, like I said, if you're just now tuning in, the winner of this will be guaranteed sponsorship to the Choctaw Festival of Gaming, and we'll meet Dunk Squad in the grand finals of this online qualifier. Dunk Squad already cemented their play in the Choctaw online qualifiers and cemented their win by beating Make Solus Great Again. These teams have met in the winners bracket before, so right now we're just kind of trying to figure out who will make the play. Caldarius gets taken out, but Arendi gets taken out by Toby, and just like that, it's 178 to 152. Both grinders have moved now, so now it's a big play of who can get the initial lead going to the finale, as nobody's really in a position, and I think it's actually at this moment physically impossible for them to actually win with the 3 minutes left before going to the finale. We do see Boulder get sniped down by Ernest with his rockets. We'll hop aboard on the second side as we have Toby, and that's going to be Beatrix over here facing against the Alani. And honestly, I wouldn't expect the Alani to solo push against a Beatrix and a Toby. But then again, you know, what happens? 184 to 152. Shadowfire Pillar coming in, so we do have a Rindy here in order to support the Alani, and they do have a elite bot coming over. And so I say that, you know, we have Ernest and Dandy, and this is very good because of the sole fact that they have potential to close this up, as that elite mid bot is guaranteed 20 points, but they have an elite bot to deal with themselves, and unfortunately though the elite bot did take it down. They have a Boulder and they also have a Beatrix now to deal with. Boulder dashes in, has the power 8 there, and opts to go for a shield, but there is finally some support there. Galt with Beatrix and Boulder, and now we have Caldarius coming in. So leaving Melka and Toby onto the right-hand lane all by themselves. I think D'Andy's over there as well.
Yeah,
and we have
Ernest rotated over, and he okay, there we go.
Ernest gets taken out by Beatrix there. So still anybody's game, but unfortunately though, I feel like this is going to be all in favor of Lost Heroes right now, and at least heading into the finale. As soon as the finale starts, I would love to see if it's actually going to be a 0-0, but we actually see Boulder taking out Melka as well. So kills in favor of Make Solus Great Again, 22 to 18, though it was 12 to 12 at one point in time. But we've seen these kills go back and forth. But again, you know, 23 points separates these teams, and we're about a minute away from going into the finale point as we see Boulder chasing after that. I believe that's Arendi there. Arendi have such low health, and they do manage to spawn 2 elite minions, or elite bots. So they have one final push in order to try and close this lead out, but I don't necessarily see it happening considering the fact that they don't really have nobody over here to support, and they have a Boulder, a Galt, and a Beatrix to deal with. But on the other side of that, you have a Lonnie and you have a Toby to deal with on the right-hand side, so technically you could have a chance of closing it down to about 20 seconds. But you also have an elite bot coming out on both sides, so this is where it's going to come into play at. And unfortunately, with about 15 seconds left, it's not going to be enough time, and we're going to see a finale come here soon.
Yeah, it's interesting. Lost Heroes, you know, they decided to spend their shards, like you were saying, on that super minion. Another thing they could have did was focus on these buildables and prepare for the finale. You know, they could have went in there, let's take down all of Make Solus Great Again's buildables. Let's make sure we get ours up so that in this finale we're ready to go.
Yep.
And it looks like they finally did take that one out, that turret.
As the finale does start, it looks like all waves of minions actually disappeared, as that was the end of regulation.
There you go, 0-0.
0-0 as no advantage, even though it says they have a small advantage. So I'm assuming that they may have maybe a little bit more health, if anything.
Well, the advantage is that you actually get a bot in the first wave.
Oh, that is true.
So,
that is true.
He may not be very strong, but you're the only one that's going to get that bot.
So they will actually have a 1.0 advantage compared to a 0.0 advantage against Solar. So you will always have one person above, because each wave you gain 1.0 more.
Right.
So technically they would, instead of being at 2.0 or 1.0 now and be at 2.0 later, they're going to be at a 1.0 later. But
so we got 3 down now. Make Solus Great. Luckmod, I think, just got a double kill.
Yep, Melka got 2 and Arendi got 1, so this is actually going to be pretty big. Sorry guys, I missed that, as we have the Ultra Bot coming out, and this should actually be the first wave, but they should have one on the right-hand side, unless that was actually taken out as well, so interesting enough to see.
Okay, here we go, sudden death. Yeah.
Next score wins, so now actually it's 0.0, 0.0, so they actually did not go up 1.0, so now it's evened out. clear across the board. Who can actually win here? This is going to be a really good game. Last time we seen these two teams play, it went into 4 overtimes. So that's going to be a very big play here. Will it go to 4 overtimes again, or will we actually see a regulation where it actually ends? And in regards to that, if
gosh, they melted that thing.
a 0.0 bot doesn't necessarily have that much health, but again, on this aspect, they did melt the bots from Make Souls Great again. So now Lost Heroes has a bot, and only Galt is dealing with this bot, though Galt should be able to take this down. But no, Galt gets taken out by the minions, but they do have a Thumper turret there, so Thumper turret should do some damage to it.
Okay, Beatrix is rotating over, and Boulder. Let's see if they're going to get here.
He's slowing down, but yep, that will be it.
Yeah.
As that would have been very, very upsetting. That would have been something. I would put it that way. Going on to this right-hand side, they're going to try and take down this Ultra Bot again. Ernest low on health, though. Ernest will actually get taken down, so that's actually a big play there because, in fact, now Ernest is down, Melka's down as well, and Toby opts to use his ult. So this is actually a pretty big play coming out from Make Souls Great again because, in fact, now you have 2 people down. The Ultra Bot is almost down from Lost Heroes. Though you lost your right-hand side one, you still have your left-hand one up. That's Make Souls Great again, trying to get their bots through. And unfortunately, Toby is there to stop it. So now it's still 2.0 bots. It starts to get tougher around the 4.0 from what I've seen. So it'll be interesting to see how this really pans out, considering the fact that's 2.0. But my question now is, if it gets down to the fact of 0.0, who wins when the time limit goes out?
It'll fall back to the normal sort of tie-break mechanics. So it'll be the scoreboard stats, first blood.
That's very interesting, as we do see the Lost Heroes bot goes down. Still has about 1 bar of health left, but I will get taken down as we see MKX Ultra Bot also gets taken down. Ultra Minions have gone strong, so the waves have gotten a lot faster now. I think this MKX Ultra Bot almost actually back to the wave, and now Wendy's there to actually make a stop for it. Beatrix actually kills Alani though, so the healer is gone for Lost Heroes, and that's actually going to be a big play because of the fact that with the healer gone, they don't have nobody to heal, and also they don't have that wave clear. Caldarius is up here trying to stop the bot from the Lost Heroes side, as well as Toby, and this is where I think that you're going to see Make Souls Great again to really do well in, because they have the wave clear and they also have the abilities, but also on the opposite side of that, if Lost Heroes is smart about it, they can do really well. 4.0 now is where the minions are.
And they have stuns too. Toby can stun it. Boulder can dash into it, knock it back. You don't really have much of that on the Lost Heroes side as far as just slowing those Ultra Minions down because, like you're saying, version 4 bots are going to be pretty strong. And eventually, there may be 2 bots in the lane. You're going to have to slow them down or stun them or pull them. They have Galt also. So.
Well, the last wave we ended it on last game was version 6, but I was at a 2.0 advantage. This is now on the 4th wave, and that's the wave that we ended it on last time. So this is actually pretty big. MKX Ultra Bot, again, for Lost Heroes is getting melted, and they still have to deal with the one from Make Souls Great again. And that's going to be the biggest play here, is because of the sole fact that now the bots have grown stronger, but you follow the bot from the right-hand side, and you're focusing all 3 on it, and you still have to get it down, and it's still not down yet. And that's the issue there. Is finally,
and they still hurt. I mean, the health is going up, but also the damage. You want to be one of those things, it's going to hurt badly.
It finally goes down, and we see the right-hand side does a little bit more damage on theirs. But now we're on 5.0 version of the bots. This has come down to the 5th wave, and by all means, this is where it's going to be for all its marbles right now, is because the sole fact that Make Souls Great again is not giving up, and they are destroying the bots with ease, whereas on the opposite side, it's very hard for the Lost Heroes in order to get them strong, to get them beat. And
yeah, when players go down too, I mean, you need all your players up to get these guys down. So if you're losing players, that's a big disadvantage.
Yeah, and D'Andy goes down, and this is actually pretty big now because Ernest and Alani are there, but they have.
Oh, it's close.
That was very close. That was too close for comfort there.
Yeah.
And now they have to do some sort of wave push, because now the bot's already in middle map, and there's nobody really there to stop it besides the bot itself. And luckily enough, the bot's targeting its own self, so it's doing some damage. But on the other hand there, we might actually see the MKX Ultra bot, but going on to the right-hand side, that's what we really got to focus on right now is because this bot still has half health, and you have, I think that's Boulder back there going against Arendi, and that's the person who did not want to die because she had all the DPS in order to kill that bot. And now you have Melka, and now you have Alani, and they have to focus on dealing with this bot. Luckily enough, you may have your bot there in order to actually kind of stop it, but now you're getting damage to your bot. Already on the 7th wave minion here.
Okay, there goes another stun from D'Andy right there. Nicely done.
This is the biggest point here right now. And you're back on this side, 7.0 to 7.0. This is where it's for all its marbles right now. This is a really tough game of Meltdown right now. The longest game I've casted as well as the most intense game I've casted. You know, going back to, you know, the right-hand side, this is where it's really getting strong for Lost Heroes, and I don't see them winning. This is because of the fact that they aren't able to wave clear as fast as what the you know, Make Souls Great Again is able to wave clear. But just to say that they wave clear again, we're already on version 8.0. 8 different waves of these bots we are on right now. This is ridiculous, Scott. How can we do this? How can this happen, man?
Man, I don't know. I have a feeling we're going to hit time. I hope we don't, but this may go to time.
This is some top-level Battleborn play here, but I don't expect nothing less. You know, the winning team of this actually goes and qualifies for the Choctaw Festival of Gaming online qualifier, sponsored by Gearbox, and gets flown out by Gearbox. So I wouldn't expect nothing less of this. And honestly,
level 9,
version 9.0. What's the highest that you've seen it go?
So I've actually had a match against Supernova Snipes team. Me and, let's see, Dante from Gearbox and some other guys. We actually had a version 13 versus version 10 match. Went to time. It was so incredible. I had to actually post it to YouTube. I don't normally do that, but 13 versus 10 going to time is the highest I've ever seen, and it was pretty nutty.
Honestly, I wonder, since both these started at version 0.0, what the highest will be if it does go to time. You know, version 13 versus version 10. And we actually see Galt pull it away. That was an epic play. But unfortunately, this actually may be a good push from Lost Heroes now because finally they regain some ground. And their bot is actually not the first bot to be destroyed. But if you go on the opposite side here, you have D'Andy and you have Ernest trying to deal with this bot. And right now it's at half health. But you have nothing really stopping it. You're already on version 10.0. And, you know, with a quarter of a health left, this bot, it will go down. But Arendi goes down as well. Bot finally goes down, but now you're on version 10.0. You still have the version 9.0 bot facing the version 10.0 bot. So luckily enough, this is really good in favor of the you know, Lost Heroes side right now. But you have Galt on this side as well as you have Boulder and you have the Beatrix now. So it's not good because of the sole fact that you don't have wave clear down and you don't have really nobody besides Alani stopping this version 10. On the opposite side there, you have the version 10.0 bot all the way back to the base, and this bot may actually be the one that seals the deal here is because it's only up to Ernest, and finally you see the bot coming into play. That's the version 11.0 bot, and he's going to do some heavy damage onto this bot, but unfortunately I think this is going to be all she said and wrote. With 8 seconds left, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have actually went to time, the long distance. Team 1 victory. Lost Heroes managed to win that after being down the whole game.
Wow.
Lost Heroes managed to win that only because of the sole fact that they won all the won all the columns.
That's right. Yep.
They were able to survive. They fought from the back end. Each time their bot got killed in middle map, they had to fight on the way. Version 11.0 bots starting at 0.0. I guess we figured out what's the max you can go starting at 0.0. But they won game number 1, one match away from stealing it away from Make Souls Great Again and being qualified for the Choctaw Festival of Gaming. They won in the kills column. No, actually, no, they didn't win in the kills column. They won in the assist column. They didn't even win in damage dealt, one in damage taken, and one in healing given. But how did that happen then? That don't make sense.
Yeah, that's...
Hang on. That don't make sense.
They would like you to go through the stats to make sure that was a fair victory.
Both teams would like us to go through the stats to make sure that was a fair victory. So looking at this, 32 kills to to 27. That would be Make Souls Great Again wins that one. So that's 2. 3. You win in less damage taken, right? So that'd be 4, right?
Right now, damage taken is most.
So most damage taken is 1.
So you got 1, 2, 3. It's tied stats. It went to first blood. So did
Tied
they get
stats.
first blood? Did Luckmod get first blood?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember. This guys, we have the Gearbox developers here talking it over to figure out who got first blood, because what me and Scott were talking about was if it tied on the stats, it went to first blood, and if it was no first blood, it went to random coin toss. In which case, since there was a tie on the stats, because kills was done by it, the columns that were won were kills, deaths, and damage dealt was won by Make Souls Great Again. Make Souls Great Again. Assist, damage taken, and healing given was won by Lost Heroes, because at the moment damage taken is done by whoever has the greatest number instead of who has the lowest number. So technically it would be the team that had their first blood. Unfortunately, though, I don't necessarily see who had their first blood.
Yeah, we have to go back and look.
So, guys, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. Guys, we're going to go to a quick commercial break as we figure this out. We'll be back momentarily.
If it's the other mode.
Welcome back, everyone. That was by far the most intense Battleborn game I've casted or watched here. Version 11.0, all the way over to overtime. And what happened was, what we were kind of like discussing, because, before an incursion, it bases it off of, who wins the stat trees, right? Well, Meltdown, on the other hand, after, discussing about with you guys and, your team at Gearbox, it actually bases it off of who had the advantage going into the finale.
Right.
And in which case, Lost Heroes had the advantage about 184 to 163, in which case they held off, Lost Heroes, or not Lost Heroes, Make Souls Great Again, and won because of that.
Yeah, it was definitely a wild, wild finish, and that was crazy. But yeah, because we do have a score to fall back on there, so that's the logic with that part of it is, an incursion you can't have a score differential, otherwise the game would end with a winner. So
yeah,
that's why it has to immediately go to stats.
Yeah. In which case, it works best for them, but that also falls into play as what happens in Meltdown when the stats are exactly the same. Does it go to the skill tree?
There's an escalating or de-escalating series of tiebreakers that goes, finally it ends up on coin flip, which I'm sure some people have seen before, which is, not a great way to lose.
Yeah.
So.
But it's also the fact that, what we've seen is, it's funny because it's like the caster's curse in other esports, what they call it is, the caster says something and immediately it happens. And that's how it actually happened. Me and Scott were talking about it before, and sure enough, it happens where it goes into overtime, basically, and nobody wins. But it's happened like that on past games, too, where it's like, I wonder if this happened, and then it goes a distance, or, hey, I wonder if this will get picked, and then boom, it gets picked, and it's amazing to see how this works. We see Galileo being banned as we go into the ban and draft system, being banned from Make Souls Great Again. We see Pendles and we see Atticus being highlighted. Atticus is a player we have not seen this whole tournament. Pendles we've only seen once, and that was actually on Echelon we've seen it. And it didn't really work out that well for that team.
Yeah, definitely unorthodox to see a Pendles hinted at here with the reservation there. So we'll see if they actually end up drafting that or not.
I've seen Pendles do really well on Incursion, but that's also not necessarily the kind of Battleborn and caliber that we're watching right now.
Right.
Because Pendles can be a nuisance where it just goes, goes invisible, goes back to your base and destroys all your, all your buildables.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the ability for the enemy team to counterpick here. We'll have to see if they end up going with it. Looks like an El Dragon indication too. This could be quite the unorthodox match we have here.
Yeah, Phoebe being banned, Ernest being banned,
Kelvin
Boulder
is
being
still
banned.
Available too, so
I expect to see a Kelvin.
There he is, top pick.
I want to see a Miko Montana. I want somebody to pick Miko Montana. Miko Montana both made it through, but I want to see that.
Yeah, you like that combo a lot.
I never played it. I never actually played it. I've never played Miko. I've played Montana, but I've never actually had that combo, though. But every single time I play against that combo, it's always a nuisance. I always lose by it.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty classic. It's something that we saw a lot, definitely during CTT and open beta as well. It's a very natural synergy there between a big, beefy character and a sustainable healer. So
we see Isaac being hovered over by Shadow, but he also hovers over Galt, and that is going to be Wrath.
Now they're just messing with us.
Yeah, now they're just messing with our feelings there. But it's going to be interesting to see if that's actually the team composition they pick. But I honestly don't see that happening. We do see Thorn being reserved.
Yeah.
I wonder if they actually. I've always thought this in other titles too. Whenever you see it go down to the final seconds, did they really talk over their team for the past 40 seconds to pick that one character, or are they just waiting for the time to go down in order to pick the character? I know some people it's like a mental factor.
Yeah, I mean, part of it might be trying to stress out the other team a little bit. It also could be talking about early on that you're going to go with Thorn with that pick. And so you're just talking through kind of game planning out what might be happening next. Okay, we're going to grab Thorn. Who are they going to take? And, predicting what that's going to be and knowing what your follow-up then is going to be, or, discussing who's going to take, your next pick. And so there's a lot of stuff that could be going on there.
Caldarius being reserved by Silver Knight. And honestly, right now, there's a lot on the line.
Definitely.
Lost Heroes is one game away from being the second team that's qualified for the Choctaw Festival of Gaming.
Big deal, and not just qualification, but as you've been saying, they get airfare, they're getting hotels, they're getting tours, so it's a big prize on the line here.
And technically, for everybody viewing at home, if you did not participate in the qualifier, you could still qualify for the Choctaw Festival. Or not qualify, you can still participate in Choctaw Festival of Gaming. The only thing about the Choctaw online qualifier is it helps your seeding and it also determines the top 2 teams that will be flown out by Gearbox and being hotel reservation, everything. So on the other hand, it just helps your seeding. Teams that participate in the online qualifier that show up to the tournament will get a higher seeding compared to teams that just sign up at the door or sign up online. So when we say qualify, it's basically you're qualifying for your seeding right now. Right now, is you're playing for your seeding, also playing for that victory where you get flown out from Gearbox and actually get a tour of Gearbox Studios. We see Galt and Toby being picked as well.
Yeah, and Lost Heroes going again with some smaller characters, some more mobility. It'll be interesting to see if they follow this up, with that Melka pick like they've done the last couple incursions that we've seen them play, that they had a lot of success with. Pretty outside the box type strategy there. We've got a pretty classic incursion composition here being built by Make Solus Great Again with a lot of control, a lot of big beefy characters, and then Toby for the wave clear. I got a Cleese coming up there. That's interesting.
That is interesting. We have yet to see Cleese in this entire tournament as well, and we played a lot of Battleborn games. A lot of games have actually gone the distance where it went to Game 3, and the fact that I enjoy that because it adds that sort of factor into it, because it adds that 1-1 or maybe 1-1-1. It's really cool. So we have one more pick coming out from the Lost Heroes side. It's going to be interesting to see. Miko's still up for grabs. No team either has a healer, so that's another thing that, you have Alani.
Yeah, none banned either.
Yeah. Alani's been, Alani, we have yet to not see her in a game.
Especially Incursion. I mean, she's, she can be so pivotal, especially, like we saw the last time Lost Heroes was playing Incursion, and, they went, a bit squishier off the bat, but with that Alani to just keep them up, and they've done a great job with that. Their Alani player is very strong.
Yep. And now we're going into the final 2 picks from Make Solus Great Again. This is going to be very crucial because they could go for a tank, they could go for the Miko Montana combo, or they could, but that really doesn't allow them to have that much damage. You could also see, with Ernest being banned, I don't necessarily see Kid Ultra being picked, so that would be...
That makes sense.
That makes sense because that adds some wave clear, that does some damage. I would love to see some wave clear and maybe a Rendi going out, because that's honestly one thing I haven't seen as well is they don't have the Rendi, and the Rendi's not banned. I would not expect to see a Rendi this late picked into the game.
Yeah, I mean, they could use some more damage with Khalees and Alani on the other team, so we'll see.
Well, in a way, the combo with the Rendi would be really good because you could use Galt to hook them in, but use Shadow Fire Pill and just...
Right, they've got, again, like a lot of CC here, Kelvin, Galt, so they've got Galt and Kelvin for the initiation, some solid range damage from Toby and Kid Ultra as well. But yeah, the Atticus pick, I like it. I mean, they've got a big, beefy roster right now, so we'll see how it goes.
Atticus, we have not seen any at all this tournament as well, so another thing that's, how can we go against this? That'd be a big question there.
Yeah, throwing your opponents for a loop a little bit there with it. He's really strong though. He's tough to get the hang of. If you're a newer player with him, haven't gotten a whole lot of experience, he can be tough to master. But really good Atticus players are a force to be reckoned with.
And we do have a Whiskey Foxtrot ending out there on the side of Lost Heroes. So again, we haven't seen Oscar Mike played, so interesting. Why do you think that they would not opt for Oscar Mike compared to Whiskey Foxtrot?
I just think right now Whiskey's kind of the better option. He's kind of the same role. He can do a lot of the same things, and he just has a bit more burst to him right now with the way his ultimate is in its current state and his sap grenades and everything. So I think that's probably what's edging Oscar Mike out a little bit there, is since he got his napalm nerfed a bit recently, that's kind of pushed Whiskey into the fore in that regard.
A lot of different choices on meta choices here, but honestly, given this whole scene, I honestly think that we've seen maybe in total about 17 of 18 of the roster's 25 characters. Which is good because, we'll have that information going into the Choctaw tournament, but it also shows how much meta's chosen. And I would say I love that Atticus skin. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's almost as good as the
It's a
Shayna
good one.
Oryx clown skin.
Yeah. They're both great. The thing that really makes that Shannon Aurochs skin is the sound effects are fantastic with that.
Yeah, Scott was mentioning that to me earlier. He said that they've had people complain because they're really afraid of clowns, saying that it makes me afraid to play that character. It's like, great, that's I know you're afraid of clowns. I'm gonna pick that skin because
Yeah.
you may be
Psych
scared
out.
to play me. But
We'll see. It's interesting to see a Khalees on the team where they've got two Eldred, so they've got two characters that aren't going to have shields whatsoever, and then they've got a Khalees, which, you know, if you do have shields, he's got a great ability to keep those up. So it's interesting that they didn't have much synergy there, but I guess they're probably picking Khalees maybe more for the, you know, AoE wave clear.
now, there's something about in your game as well is you know, you have Generate Attacker, you have Eldred Attacker, Eldred Defender, you know, you have BBC. Is there any like advantage on some of those and compared to other ones, or are they just ranked based upon just a little added lore to the game?
I mean, obviously there are some things that, you know, different factions do better than others, and, you know, like a big thing with Degenerate characters is having a lot of lifesteal, but I think as far as like strength goes, it really comes down to the character itself.
Yeah. That'd be pretty cool, and obviously the attacker defender, you know, that's just self-explanatory there. We do have low health coming out from Alani, and you know that's another thing too. It's really weird to see that. It usually seems like the Alani player is the first player pushed up out of all the players. It's like, why would your healer be the furthest player pushed up here? I like that. To me, that just seems weird. And Oscar Mike, well, not Oscar Mike, but Whiskey Foxtrot actually still in that shock turret there. Has that.
Yeah. Toby
Kid
gets
Ultra
a
in
kill
front
on
of you, but-
Caldarius, and then Kelvin goes in on Whiskey.
That was, man, I don't agree with that play. He just picked up, like, he just ran right into the middle. And, you know, right here, we see Lost Heroes, they push Draconic back, and now now Lost Heroes can't get out of their base, as Make Souls Great Again has completely nullified them, and we see a elite bot in the first minute and a half of this game. And that's one of the big things about it is, you know, we're going to go into some first-person view here, looking at Thorn's perspective here. And Thorn's is going in, does have the Stinger turret. Don't know if she actually activated it. Actually chose not to. Does hit the gulp.
Yeah, they really need to try to back him off here and see if they can try to get some mid control before these shards pop up, which seems to be what they're trying to do, pushing that gulp back with Thorn. We'll see if they're able to do so.
Shards are up now, so now, but
Yep.
the
Caldarius looks like he might be going out, trying to grab him.
interesting thing
That's
is the fact that Solos doesn't have a lot of middle control. Like it was really just Galt and Kid Ultra there. So Caldarius managing to steal that right hand shard there, so did steal that one away. Does have the elite bot pushed up, but the double shard still in the middle of the map is still active, but we might see Caldarius head over there. We do see Kelvin come by, so this could be a stun or kill from Kelvin. Kelvin's low on health now, so he has to retreat. Does have Galt there, but Galt misses his hook. So Wissy Foxtrot has the ability to get these two shards. I would opt to go for them right now as soon as you have one, which she actually does go for. That should put his shield up, or shards up to about 887. Gives his ability to actually get his gear, as he does have no gear at the moment, I believe. Well, actually does have one piece of gear, does have two in his back pocket, but going for the kill, but he does actually get hooked in by Galt there, and unfortunately gets taken down. Kid Ultra managing to take him down. And Cleese, on the other hand, is staying far back. Does have like a shield around him, so.
Yeah, he's doing his job right now. That'll be important to see how well he's able to keep those rifts up once he hits level 4 and gets network online. It looks like he's already starting to build towards that right now by stacking those two rifts on top of each other right there in the choke point.
So for somebody that's never really used Cleese before, what are his rifts? Like, what is the purpose of them? What do they do?
His rifts are essentially his bread and butter. That's the kind of mainstay of his kit. They provide shields to yourself and to allies, and they'll also damage enemies. So really you want to be popping those down as often as you can. If you're playing against a Khalees, you know, especially if you have range like they've got Toby on their team, Toby's probably going to be trying to knock those down as often as possible. But once he hits level 4, he has the ability to get his rift network up, which, yeah, exactly, that augment right there. And what that does is it multiplies the damage that each rift does by how many rifts you have up in a chain together. So they have to be relatively close to one another in order to chain together. But so you'll see him stacking these here right now just for the stacked damage, but once he gets Rift Network online, those will be multiplicative.
So would you suggest going for the unstable Rift or the Rift Network?
Me personally, I always take Rift Network. It's too good, in my opinion. I can't pass it up every time I play it.
That is true. I never played Cleats, but I could see that, possibly being the issue there. Not. I feel like some choices is like with Ernest and one of his skill trees is like you get 2 extra grenades or it's something weird, and it's like the real 2 extra grenades are kind of crucial in a wave clearing game because you don't 6 grenades aren't really a lot in the aspect of things. They aren't a lot to make him too OP. If he had 8 to begin with, he would be OP. I will admit that overpowered. But letting him have the augment up to 8, that provides enough in my opinion. But they did actually manage to push out back in the middle, but now they're actually back. But they actually managed to get the call Darius. But
he gets body blocked a little bit by that thrall, but he's able to escape there.
Looking back at the overhead view, we have the Sentry taking damage there. That was by Kid Ultra, but he doesn't manage to get anything down as the Sentry's health is still up. But Atticus there, as I say that, he actually did manage to get the double thralls, and he will make him go down.
Thrall rebellion happening right here.
And this is a big play coming out as now we do see middle map somewhat in control of Lost Heroes. Lost Heroes does actually get some control down. But unfortunately, though, this is going to be a big could be a big push coming out from the Make Souls Great Again side, considering the fact that they do have the double thrall.
Yeah, and Supernova's just been waiting around that corner with Kelvin coming out and getting those chomps on the minions. But other than that, just playing pretty conservatively, waiting for somebody to come out and get a little too aggressive, and then he'd hit him with that stun. But it seems like they're content now to just hold him right at this choke point and force Lost Heroes to make the next move.
Yeah, this will be a big play right now because you do have the Shepherd as well as the Elite bot, and they're going to just take damage onto the Sentry as we do see about 1/8 of the shield
the minions
down.
handle it. Kelvin dives a little bit there with Sublimate just to try and disrupt a bit, but other than that, they're content to just let the minion wave push in. They're not risking themselves. They're just hanging on to that mid control. They're probably getting their gear online, getting levels off of buildables and keeping the minions pushing.
And that's true. You even look at the gear that I think, only one piece of gear, and that's on Galt, and that's the epic, attack gear that he has right there. Whereas if you look on the side of Lost Heroes,
the attack gear is inactive. He's got his reload speed and his crit damage online. Those are cheaper ones, but yeah.
As to on the side of Lost Heroes, you do have 3 pieces of gear. Actually, no, sorry, 4 pieces of gear offline.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So
I see what you're saying. Yep.
That's the gear is way on. Make Souls Great Again basically has the gear all set, besides the Galt. Whereas the Lost Heroes, they opted to go for a little bit better gear set instead of the more common gears.
Yeah, it looks like Make Souls Great Again had a lot of shard generators. I think I saw 4 of their 5 teammates having the common shard generators, which are probably flawed, so they had those active since the beginning of the game. Which definitely, that combined with this mid control is going to give them a big economic advantage.
Yeah. So what is your perspective, since you're one of the balance guys that actually created the gear set for the Choctaw Festival Gaming Tournament, what's your opinion about going? It seems like more teams here chose to go for the low-costing common gear compared to going for like the higher shard common.
Right.
Somewhat similar to what Lost Heroes did, where they only have 4 pieces of common gear.
Right. So, I think a lot of that is just the early game advantages can be so huge that I think that's why it's important to get gear pieces like that online as quickly as you can. And then you're able to, use your shards to, help push, be creating buildables, which gives you more experience, and, those give you more levels, more augments. So it starts to become something where you have to kind of choose if you want, a late game, advantage when it comes down to the final numbers in the game when everybody's at level 10, or do you want to be able to hit those numbers faster and start accruing levels, get to your augments more quickly. And I think that's where that disparity comes in a bit as far as teams leaning towards the cheaper gear sets.
So with having flaws, what type of flaws do you see at like gear at low costing set? Because I know you have like common gear that like you get 8% reload speed, but what would be a thing that you have to give up, where you have lower shield or something like that?
Yeah, typically what you want to do, this is something that I'm sure all competitive players know, but what you want to do is you want to have a flaw that does not hurt the character you're playing. So if you're, a character that doesn't have a gun, you're going to take something that has, negative reload speed or, negative or additional recoil on it or something like that, so that you're not hurt by the flaw that you're picking. It just makes the gear piece you're going for cheaper. And that is something we tried to incorporate into the gear set that we ended up with for Choctaws. We tried to have as many meaningful choices as possible. We didn't end up with a lot of things on our list. Going down to 40 pieces, there's a lot that had to get cut out, and we tried to stay away from things that hurt everybody. Most people don't want to take lower movement speed. You don't want to increase the damage that you're taking, so the negative damage reduction starts to be kind of problematic there as well.
Yeah, makes sense. But going back into the action now, we still fighting over this middle map here. I see Toby ulting, trying to get something. It did seem like he did get the Thorn earlier during the sniper hurt, but still 10-3 right now. Pretty common on Make Souls Great Again. Just by doing the shard thing, they did technically win the skill tree there. So
yeah, they've got all their ults online now, and they've just been holding this middle ground, been able to dominate so far. It'll be interesting to see if Lost Heroes are able to push out a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised to see somebody try to make a flanking run or something, try and just pull them away from that choke point where they've been for so long. But there's been too much pressure on them so far.
Yep. And right now we do go to the Make Solus just in the middle of the map. We do see that the single thrall was just gotten by Atticus though, so we will have that being pushed up. That's going to be the, you said the, what do you call it, the Bone Crusher? Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a really good point, is that they've been able to, maintain this middle ground, this force at this choke point. And, meanwhile, Atticus is just running all around the map. He's going for double thralls now. Like, he's just doing whatever he wants. They're essentially 4v5ing in that team fight and not really having much of a problem with it.
Yeah, and Oscar Mike's trying to do whatever he can to stop this, but unfortunately the damage has been done. He already has the double thralls. The only difference is he can try and get Atticus, but unfortunately he just kind of rotates back. So now he just has to focus on double thralls, get as much damage down him, make it as possible quick as he can. But as soon as I said, Thorn actually takes out Golf there. So now we have double thralls going in base, as well as the Bone Crushers fighting each other right now. The Bone Crusher on Make Souls Great Again side is down. We will see what he actually took there. So I believe he actually took the Rift Network. Yeah, so he did take the Rift Network, and he goes for the bulk saving, so having extra in. So he does have +1 Rift.
Yeah, so there's a great synergy there. I mean, I think every time you take, again, this is just my personal opinion, but if you're going to take Rift Network, which I almost always do, you pretty much always have to go with the extra Rift as well, because that's just, rather than ×3, it's ×4 Rifts.
Yeah.
So it's a huge win for you as a Khalees player, and he is a bit more of a late game character, so we'll see if maybe they can start to get a push there now that he's got Rift Network online with the bulk savings.
All I gotta say is his regular shot took down almost all of Toby's shield.
Yeah, he's got the I forget the name of it, but the charge snipe shot on Khalees. It's quantum. It's like level up a little bit from there, up a little further.
Quantum precision.
Yep, there you go. Sorry, mutation. That's the one I was looking for. It on the right. Yeah, so quantum precision. It gives him a lot stronger of a single shot. Which is a good counter for a sniper on the other team, Toby, like they have. So it's a pretty good pick there for him.
Yeah. Going into this, though, still, we finally see them pushing back up, and it seems like they finally got somewhat little control of middle with that Bone Crusher there. Elite bots coming out on both teams. Atticus still taking low damage, but, looking at the score, still 10-4. Kills away in favor of Make Souls Great Again, but still kills don't matter.
Yeah.
Kills don't matter right now, especially considering the fact that they don't have no damage on Sentry. So.
Right. Yeah. No, and they kind of weathered the storm. Like I said, I mean, Khalees can be a bit more of a late game character. He's got Heal Chair online now. He's got Rift Networks. So we'll see if they can make a push here later in this game.
Yep. As we do see that they finally push him back. Caldarius low on health. Nothing they can really do about this, though, because as we do see that is Caldarius, I guess, using his ult on that one.
Yeah, he popped up into the air and got his ult Alani with a timely heal to get him back to full health right there before he came back down to earth.
As we are on board here with Thorn, as we do see Kellen go off before a stun, just try and get away. Managing to take out that shock turret, though, that's going to be a big power play. Wasting some shards, but they still have the Shepherd up in the middle of the map. So they need to get some kills, that way they can at least focus out. But, the thing, though, is they didn't really take a lot of damage dealing on the Make Souls Great Again, but they did take a lot of tanks. So they have a lot of health compared to what the Lost Heroes have. And I think maybe that's another play as to how come not much, as we see right now, the score is still 115 minutes into the game, is because Solus don't have a lot of damage dealing, but they have tanks galore.
Yeah. Kelvin can really help you out with wave clear. His chomp gives him the ability to one-shot minions no matter how much health they have. So that's pretty big. Atticus can start to get, once he gets all his charges up, he starts to be pretty powerful as well. And Toby's got great wave clear if you let him sit there and snipe. So it's going to be important for them to use, for Lost Heroes, to use their ranged characters to keep trying to push Toby back and not let him start to feel comfortable.
As right now, we are currently watching as they finally take control of the middle of the map, which is something that they have not had control of all game long. So it's going to be interesting to see how can they really pan this out. As we go into a bird's eye view, just looking at how it is, still no damage on the Sentry. Sentry's still at full health, but we do see that Galt had to rotate back as he was low on shield. Toby was low on shield as well, but finally got some health back up, but obviously uses force field with the particle beam that he has. And it looks like he does have like a triple shot particle beam. Now obviously uses
It's a
ultimate.
big stun by Kelvin on that Thorn, and that Thorn goes down.
That was a good call there, as Thorn does go down. That actually forces Lost Heroes to rotate back, because now Lonnie's low on health. You have Thorn spawning up in about 15 seconds. Whiskey Foxtrot does have the overshield coming by, but now we are going on board here with the Toby, as Toby is just currently weighing lace to the M7 Sentry shield.
Oh,
and
he's busted. Whiskey finally came to push him out of that bunker.
That's actually a really big play because of the sole fact that how strong that he has done. He's almost one-shotted. He actually did one-shot Whiskey Foxtrot shield, which just tells you how much damage he regularly does. M7 Sentry, still half shield though. Now it's getting lower shield. I think that's by Kid Ultra. I'm going to try and hop on him real quick, as he did just kind of harass the shield. It's a very smart play, heads-up play from him. Does have the Thorn in his side though.
Galt just missed a crucial hook there. That could have been big if he could have pulled Thorn off that ledge.
That would have been. They have to keep getting damage on that Sentry now, because that Sentry is starting to regain the shield now. They have to at least hit it once in order to stop the Sentry shield. It does get hit though. That was by Toby. Toby doing another good job. And right now we see what they did last time. Or it was really it was really last time, or it was what the team Dunk Squad was doing was they kept the Sentry down at low shield at like about 18 minutes into the game. M7 Sentry about to gain full shield though, so that means that makes Solus, everything they did there is basically all for nothing. Hopping on board here with the Atticus. Atticus just kind of setting by.
Yeah, he's sitting on those Kid Ultra heals real quick, just trying to get his health back.
On board here with the Thorn, and right now I really honestly think that, yep, the 7th Sentry is back to full health. So all that push there was for nothing. But now back in the fight over middle map. And
the shards are up again, so we'll see. Looks like Toby's going for the single one.
Single one. Actually, Toby's
just sitting by it.
Sitting by, but Kelvin managing to take one. Now we see Atticus going for the second double shard. We see Caldarius get hit, and now Caldarius falls down to Toby. Galt pulls Alani though, and this is actually a big play now.
Kelvin with a nice ice wall. Let's see if he can finish him off.
Yep, that was a
there
finish off, and this actually could be it right now. This could be this Sentry going down, because now with 3 down, Thorn having to back up, but Thorn not having Alani there to heal her. It's all up to Cleese and Whiskey Foxtrot, and honestly, those two, they are good, but they're squishies in a way. So it'll be up to the...
But he does have his rift set up here. One goes down now, but those can really help when it comes to clearing minion waves.
Yep. But it gives Kid Ultra, and now Galt is just kind of laying race to this tournament here. I'm going to switch on board here with him, as he's just currently just laying race, and right now it's 90 to 84. And this is what I was talking about, where once those two players went down, it was kind of GG for the Sentry. And let's say that it's 100 to 50. Pretty big
great
play.
job capitalizing there once that Alani went down. That was a huge play. That ice wall ends up being a big deciding factor in that push.
Big deciding factor, but honestly, we may see a game 3 here, man. We may see a game 3, another game 3.
We'll see if they tie in their next meltdown match.
This team went to game 3 last time, so I wouldn't put it past them if they went to game 3 again. But honestly, also don't count out Lost Heroes right now, because it was like this before, and Lost Heroes made the comeback in order to go 50-50, and it actually ended in a tiebreaker again.
Wow.
So,
yeah, they have proven to be a very resilient team. Don't seem to let a lot of things get into their heads, and they're able to kind of refocus and get back into games.
I just don't see how they're going to really do it on this game because of the sole fact that how their team composition is. They have a good team comp, but playing against all these tanks, look at Toby. Toby's already level 10.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if you want to try to hop on board with Kelvin, see what his health is at right now, because he's just been feasting on those minions.
So Kelvin is currently level 7, but
Yeah.
at 3,700 health, so I'm assuming Kelvin gains more health by feasting on the minions.
Yeah, so his Chomp allows him to gain, he stacks max health every time he kills an enemy with Chomp. So that's something, and like I said, you can one-shot minions with it. So that's what a lot of times you'll see him just kind of sit out here and wait. The minion wave comes up, Chomp, and then he gets more max health. And so that's why, you know, especially late game, the longer this game goes on, the stronger and stronger he's going to become.
So that's another big factor there because, like you said, you know, he's just been constantly heading on this. And if you look at his health, look how many bars he has.
Yep.
It's pretty ridiculous at the moment. And I honestly, like I said, I don't think Los
So
Angeles is
boom, man, that was a great combo right there, and Whiskey's going to go down. It was a Galt pull into Kelvin's stun, and that was death.
Caldarius opts to go for his ult, but does it back on his base. Atticus again getting the double thralls right now, so this could be the final push. And honestly, yeah, like I said, I see this going to Game 3 just for the sole fact of how this is played out right now. We see Thorn on the sniper perch area, but again, you know, you have Kelvin at 3,800 health. What can you really do against that, you know?
Yeah, it's going to take some concerted effort and so probably some CC, which they don't have a whole lot of, if any, really, on their team right now. The best they've got, I think, would be potentially slows if he's got the slow grenade on Whiskey, maybe a little bit from Thorn's Blight. Yeah, it'll be rough.
Going on board here with the Atticus, just trying to see what he can do. We do have Alani that is low on health. He decides to go back. But even him, you know, you look at him, he has that almost 3,000 health right now. You know, you got so many tanks. The lowest person on team Make Souls Great is going to be the Kid Ultra. He had 1,100 health, whereas to the lowest person on, you know, Lost Heroes is probably going to be either the Thorn or the Alani. From what it looks like, it's going to be actually neither. So it's still really anybody's game, but I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not over. You know, there's always a possibility of being able to make a push if you can catch Make Souls Great again, maybe getting a little too aggressive here, catch them when they're, you know, when they're on cooldown. But so far, they've done a great job of just being conservative and playing to their character's strengths.
Yep. And they really, like you said, they kept them passes. They haven't really pushed past this wall, which honestly which is good because I bet you they could push them past and go to the second century, but at the same time, that would be like a high risk, high reward type of deal. Is you risk that, and what happens if you go forward down? You know your century's going down as well.
Exactly.
Well, you know at least you can keep them, and we do see maybe that's going to be double thrall going away, or that's actually single thrall.
Yeah, it looks like Caldarius back in the back grabbing the Bone Crusher thrall for Lost Heroes.
But we look at that and we see that's going to be Isaac going in. Thorn takes out Galt, but just like that, it's Kid Ultra takes out Cleese. And Alani is about to go down as well. Alani is really low on health, but unfortunately she lives.
Good 1-for-1 there. I think if you're Make Souls Great again, you're probably happy with that trade.
Yeah. We go on board here with Toby. Toby's just trying to get as much health down as what he can, but we do see the two Bone Crushers come in, and Toby's going to push up onto the sniper area. He will have Thorn here. Opts to go for his force field on the wall. Shoots out his white mine.
Stun.
Exactly. Still single shard up. So here's the question too: if the double shard isn't taken, does the other shard still spawn up, or do they both have to be destroyed for the other one to spawn up?
They'll spawn independently.
So good.
So yeah, so if they become staggered for whatever reason, you know, they'll start spawning out of sync from one another.
That is an interesting thing to understand there. Stinger turret finally goes down. They still do have the thumper turret back in the back there, but you know, hopping on board here with
Kelvin just hanging out.
Kelvin just hanging out. You know, Kelvin's like, I ain't gotta do nothing. We do see Kid Ultra did manage to get level 10.
He's probably, I think he's going to wait for a call out. We're probably going to see another try to pull and stun combo here from Galt and Kelvin momentarily.
I can see that happening.
He's going to do it on Cleese. Here they go. There's the stun.
Cleese gets taken out. That's KO'd from Galt. And we see Atticus going for the Bone Crusher Thaw again. And again, takes him out with ease. And Thorn knows where Kelvin's at, but unfortunately has really nothing that she can do to contest this.
Yeah, she's got to keep using her Blight to get wave clear done, so she can't pop that around the corner to get some indirect damage.
Yep, we do see Caldarius managing to clear out. Again, Alani, though, I don't understand that push there. You push out and you're the healer, and you just get melted. And so I understand you're going for those desperation pushes.
Exactly, yeah, I think that might be a bit of desperation creeping into their gameplay here, because there's only 5 minutes left and they're a whole century down at this point.
Yeah, but that's one of those, you can actually end your game a lot faster, but you need to coordinate that with your team. And fortunately, that's Thorn goes down as well from Kelvin. Now you're down 3, and now you get the opportunity for Make Solus to push up if they want to push up.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know that they will, though. They seem perfectly content to just sit here and wait at the choke point, wait for them to try and get aggressive, and just punish them.
Honestly, yeah, I agree with that because, Cleese, and you finally get some level 9s on your team, but you already had 2 level 10s on the, Make Solus Great Again team, and that is a bad point there is because you had 2 level 10s since you were level 7, so
yeah.
What can you do? And then you have the Sun coming out, and Cleese gets taken out again, and then just like that, stun. Galt is level 10, and Galt's going to opt to use, he used to his revolver.
Well, and he's got, so it looks like he, that's kind of interesting. That's not something you see a whole lot, but being as the other team doesn't have a whole lot of CC.
Caldarius gets taken out by Toby, but what were you saying about the CC, that the other team didn't really have that CC?
Because they don't have a whole lot of CC on the Lost Heroes side, Galt is free to take. It looked like, I could be wrong, but it looked like he took the damage over time on his ult rather than the no crowd control. He has a mutation where he doesn't get crowd controlled during his ult. Yeah, so he's got the incendiary shells rather than can't touch this.
Yeah, and that's actually, really good considering the fact that, the other team doesn't have that much CC. But, like you said again, they're not pushing up. They feel that they know they have this in the bag now.
They're being very patient, and they have been all game. To their credit, they've known what their strategy was going to be. They decided that they were just going to hold that ground, and they've been very effective doing so.
Yeah, and now we see Caldarius going for this Bone Crusher again. Should be able to take him out with ease, this late into the game. But Galt, with his pulls, I've yet to see him miss one pull.
That's what, like 3?
Yeah, 3 in a row that we've been on him that he's hit, all straight.
Well, and all on Cleese that, I feel like we're watching replays. He's, Galt pulls, Kelvin comes around the corner with the stun, and Cleese is dead.
And you honestly would think that Lost Heroes would catch on to that they know that that's going to happen. So, don't get caught out by Galt. If you see Galt, try not to hit his stun and out.
Yeah, it's really difficult to counter that, especially, this late in the game where you're trying to push and you're trying to get something done yourself.
Yeah. And at that moment, he pulled the wrong one that he did not want to pull. He pulled the Bone Crusher instead. That's actually, I believe, the furthest we've seen Make Solus pushed up this whole game because they didn't really even push up when they killed the Sentry. They kept at the same
they just
low.
did it from the ledge and then backed off again.
And they did it from the bunker. But then they finally pushed up into the base. But besides from that, try and go for the Storm. Missing the pull there.
Happens.
So he electrified his.
Yeah, that's the drain chain. It puts a damage over time onto the right there, onto the chain.
Yep. So that was really awesome to pick, and also, like you said, the incendiary shots here. Just going for this. Actually,
just a little extra DPS.
Really surprised that they've actually pushed back now.
Yeah. They got him backed up a little bit, but they still have all 5 up.
Again on Cleese, except for this time, he may not die, but unfortunately, no, he gets taken out by Galt.
Yeah, that's the other thing about a Cleese against a Galt is Cleese just makes such a big, easy floating target for that chain.
This is one thing that I've actually not seen.
Alani with it this time. Looks like she's going to go down too. There's the Kelvin stun, and she's dead.
Something I have to say about this game that I've noticed compared to other esports titles, you guys have a built-in taunt, and I've yet to see that be used by any player, which is shows how well they're sportsmanlike, per se.
Maybe, yeah.
Unless we just haven't seen it.
I mean,
for
the thing
instance.
is, you are vulnerable when you're taunting. So if you're in a serious competitive match, sometimes you don't have time to do it. I wouldn't be surprised to see those at some point, but like you said, some of it might be sportsmanship. You can't always predict how your opponent is going to take a taunt. There's some of these taunts are, just hilarious to me. So there are times where I'll get killed and somebody will taunt me, and it cracks me up. But yeah, probably best not to be doing it in a competitive setting when games are on the line and money's on the line.
Yeah. I just figured that maybe Galt, since how many times did he kill Cleese with his pull? That was 4 times, and just like that,
There it is.
he sees the taunt. Just like they're watching the stream, But Team 1 victory, makes Souls great again, takes that game at 150, dominating fashion through them.
Mm-hmm.
But going to Game 3, in the Game 3, they went to basically time limit on Meltdown.
That's crazy.
Lost Heroes won because they won the preliminary before the finale.
Right, yeah, they had
Now-
the higher score.
Now you're going into Meltdown again, and this is for being sponsored by Gearbox to go to the Choctaw Festival Gaming. Full sponsorship. It'd be so heartbreaking to see that happen again.
Yeah,
And-
I mean, I think that kind of illustrates the level of competition at this point. Is that these teams are so evenly matched that that they've gone to time.
No,
And,
yeah.
Anyway,
For
pretty
sure.
incredible play there. Look at that, Toby, 12-0.
12-0 from Toby, but 32-6 from Make Souls Great again. It was all the same combo.
251,000 damage.
It was
I was
all the
surprised
same
that
combo.
I was surprised that Thorn couldn't push Toby out of his spots a little bit more. That's something you'd expect to see from Thorn, and to a certain degree from Whiskey as well. To really be able to push Toby, being that Toby was their only range DPS. I mean, clearly they have Kid Ultra as well, who wasn't too shabby with 146,000 himself. But anyway, it seems like something that they kind of dropped off a little bit there.
Yeah, but guys, we're going to go to a quick commercial break as we set up for Game 3 here. Winning team of this gets sponsored by Gearbox to the Choctaw Festival Gaming and will face Dunk Squad in Grand Finals. Stay tuned as we come back with more Battleborn here momentarily.
cheese real fine, 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 my cheese real fine, my cheese real fine, my
Welcome back, guys. We're in Game 3 of the Choctaw Online Qualifier Losers Finals. Winning team between Lost Heroes and Make Souls Great Again will be guaranteed sponsorship from Gearbox to the Choctaw Festival Gaming to participate in the $10,000 Battleborn tournament. We already got Dunk Squad. They're sitting in Grand Finals. The winner of this team will meet Dunk Squad in Grand Finals. We're returning back to Cold Snap Meltdown, where we saw the time limit ran out and the controversial, quote-unquote, win by Lost Heroes. Version 11.0, Ultra Minions.
I predict another good one. I think this is going to be. It's going to go the distance, I think.
Honestly, I will say that as well. I honestly think it'll go the distance. I don't know if it'll go to the 30-minute mark, though. I hope it don't, only because of the sole fact that I don't want another win like how we had last time.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I wished it was like where it just kept going, because that Lost Heroes, it was able to clutch up and make sure their minions never got past, like never got close. But Make Souls Great Again just did so much work in order to push those minions up, and that was excellent play by them. But going into the ban system, we're looking at Phoebe being banned first, Thorn being banned in retrospect of Lost Heroes. Oh, sorry, Solus not Great Again. Team names at the very top are switched around, so we have Lost Heroes on the left-hand side, Solus Great Again on the right-hand side, as Kelvin gets banned, and that's going to be on Lost Heroes' side. We will get that fixed for you momentarily, as Galileo will be the last remaining ban. So now we're heading into the reserve phase.
Some really fast bans, too. They knew what they wanted to do there.
Yeah, so right now we are going into the reserve character phase. I'm not necessarily too sure what we'll expect to see, but it's going to be a great game nonetheless with that. Just trying to figure out about the still not picked the character yet. Sorry, trying to get the names fixed, as we have finally got the names fixed. So Solus Great Again will be Team 2, Team 1 will be Lost Heroes, or if you look at the very bottom, Team 0 will be Lost Heroes, Team 1 will be Solus Great. And Caldarius being picked out for Lost Heroes. I believe that Caldarius was picked the last time we had a Meltdown. I could be wrong about that, but I do know that Lost Heroes chose Caldarius for the Incursion game. And unfortunately, Solus just played a very good defensive game of Incursion. That was perfect play by them. You knew exactly what they were going to do, especially with that Galt, hooking in combo. You had Kelvin come in. And Lost Heroes like, we're not dealing with Kelvin again. That's not happening. So they banned Kelvin. Phoebe being banned the last 2 times, which is interesting as well. Thorn being banned on the side of Solus, and then Galileo. So it'll be interesting to see, as this is the last game these two teams will play.
Shane, okay, I like that pick.
Shane will be a very good pick. We haven't seen that for like the past 2 or 3 games, but that was actually a really heavy pick the first couple matches that we've seen casted on stream. Was Shane and RX was actually a heavy pick between both characters. But now, going to the second pick, maybe a Vindy, maybe a Whiskey Foxtrot, possibly a Ernest. Ernest got through the ban system, so it'll be interesting to see, as we did see Ernest from Lost Heroes. So maybe Solus was like, no, we're not going to deal with the Ernest. Even a Toby got through. So we did see Toby come out from Solus last Meltdown, so maybe we might see it again. But Galt actually being picked up this time. So Galt, I think, was actually on Solus' side last time as well.
So you got double pulls. Okay. I'm really surprised by Caldarius going first. That's interesting.
That is an interesting pick. I wonder what their not thought process was, but just their thought behind that was.
Yeah, there's definitely a reason, I'm sure.
Yeah, what's the strategy they plan on going with there? Because you do have the 2 pulls coming out from the Solus side, so you have Galt that has this hook, you have Shane that just has a pull, and that is very crucial when it comes down to the Ultra Minion side, because we've seen Galt in previous games be able to pull the Ultra Minion way far away. We see Alani coming out on the Lost Heroes side as well, so that's going to be the healer there. Maybe even a Kid Ultra Um, I don't necessarily think we'll see a Miko, Toby being picked
Toby,
on
yeah.
that side. So Lost Heroes opting for the Toby, not giving that to Solus this time. But I do think that we might see, like I said, Kid Ultra, possibly even a
Boulder would be a good pick too.
Boulder would be a good pick,
Wouldn't be
but
surprised to see him get picked up.
Boulder would be a good pick. I think there was a Boulder last game, last Meltdown game as well. Arendi would be a good pick, just for the sole fact that DPS. You do have those two heavy DPSs that you have on your team right now, but you don't have any like high damage DPS but low costing low health characters. Maybe even a Wrath. We saw Wrath being picked by Dunk Squad, so maybe Solus might pick something. Beatrix coming out though, so that's an interesting pick. On the other side, opposition Lost Heroes. It'll be interesting to see how this last pick. Oh, sorry, no, it's still on side of Solus, so Solus still has one more pick. But
Yeah, I just want to see how Lost Heroes deals with those two pools. What are they going to do to combat that? That's tough.
that is a lot of stuff there. I don't know. They need some wave clear, I believe. Either Ernest. They don't have the Toby option now. Not too sure who they could go with there.
I think Supernova Snipe. I think they're a big fan of a Rendy. Wouldn't be surprised to see an Rendy pick. Okay, DeAndy.
DeAndy being picked out. So interesting enough to see. So, going on the side of Lost Heroes, though, this would be interesting to see how they pan this out. Could see a Whiskey Foxtrot. Trying to think about what characters would work really well with the composition they have.
When you got two characters.
Arendi.
Okay, there we go. So maybe Arendi can also expose DeAndy and Shane when they go invisible.
Yeah, so that's just a big. You have the one more pick, and this is going to be the final pick of Lost Heroes, potentially for the night.
It's a pretty squishy team so far.
Marquee. I don't know about that pick, man. I'm not too sure if I'm feeling that pick. I don't know with the way that these teams have played Meltdown if Marquee will be good in the late game. Because every single time we played Meltdown with these teams, besides that one game that we had in winners bracket, it went down basically to late in the Ultra Minion rounds. So I don't know how I feel about the Marquee being picked up because I don't know how the Marquee will work in the Ultra Minion later rounds.
Yeah.
If we see a version 6, a version 7, how good will that be? Whereas the Boulder being finished out on Make Solus Great Again. So guys, this is a final ban and draft system of this series. The winning team of this will advance on to the grand finals to face Dunk Squad, and the winning team of this game will be guaranteed flight, hotel from Gearbox, sponsored out to the Choctaw Festival of Gaming, located in Durant, Oklahoma, at the Choctaw Casinos and Resorts, in March 3rd through 5th. So, interesting enough to see how will this pan out. Make Solus Great Again, they were down 1-0, came back, tied it in the incursion after showing a dominating victory, not giving up middle map control ever, as well as not overextending enough to actually give Lost Heroes a chance to come back. So really heads up play from Make Solus there. But Make Solus was in winners bracket, got knocked down to losers from Dunk Squad. They're trying to reform here. This is their second chance. Or will Lost Heroes take it back and make their run through losers and cement it?
Yep.
But going back to this cold snap now, being interesting to see how these teams plan out as we have Make Solus Great Again on the top side, and on the bottom side we will have Lost Heroes. So, what do you expect to kind of pan out here as we have both teams playing? I honestly would love to see how Lost Heroes side will work, but I'm not too confident in their team composition.
Yeah, I would assume on Lost Heroes side we're going to see Marquee pick a side. Toby's going to pick the other side. Either one of those are going to be really good against Galt, sort of keeping him back and pinned behind cover. But yeah, I still don't know about their team. We'll see what they're thinking though.
See what they're thinking. We're going to push up to the very far left lane first, watching Toby and Caldarius here, as they should run into the opposition of Beatrix and Galt. They automatically get for the shot Stinger turret up right now. Force field up in the air, so we do actually have some wave click coming out, but Galt managing to take down that force field. We do have the overshield coming in through Galt and the Shepherd, but the Shepherd down to low health. Galt still has his overshield on, and Caldarius really far pushed up. Now finally Caldarius putting some shots into the Galt. We do see Ilani taking low health here, and that's going to be on the right-hand side. I may have to switch over there, but Shane Arx on board here right now. And this may be first blood coming out as Galt is, oh sorry, not Galt, Caldarius is very low. Caldarius trying to get out of dodge, trying to load. He now finally has a Randy and Ilani that, but just like that, Galt managed, actually no, Toby drew first blood on the Galt, so that was a big play there. Galt actually, Toby actually managing to push back Beatrix there. So now we have Boulder coming in from the top mid, push it down. He does have Toby in the middle, and unfortunately Toby didn't really realize that, as now Toby's getting hit by the Boulder, so now Toby has to get out of dodge, opts to go for the runaway. Does have Caldarius there to make a play, but just manages to push off Boulder for right now, and just like that, we do have the Shepherd spawn back up. Still 3-0 right now, Lost Heroes. Still a low lead. First blood in favor of Lost Heroes there. So.
Yeah, that's a pretty patient play there. You know, some players would just, they get so thirsty, they just keep going for that kill. But, you know, Super sort of backed off a couple times there. Toby backed off. It's pretty smart.
That's a really heads-up play considering what's on the line right now. If this was just like for, you know, just regular fun play, maybe competition play or, you know, scrimmages, it would be really good, or, you know, that could potentially happen. But we're playing for full sponsorship to the Choctaw Festival of Gaming, guys. We're not going to see any dumb plays I wouldn't expect from these two teams. So we do see Shane taking out Avindy there. But going onto the right-hand side of the map now, we see Deandy taking out Alani. And Deandy still trying to get this pushing Caldarius back. So that was a big play coming out from the Solus side there. 6-3 right now. Solus wants to take this home. Solus coming from the winner's bracket. We do have Avindy pushing up right now. Avindy using her Shadow Fire Pillar. Shane pushing back. Managing to take out basically Avindy's shield, but Shadow Fire Pillar coming back into play right now. And now we have Alani pushing, Deandy pushing back up, making Avindy fall back, and just like that, it's 36-3, and we see 41-3 as that was a wave of minions gone into the base. Looking on the right-hand side, we do see Boulder managing to KO Caldarius as they're pushing up their wave minions. And right now, this is not looking good in favor of Lost Heroes, as Lost Heroes do have no control, over their grinders, and that's finally the Elite Bot pushing them back. So this will be very interesting to see, as it's currently 47-3. Still anybody's game, still low scoring, but right now it's totally in favor of Solus. As we are going on board here with the left-hand side, the Elite Bot comes into play from Lost Heroes right now. Deandy just causing ruckus in the back of the map. They do have a Avindy there pushing up on Shane Arx, but Deandy's in there to save her. And this actually could be a kill from Avindy, but just like that, Deandy may actually fall, as Deandy is low health, but Deandy is forced to fall back with the Elite Bot. The Elite Bot may make it through to the grinder unless Deandy can do something about it, but unfortunately she won't be able to. Actually, no, she does draw the Elite Bot away, trying to keep it up, but now Shane Arx, and this should actually be the Elite Bot pushing it all the way back, so unfortunately for them, on Lost Heroes, they won't be able to really do much with it. But Caldarius is stuck in between a rock and a hard place right now, having 4 people from Make Solus Great Again all around him, having to opt to boost out of there. Does have Shane try and get the stun, but unfortunately doesn't get it. Going on to the right side of the map, we do see that the Lost Heroes is pushed up, you know, to the point where they might be able to get a super Elite Bot in there, but unfortunately not, as Galt does pull him away, so that forces the Elite Bot back, and that will be the Elite Bot dying by Boulder. Also has Beatrix, Shane. That's 4v1 right now, but still full control right now in favor of of Lost Heroes, as they have Toby, Caldarius, and they had Alani there, but Alani backed up. Toby and Caldarius still over there, but they have 3 people in favor of the opposition side, that's going to be Boulder, Beatrix, and Galt. So it's going to be a very hard combo for them to actually kind of counter. 65-8 right now as Toby does get taken down from the Galt. And unfortunately for them, Caldarius looks like he's stuck in now between rock and a hard place as he's just trying to get out. Boulder's not going to chase him, though. They do manage to take down that Stinger turret. The shard is still up, though, so that's a really good sign. But fortunately for them, the I would take the shard if I was Solus right now. You have map control, but still take the shard. And if you look at how far pushed up Solus is right now, they're pushed up past the first grinder. You know, they're already working on the elite bot and the shepherd in the back far of the map. And there's really nobody here besides Toby that can contest him. And right now, they're not really caring that much about Toby. They're just focusing on getting the kills and actually managing to get the bots into play right now. Dandy's still focused on this elite bot. Dandy doing her
all
best.
the way up there. Wow. Yeah.
So Shane actually managing to, Toby actually managing to take out Shane, and they do manage to get the Stinger turret. Dandy jumping down into danger, though, but doesn't realize that Toby's right by her. Managing to use her clone to get away, but yeah, uses her clone to get away, as that's going to be Deandy, the clone Deandy chasing after that Toby there. So still 68-31. Lost Heroes is coming back slowly but surely. Deandy's right behind. Should be able to kill Vindy possibly, but we do have Beatrix low on health, and right now they're just trying to fight off the minions. They're not necessarily worried more so about the Vindy and Alani there.
Yeah, that's smart. Definitely smart.
Smart considering the fact that Vindy and Alani weren't able to close out any kills there. They do have 4 people pushing strong, or sorry, 3 people pushing deep here, as a Shadowfire Pillar does come out from Vindy, but she's still low on health. Finally gets the health back from Alani, forcing the Beatrix to pull back as Beatrix is low on shields. The overshield does come into play there for the Alani with the Shepherd. Does get pulled in from the Shayna RX. Shayna RX now low shield, does have 3 people that's going to be called Darius, Alani, and Randy, but she does fall to Alani. So now still 68-67, just like that. You know, Solus was up 50 points at one point in time. Now they're only down, only up by 1. Going back to the middle of the map, as we do see Caldarius versus Boulder here. Caldarius choosing to jetpack out of there, as they do have an elite bot pushing up. Elite bot's worth 20, so that could potentially be a big play, but Caldarius managing to take him out. They do have Deandy and Toby on the backhand side, as Deandy does fall back, as not able to get Toby, but Boulder just comes in and says, you know what, screw you.
Yeah.
We're gonna push you anyway, giving enough time for Deandy to fall back. Still, Deandy did not opt to go for that shard. Smart play, as she does have Caldarius there. Boulder is still low on health. This may actually be Boulder's death here, but Shane and Orc still there. Ult does come into play, and that is going to be Boulder down, as Caldarius does manage to get the kill there. 70-68. Lost Heroes does regain lead right now. Looking at the scoreboard, 4-6. Kills in still in favor of Solus, but kills don't matter in this game. It's all about what your minions are able to get through. And right now, they're getting in more minions than what the Solus is getting in, as they do have control of the left-hand lane. Alani, you know, does have a Vindy and does have a Beatrix there. Vindy does take out Galt, and now she's just taking out the Accelerator as well. Elite bots coming in, as well as Boulder, as well as Beatrix. So this will push back the Lost Heroes side again, but you know, the damage is done. It was 67-68, now it's 121-68. So it's a big play coming out here for Lost Heroes. Lost Heroes not trying to give it up. They want that sponsorship more so, and some elite level play Battleborn going down. As you see the elite bot taken out, but Boulder trying to get this down. Really nobody there from the opposition side besides of India and Alani, but they're all focused on the Beatrix back here. Trying to get the Beatrix down. Would you focus on the Beatrix, or would you focus on the play at hand and try and just get Boulder off the elite bot? But the grind, actually the elite bot does get hit by the grinders, so 156-68. Grinders have moved 20 minutes into this. This could potentially be a game that ends at 300.
Yeah, you get in the heat of battle like that, and sometimes you forget the main goal. You know, like you see that sliver of health, you want to finish them off, but sometimes the enemy is just distracting you, and that's all it takes for this mode.
Yeah, as of right now, Caldarius does take out Shane Org, so Galt is hitting Caldarius, but Caldarius does have the overshield on, trying to get any sort of damage he can do.
Toby ult.
Toby gets the ult, and he's getting critical damage with the his ultimate, which is going to be the dual wield shotguns. While Boulder's low health there, does not manage to take him out as Boulder falls, as well as Beatrix. And now we have Calderis, and that's just 3 down. And actually right now, this is where I can see that some play coming in, and that's going to be really Lost Heroes making some great plays, is the sole fact that with 3 people down, you're really focusing enough on letting the opposition put their minions through. We're going to go on board here on the right-hand side where we have Shane and Oryx, and we have 3 members from the Lost Heroes side. It's going to be Arendi, Marquis, as well as Alani. And they're focused on the Shane and Oryx point here. And Shane just going for the stun. Unfortunately, does not hit anything. Managing to get the Arendi with the pull, but unfortunately gets hit by the wall there. So the Andy opts to use the ult, hits the Alani with it, and that actually may be total death as Shane is there as well. And Alani staying alive, which is a really good play from Alani there.
That was nice.
168 to 68 though. Still big play, and that actually forced Shane to back up because Shane had low health. The elite bot still in play here. Going to the left-hand side, nothing really going on over here. We have Boulder and we have Galt over here, just going around. But Toby's still in play right now. Galt does hit a hook on Toby, and Toby's now down to low shield. Does use his force field to try to get some damage on him. Actually melts away Galt's health there, but unfortunately Galt does have his shotgun and does manage to shotgun down Toby. But now Galt and Boulder are really low on health, and that kind of sets up Calderis for a double kill if he's able to get. But unfortunately the overshield from the Shepherd comes into play, and they both have an overshield, which forces Calderis to back up.
He had 3 levels on Boulder there too, but he just couldn't take advantage of that.
Yeah, and that's another thing. You look at the level-wise, Lost Heroes has a lot higher level than what the Solus has. But like I say, you look at the kills, 10-7 finally now in favor of Lost Heroes when it was like 6-8.
A lot more minion kills too.
That is true. Caldarius does have to back up though, as he does get hit by Galt. So that is big play coming out, but still a lot of work going down as Caldarius does get taken out by Boulder though. So 168 to 74. We have a fight coming down in the back here, as Arendi is trying to get this Deandy. I think she did spot where the Deandy went. She knows that that is a clone. Unfortunately, was able to track it. So going on to the left side of the map, I think Deandy is going. Nope, Deandy actually does not opt to go for the shard area there, as now Elite Bot's in favor right now. As we have 3 people pushing up. That's actually Caldarius gets another. Arendi gets a KO on Boulder. So another big play coming out over on the left-hand side of the map, as we have Alani and we have Marquis up here. And what's funny is I said that I didn't believe in this Marquis pick, but it actually turns out to be really well from right now. As Marquis is still 0-0, 17 minion kills. So maybe there was a better pick that they could have chose where the Cranky Troll could have been a little bit better in the end. But then again, we just haven't seen Marquis picked out that well. But Alani does go down by Shane. So now they will get some, minion kill grinder points on the board, as they're at 174 to 82 now. Arendi does opt to go for that middle shard, so it will be spawned back in about 14 minutes, 54 seconds. And now we're going on board here just on the right-hand side of the map. Doesn't really have no action going down, as we have Caldarius being chased by Boulder. Caldarius just opting to go back, and we have the stun coming in from Boulder there. And actually will probably take down Caldarius, as Caldarius, it does get stuck on something, but the Arcmine comes into play from Toby. Managing to keep Caldarius alive right now, but the chase is really real, as Caldarius managing to stay alive. But the axe toss coming in play from Boulder, just sniping. That was a really good play. We'll have to switch on to Boulder for that one.
He lived up to his name, Supernova Snipe.
Yeah. That was really well coming out there. Going on board first person view right now for Boulder. Hit the axe toss really well on that Caldarius, 174 to 85. The unfortunate part is they really haven't been able to get any points on the board, except for just now. Just to say that they just now get some points on the board. Like I said, that's like Casper's Curse there. Arendi and Toby both take down Deandy and Boulder though, so now it gives a little bit, it gives Solus a little bit of breathing room due to the fact that you got 2 of the damage dealers down the team. So now that gives them time to a little bit of push up, especially on the left-hand side of the map where there's nobody on the left-hand side. It's all focused on the right-hand side. You have Arendi, Marquis, and Lonnie over there versus Shane and Beatrix. But really, honestly, what can you really do on this aspect here? The Marquis has not really been that big effective-wise, throughout this game from what we can see. 0, 0, 0, 19 minion kills, 51,000 damage dealt. Not as tremendous as what I would want him to be. but that doesn't mean he's still not doing work. But Arendi pushing up on this Dandy here. Dandy does manage to ult the Arendi though, and actually gets the elite bot in the mix there, so kind of splitting up the damage. So Dandy might actually fall here if Arendi is able to do anything, but just like that, Shane is actually going to go invisible, try and go for the stun area here. Does have the elite bot behind him, will pull the elite bot in, and managing to destroy it, but unfortunately not doing anything. And Lonnie's just sitting on top of the perch area here, just kind of looking down from above, and finally, you know, rotating back and actually will go for this right-hand shard here. So we'll spawn back up at about 12 minutes, 40 seconds. Going, and still, you know, 186 to 85, still a low-scoring game considering the fact that the grinders have moved back. Lonnie does get taken out by Beatrix though, so managing to get the kill there. Galt did get taken down as well during that time period, but he is still back up on the map now. Boulder is still low on health, but still keeping alive. Really nothing that they can really go against on the right-hand side. Just kind of playing for keeps. And honestly, with the way this is going, I can see it going into overtime again. The only thing is, will it go into finale 11.0?
Yeah.
Because at the moment, with the lead how it is, when you guys, you know, since it is 50 points, do you guys round up or do you guys round down?
I'm actually not sure if we round up or down with the score differential for the Ultra Minions.
So right now you would be able to get a level 2 Ultra Minion, but if it's so super close to a point where it's like, will it round down or will it round up? That's a big question to be answered there. But you know, going into the game right now, we still have Alani pushing up. Shane still low on health, but has Arendi there. Arendi trying to do whatever she can to push that Shane ult, and that Nullify comes into play there. Actually takes out the Shane with the one single shot after using the Nullify ability. We'll have Deandy opt to use a cloaking clone and pushes back. And now Arendi, that gives Arendi time to push up and actually could get some more minions into the grinders here, as it is 192 to 188. As you are just focusing on the left-hand side, guys, there is still action going down on the right-hand side of the map. But as of right now, you know, the only thing going down is the boulder, which is going to be the main B factor of here, trying to destroy this. But you know, just like that, that actually could be a potential 20 points on board here for the Lost Heroes side, as it is 208 to 88. Should send it back up to around 230, 240, as long as that elite bot can make it through. None of the bots over here I don't think made it through though, so 218, 88. And you know, going into first person view, we're going to first person view in Shane right now. Shane trying to take down the Shepherd area here, and just like I said, 238 to 88, so that elite bot did finally make it through. Opts to pull the Shepherd in. Does have Alani behind him, and as well as a Marquis and Arendi. Going to hop on board here with the Marquis real quick just to see what the Marquis is doing. Marquis is just staying on top of the perch area here and goes for the snipes right now on Deandy. Does hit Beatrix with one. Alani being chased after, and right now he's just trying to negate the effect on the Alani. So we'll see exactly what happens as we hop on board here with the Toby, as Toby's just currently sitting it back, and that is a really good position just for the sole fact that he is basically killing all the waves, and there's nothing right now that they can really do on the right-hand side, as that is just clear waves all the way through the grinders, passing all the way over Beatrix. And like I said, nothing really they can do on that. 277 to 88, especially with the Arendi, Marquis, and Alani pushing up on the left-hand side. You're only giving Shane enough time to really do anything herself. You finally have Galt coming through, as well as you have Arendi over here. So Arendi managing to put a lot of damage onto that elite bot, managing to take it out. And now you have Galt and you have Shane only to defend the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, you have the elite bot taking on the elite bot, which is going to be a really big fight. Elite bot on the Make Solus great again is not even targeting the elite bot that Lost Heroes has that's attacking him. It's more so targeting the Caldarius. Finally opts to target the elite bot right in front of him. And finally Arendi comes in over here to take out that elite bot, as we do have the elite bot staying up from the Lost Heroes side, but unfortunately gets taken out as well. Going on board to the right-hand side, though, we have the Shane and RX, as well as Galt pushing back up through middle map, managing to gain control of it, opting to go through back and middle. Elite bots on each side here, as well as the Shepherds. We have the KO coming in from Toby on Boulder, as well as Beatrix on Toby, so it was a one-for-one trade. Beatrix just pushing on the right-hand side of the map and going for this Caldarius, but Caldarius low health, but he's just going to opt to run away. Randy pushing up on this Dandy here, so interesting to see how this really pans out.
I'd like to see the D'Andy, you know, they're behind right now, and I keep seeing Lost Heroes retreat and go heal. You know, if I'm D'Andy, I'd probably think about go hit that back line a little bit and take out their healing station, take out the turret, take down the accelerator. You know, but she's been doing a lot of work in the lane too, but you know, there's something to be said about clearing out those back lines as well.
Yeah, we did hit the end of regulation. That should be about a level 3, level 4 minion in favor of Lost Heroes. So level 3, so it was level 3. As now it starts out with level 3 minion. And will we see a total continuation of the series? Or will we see a...
So worst case, if we go to time, we're going to see a versus 13 versus a 10.
Yes.
Ultra Bot. If we go to time.
Yeah.
I don't know if we will.
Whereas, too, if you actually see here, we see the Galt and the Shane pushing up on this Ultra Bot here. So they're pushing all the way back, you know, on the level 3 side.
Nice
whereas
slow.
on the right-hand side, you have everybody pushing on this one. This is one they're kind of opting for. They're kind of going for an all-5 push. You know, letting the other one not, you don't have to deal with it. As we do see Alani take out Boulder, that's going to be a big kill there. The Phoebe is actually really low on health too. This would be a really big push as long as they can do something about it. But unfortunately, I think that this is going to be a bot being taken out as nobody's really there in order to do enough burst damage for it. And so that, you know, that is done. So now we will go into the second wave. We'll start at version 0.0, I believe, for the solo side, as we will see 3.0. And this is where it happened last time, guys. We went to sudden death 0-0. Lost Heroes won it based upon winning the regulation point of it. If Solus does not make a big push here in order to get the Ultra Minion to the enemy grinder, Lost Heroes will take this and will be the second team that qualified for the Choctaw Festival of Gaming, sponsored through Gearbox. So it's going to be a big push. As we see the Ultra Bot getting taken out really quick, Caldera's pushing up on the right-hand side. This could be a very big play coming out as actually the Ultra Box just left right on Beatrix. So both Ultra Bots are done on the right-hand side. We're going to go back to the left-hand side real quick. Ultra Minions have grown stronger. Ultra Bot's still up and available, but only Caldera's is there to really cause any nuisance about it.
Yeah, they're
and
having a hard time over there.
I don't necessarily agree with that play. You know, you could have pushed more people there. Shane does manage to take out Alani, though. Looking at the mini-map here, we see nobody on the left-hand side of the lane. They're all focused on the right-hand side here, and they're all focused and trying to get the mini-bot. Mindy takes out Galt, though, so this is a big play coming down here in the middle map area here. As we have D'Andy and we have Boulder pushing from behind. Toby's finally here, does spot Boulder, as well as Phoebe, and this is, I don't know what exactly Lost Heroes is doing right now. Like, the way they're splitting up is really weird, but Mindy is a lonesome, but now she's pushing back to middle map, and she's not necessarily doing anything. And the Ultra Bot is already taken down, and the all 5 kind of struggled up on the right-hand side, but they let the Ultra Bot get too far ahead. So I don't necessarily agree with that, but we do have Ultra Bot going down the left-hand side here. But now you have to deal with the Ultra Bot in favor of Solus now, and you have a Galt there. So I don't know why they're not pushing up with the Ultra Bot when they could be pushing up and putting more damage out. They have the levels on Solus, so why aren't they utilizing him? That's my question right now. But I don't know, and that frustrates me. But it is what it is. As we look on board here, Ultra Bot will be taken down. Caldarius will manage to get Shane and Arc, so Ultra Bot still is somewhat alive. As we have the Ultra Bot coming in on the side, but Galt trying just to, you know, cause a nuisance in that area here. As
this might be a problem right here. We got 3 down on Solus.
3 down on Solus, but the Ultra Bot is still really low health, and they have the Thumper turret down. Managing to take control of this, so we actually may see the game end right here on this map, on this push right here. Just for the sole fact that nobody, if you look at the mini-map, nobody on Solus is able to get over here on time. And this actually may be game unless D'Andy can do a big stop here. This will be game unless Boulder can stun it and Shane can stun it. And everybody's giving up on this side. Everybody's giving up.
Yeah, Heroes should have just stayed over there and finished that push. They could have. I think they could have got that in. Here's another one too, you know, right behind it.
That would have been game.
Okay, now they're rushing back. Let's see what.
That would have been game if they stayed over here. They're pushing up. They're fighting over here they managed. Caldarius is low on health. Caldarius is pushing way too far deep, trying to get this Ultramanian. Boulder using his shield.
Living
Ilani
through everything almost,
taking that. Shane going a low health as well. Going for the kill here. This could actually be it right now as sudden death. And if you look on the left-hand side, they really don't have to worry about much. Caldarius does manage to, put damage on Shane. Finally, Shane is down. And that could be game as the Ultramanian is coming by. We see D'Andy try to up to ult, but the Shadowfire Pill coming out from play there. The Ultramanian is focused here.
Okay, here we go.
The Ultramanian will make it to the base, and that is it. Lost Heroes are your loser finals champions. They will face Dunk Squad into the grand finals, and they also qualify for the sponsorship through Gearbox for the Choctaw Festival Gaming. They will be flown out and housed at the Choctaw Casinos by Gearbox. Lost Heroes and Dunk Squad are your two finalists here. We still have a game to play. Grand finals coming up here soon. Congratulations, Lost Heroes. You have qualified for the event. Came all the way through losers bracket. Faced against Make Solus Great again in winners bracket. Lost to them 2-1. You did a complete... you timed it on the 30 minutes on Meltdown. You timed it out. You won in regulation. You put up a dominating performance in Incursion, winning 150 and then timing it out after that. Not pushing up, not overextending. And then Game 3, 280 to 91 victory, as well as for the fact that you actually pushed up Ultra Wave Minion 7 and won the game. Congratulations, Lost Heroes. You are your champions right now. We are going to again grand finals between Dunk Squad and Lost Heroes. Guys will be momentarily back with the grand finals. Congratulations, Lost Heroes and Dunk Squad, for being the two finalists and sponsored by Gearbox for the Choctaw Festival of Gaming. Tune in for grand finals here momentarily. Welcome back, guys. It's been a long day, a long tournament. I'm sitting alongside Jonathan and Scott. Unfortunately, Lost Heroes, it's really late for them, so they opted not to play. They opted to take second place, so we won't see a grand final, so that means Dunk Squad are your champions. But the rule action was we found 2 winners for the Choctaw, Festival Gaming qualifier and 2 teams sponsored. So how do you guys feel about that,
I think it's great. I'm glad we got some people that are shown up well. We had some great competition. The meltdown matches particularly were very, very tense there in that loser semi. And it feels great to have that tournament under our belt, and I'm looking forward to see what happens at the actual Choctaw Festival of Gaming.
Exactly, yeah. I'm just looking forward to the Choctaw tournament, meeting everybody. Hopefully we'll see some people come out either to actually play again or just come and watch, come hang out.
Now, how do you guys feel about Meltdown adding to that rule set? Because, most tournaments are just incursion only. Now, we saw a lot of Meltdown today, and honestly, a lot of Meltdown was the most exciting aspects of the maps, especially the time when it went to time limit on everything, and just seeing how Lost Heroes took it away from Make Solus great again. So, how do you guys feel about adding the Meltdown to this the rotation now, and especially competitive play?
I think it's a really interesting dynamic. I like to see squads mix it up, show a little bit more versatility, maybe have a few different, Battleborn come out that you might not otherwise see in just an incursion tournament. But, I think it's something we'll have to continue to watch and kind of see how the community feels about that.
Yeah, well said. Yeah.
So, guys, that's it for us tonight at the Versus Gameplay Arcade. Now, tune in March 3rd through 5th at the for Choctaw Festival of Gaming for Battleborn $10,000 plus a lot of other games there. And guys, Friday night, we may have a surprise for you, but I can't really verify that yet. But once we know, we'll let you know. But guys, that's it for night for us at Versus Gameplay. Want to thank you guys at Gearbox for actually coming out, giving you a chance on the microphone. You guys did great. So.
Thanks,
I know
man.
the community loved it. So we'll see you guys more at Choctaw Festival Gaming and leading up to the event. But we're out, guys.
See ya.
Thanks for coming.